broadband remote access server. Bra, plural of bra. Razdahanar, an obscene gesture in which an arm is bent into an L shape with the closed palm pointing upwards, while the other hand then grips the biceps of the bent arm and the bent forearm is then raised vertically. It conveys the sense of up yours. Vresco, a lavatory, a room for urination and defecation. Vrescos, plural of brasco. Vrez, a surname. Vresol, a surname. Bracels, plural of Bracel. Bracelton, a surname. Braceltons, plural of Bracelton. Brazen, archaic form of brazen. Brasenose, ellipses of Brasenose College, Oxford. Bradero, a brazier. Braderos, plural of brazero. Bredes, plural of braze. Breza, a surname from Norwegian. Bredes, plural of braze. Rasfield, a surname. Rasfields, plural of Brassfield. Rush, a surname. Rash ice, a patch of accumulated small fragments of floating ice less than about 2 meters big. Rayur, a surname. Rayurs, plural of brasher. Wet, simple past and past participle of brash. Rutter, a surname from Old French. Rasher doubloon, a rare American doubloon of 8 escudos, privately minted in and after 1787. Rasher doubloons, plural of brasher doubloon. Ryers, plural of brasher. Reyes, plural of brash. Ratus, superlative form of brash, most brash. Ayer, a surname from French. Rayist, superlative form of brashy, most brashy. Brashiness, the state or condition of being brashy. Brashy, present participle and gerund of brash. Brashly, in a brash manner. Brashness, the characteristic of being brash. Brashnesses, plural of brashness. Ray, rash, stormy. Ray, a British person of South Asian extraction / heritage / ethnicity. Brazier, a surname from French. Braziers, plural of brazier. Brazier, alternative form of brazieri. Rassal, a mythical island said to exist off the western coast of Ireland. Brassel nut, archaic form of Brazil nut. Brassel nuts, plural of brassel nut. Brasilean, alternative form of Brasilean. Brasileiro, the Campeonato Brasileiro Série A, the highest division of professional football in Brazil. Brasilenine, a heterocyclic derivative of an alkyne, isolated from digestive gland of the sea hare Aplysia brasiliana, that shows antecedent activity. Brasilto, alternative form of Brasilto. Brasiltos, plural of Brasilto. Brasiltos, plural of Brasilto. Brasilia, alternative spelling of Brasilia. Brasilia, a municipality, the capital city of Brazil, the capital of Distrito Federal Brazil. Brasilia, archaic form of Brazilian. Brasilians, plural of Brazilian. Brasilian sacai, a particular steroid glycoside. Brasilin, alternative form of Brazilin. Brasil, obsolete form of Brazil. Brassolodontid. Any cynodont of the family Brassolodontidea, relatives of the early mammals. Brassolodontid, plural of Brassolodontid. Rasselwood, alternative form of Brazilwood. Rasselwoods, plural of Brasselwood. Brassington, a surname. Brassingtons, plural of Brassington. Brassinolide, misspelling of Brassinolide. Raslav, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Brasov, a city in Vitebsk Oblast, Belarus. Rasofensine, a phenyltropine drug formerly under development for the treatment of Parkinson's disease and Alzheimer's disease. Brasov, a city, the county seat of Brasov County in Transylvania, in central Romania. Resc, a mixture of charcoal, clay, etc. used in smelting. Resks, plural of brask. Res, a metallic alloy of copper and zinc used in many industrial and plumbing applications. Ras ankle, a person whose racial heritage is regarded as primarily white but with a small degree of known or suspected non-white ancestry, a manifestation of the American one-drop rule of racial categorization. Ras ankles, a triracial isolate group that developed in colonial South Carolina. Ras ankles, plural of brass ankle. Ras balls, shamelessness, cheek, brazenness. Ras band, a group of musicians who play brass instruments sometimes accompanied by percussion. Ras bands, plural of brass band. Ras ceiling, an unwritten, uncodified barrier to promotion or progression for women in law enforcement or the military. Brass ceilings, plural of brass ceiling. Brass choir, a brass band. Brass farthing, something worthless or of small value. Brass farthings, plural of brass farthing. Brass hat, a high-ranking officer. Commander. Brass hats, plural of brass hat. Brass instrument, any musical instrument whose tone is produced by vibration of the lips as the player blows into a mouthpiece or tubular resonator. Brass instrumentalists, someone who plays a brass instrument. Brass instrumentalists, plural of brass instrumentalists. Brass instruments, plural of brass instrument. Brass out, to brazen out something. Brass knuckles, a weapon consisting of a metal reinforcement for the clenched fist with finger holes molded in. Brass leaf, brass made into very thin sheets. Brass monkey, a brand of inexpensive liquor. Brass monkey, very cold. Brass monkeys, plural of brass monkey. Brass monkeys, very cold. Brass nail, a prostitute. Brass nails, plural of brass nail. Brass neck, gall, shamelessness, chic. Brass necks, plural of brass neck. Brass off, to shoot someone or something. Brass out, to play music with brass instruments. Brass ovaries, courage, guts. Brass pounder, a Morse code operator. Brass pounders, plural of brass pounder. Brass rat, a class ring bearing the image of a beaver worn by graduates of MIT. Brass rats, plural of brass rat. Brass rezu, a fictitious coin of very low value. Brass rezus, plural of brass rezu. Res ring, a prize or goal, often a chance to advance in one's career. Brass rings. Plural of brass ring. Brass rubbing. The technique of making a paper copy of a brass plate engraving by placing a sheet of paper over the plate and rubbing with a crayon. Brass section. The part of an orchestra formed by brass instruments. Brass sections. Plural of brass section. Brass up. To pay a debt or hand over money. Brass wool. Wire wool made of brass available commercially for abrasive applications. Brass wools. Plural of brass wool. Brass bald. Courageous, brave. Brass collar Democrat. Synonym of yellow dog Democrat. Brass collar Democrats. Plural of brass collar Democrat. Brass knuckled. Wearing brass knuckles. Brass neck. To behave boldly or shamelessly. Brass neck. Nervy, cheeky, shameless. Brass necking. Present participle and gerund of brass neck. Brass necks. Third person singular simple present indicative of brass neck. Brassage. A sum formerly levied to pay the expense of coinage, seigniorage. Brassages. Plural of brassage. Brassai. A surname. Brassard. A surname from Old French. Brassards. Plural of brassard. Brassart. Alternative form of brassard. Brassarts. Plural of brassart. Brassboard. An experimental or demonstration test model intended for field testing outside the laboratory environment. Brassboards. Plural of brassboard. Brassbound. Bound with brass. Brassbounder. A young ship's apprentice whose parents paid for him to have certain privileges on board. Brassbounders. Plural of brassbounder. Wrasse. The Zander Sander Lucioperca, a European freshwater fish. Wrath. Simple past and past participle of brass. Brassed it out. Simple past and past participle of brass it out. Brassed off. Fed up. Annoy. Brassed out. Simple past and past participle of brass out. Brassed up. Simple past and past participle of brass up. Brassel. A surname from French. Brassel. A surname from French. Brassels. Plural of brassel. Brassels. Plural of brassel. Brassen. To make like or become like brass, particularly in fortitude or color. Brassen. Simple past and past participle of brassen. Brassening. Present participle and gerund of brassen. Brassens. Third person singular simple present indicative of brassen. Brasser. Prostitute. Brasserie. A small, informal restaurant that serves beer and wine as well as simple food. Brasseries. Plural of brasserie. Brassera. A tall dish for burning charcoal. Brasseros. Plural of brassero. Brassers. Plural of brasser. Brasses. Plural of brass. Brasses it out. Third person singular simple present indicative of brass it out. Brasses off. Third person singular simple present indicative of brass off. Brasses out. Third person singular simple present indicative of brass out. Brasses up. Third person singular simple present indicative of brass up. Brasset. Alternative form of brassard armor for the arm. Brassets. plural of brasset. Ressort, a surname from French. Rathers, plural of bressor. Rasse, a surname. Razes, plural of brassy. Rassfield, a surname. Rassfields, plural of Brassfield. Brass-founder, a metal worker who casts objects from brass. Brass-founders, plural of brass-founder. Brass-founding, the work of a brass-founder casting objects from brass. Brass-hat, alternative form of brass hat. Brass hats, plural of brass hat. Rassic, of or relating to brassicas. Rassic acid, synonym of docosahexaenoic acid. Racepa, any of many plants of the genus Brassica, including cabbage, mustard, and rapes. Brassication, any plant of the family Brassicaceae. Brassications, plural of brassication. Brassicaceous, of, pertaining to, or resembling cabbage or other brassicas. Brassicae, plural of brassica. Brassicas, plural of brassica. Brassicasterol, a 28-carbon sterol synthesized by several unicellular algae and some terrestrial plants and sometimes used as a biomarker. Brassicasterols, plural of brassicasterol. Brassicine, any of a group of fusicoccin phytotoxins present in the fungus Alternaria brassicola. Brassicines, plural of brassicine. Brassic, alternative form of Boracic pennilis. Brassicolous, that affects plants of the family Brassicaceae. Brassicate, a salt or ester of brassidic acid. Brassidates, plural of brassicate. Brassidic, of or pertaining to brassidic acid or its derivatives. Brassidic acid, the fatty acid trans-docose 13-enoic acid that is the trans isomer of urucic acid. Brathe, a wooden-headed golf club with a brass base plate, similar to a modern 2-wood. Other, comparative form of brassy, more brassy. Dated form of bra item of underwear. Alternative form of brassiere. Yes, plural of brassiere. Yes, plural of brassiere. Brasses, plural of brassy. Yes, superlative form of brassy, most brassy. Brassioxin, the phytolexin for H1,2-thiazole-5,4-B indole present in Brassica juncea. Brassily. In a brassy manner. Brassin, brassinosteroi. Brassinazole, the triazole beta-4-chlorophene, il-methylalpha-methylalphaphene, il-1H1,2,4-triazole 1-ethanol that inhibits brassinosteroid biosynthesis. Brassiness, the characteristic of being brassy. Brassing, present participle and gerund of brass. Brassing it out, present participle and gerund of brass it out. Brassing off, present participle and gerund of brass off. Brassing out, present participle and gerund of brass out. Brassing up, present participle and gerund of brass up. Brassington, a village and civil parish in Derbyshire Dales District, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 2354. Brassingtons, plural of Brassington. Brassinin, the indole phytolexin methyl 1H-indole 3-L-methylcarbamidethioate present in Chinese cabbage, Brassica campestris. Brassinoli, a brassinosteroid that promotes cell elongation and division. Brassinolides, plural of Brassinalia. Brassinasteria, misspelling of brassinosteroid. Brassinosteroid, any of a family of steroidal plant hormones produced by members of the genus Brassica, the brassins. Brassinosteroids, plural of brassinosteroid. Brassins, plural of brassin. Brassish, synonym of brassy, resembling or characteristic of brass. Brassite, a basic magnesium arsenate mineral from the Czech Republic. Brasslite, resembling or characteristic of the metal brass. Brassneck. Alternative spelling of brass-necked. Rassolid, any butterfly of the family Brassilidae, now considered to be the Tribussalini of the nymphalid subfamily Morphini. Rassolids, plural of brassolid. Rasstown, an extinct Cherokee village in Towns County, Georgia, United States. Brassware, articles made from brass, treated as a group. Brasswares, plural of brassware. Brasswen, brass. Brasswens, plural of brasswen. Brasswork, work or ornamentation made of brass. Brassworker, a person who manufactures or shapes brass. Brassworkers, plural of brassworker. Brassworking, the making of useful or decorative items from brass. Brassworks, a place where brass is manufactured and or shaped. Brethe, resembling brass. Rust, simple past of burst. Rasted, a village and civil parish in Sevenoaks District, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 4755. Brasting, present participle and gerund of brass. Rests, third person singular simple present indicative of brass. Braswell, a surname. Brasswells, plural of Brasswell. Wet, acronym of bananas, rice, apple sauce, toast, the basis of a diet formerly recommended for an upset stomach. Wet, a human child. Rat green, a dark, vibrant lime green color. Rat Pack, a group of young actors who frequently appeared together in teen-oriented coming-of-age films in the 1980s. Brat Tamer, the dominant who controls a brat, a submissive who is disobedient and unruly. Rat Tamers, plural of Brat Tamer. Ratene, a surname of Slovak origin. Ratby, a surname. Ratbys, plural of Bratby. Repta, a village and commune of Bihar County, Romania. Ratcher, a surname. Ratchers, plural of Bratcher. Ratit, a little brat. Ratits, plural of Bratchit. Ra, hasty, violent, fierce, strong. Wrathly, hastily, violently, fiercely, with fury. Rathwaite, a surname. Rathwaites, plural of Brathwaite. Radish, a surname. Radislava, the region of Slovakia that includes the city of Bratislava. Bratislavan, of, from, or relating to the city of Bratislava, capital of Slovakia. Bratislavans, plural of Bratislavan. Ratkovich, a surname. Ratley, used as a generic name for an ill-behaved or spoiled child. Rappling, a little brat. Rat things, plural of brattling. Ratness, the state or quality of being a brat, a child who is regarded as mischievous, unruly, spoiled, or selfish. Rattlejaw, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Ratovich, a surname. Ratovosti, a village and commune of Dolj County, Romania. Ratpack, of or relating to the Brat Pack. Rats, plural of brat. Rat, a surname from German. Rates, plural of bratch. Ratanes, a surname. Ratsk, a city in Irkutsk Oblast, Russia. Ratslav, a town in Ukraine. Ratslaver, of or relating to the Bratslav Hasidic sect. Bratsta, plural of bratstvo. Bratstvo, a union of Eastern Orthodox citizens or lay brothers affiliated with individual churches in cities throughout the Ruthenian part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Bratstos, plural of bratsto. Weh, a surname. Bratpan, a large receptacle for cooking large-scale meals. Bratpans, plural of bratpan. Radach, the standard of a Highland clan. Ratachs, plural of bratach. Bratalid, alternative form of Bratala. Bratalid, Eric the Ed's estate in the eastern settlement Viking colony he established in southwestern Greenland toward the end of the 10th century. Rating, a surname. Ratins, plural of bratang. Reddit, simple past and past participle of brat. Rettle, a surname. Rat, a surname from Scottish Gaelic. Brattons, plural of Bratton. Bratteries, plural of brattery. Brattery, a collection of brats, a children's nursery, etc. Brattes, a partition in a coal mine made from wood or from canvas sheeting coated in tar. Brattice cloth, strong tarred cloth used in mines in place of wooden bratticing. Brattice cloths, plural of brattice cloth. Brattice, having brattices. Bratticer, a worker who erects brattices. Bratticers, plural of bratticer. Brattices, plural of brattice. Bratticing, present participle and gerund of brattice. Bratticings, plural of bratticing. But comparative form of bratty, more bratty. Brattes, plural of bratty. As, superlative form of bratty, most bratty. Brattily, in a bratty way. Bratness, the state or condition of being bratty. Bratting, present participle and gerund of brat. Rattish, characteristic of a brat, childishly rude and annoying. Rattish, simple past and past participle of brattish. Brattishes, plural of brattish. Bratishing, a rattus. Bratishings, plural of bratishing. Brattishly, in the manner of a brat. Rattishness, quality of being rattish. Bratitude, the attitude or behavior of a brat. Brattenness. Rattle, to make a scampering noise. Brattleboro, a town in Windham County, Vermont, United States. Brattleboroughs, plural of Brattleboro. Brattled, simple past and past participle of brattle. Brattles, third person singular simple present indicative of brattle. Rattling, present participle and gerund of brattle. Rattlings, Plural of Brattling. Brat. A surname. Bratton Fleming. A village and civil parish in North Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SS 6437. Brattons. Plural of Bratton. Brats. Plural of brat. Bratty. Characteristic of a brat, unruly and impolite. Bratha. A Russian organized crime syndicate / family. Bratthas. Plural of Bratha. Bratwurst. A small pork sausage, usually served fried. Bratwursts. Plural of Bratwurst. Brats. A surname from German. Bratzes. Plural of brats. Ra. A surname. Rabbi. A municipality on the right bank of the Rhine in Rhineland-Palatinate, Germany. Rutsch. A surname from German. Rutsch. Synonym of Braucherei. Braucherei. A system of American folk religion and magic associated with the Pennsylvania Dutch. Brauch. Plural of Brauch. Broad. A surname from French. Broad. A surname. Broadel. A surname from French. Broads. Plural of broad. Broads. Plural of broad. Ratter. A surname from German. Rauer Gru. For a field K, an abelian group whose elements are Morita equivalence classes of central simple algebras over K, with addition given by the tensor product of algebras. Rauer groups. Plural of Rauer Gru. Roy. A village and civil parish in East Hertfordshire District, Hertfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 3925. Rowlet. Any of the wingless parasitic flies in the family Braulidae, the bee lice. Braulids. Plural of Braulids. Rot. A surname from French. Brauts. Plural of Braut. Bra. A surname from German. Ron 2. An early cathode ray tube. Bron tubes. Plural of Bron 2. Bronze. Obsolete form of branch. Bronzes. Plural of bronze. Rudge. Obsolete form of branch. Rudge. Obsolete form of branch. Rudge. Simple past and past participle of branch. Branches. Plural of branch. Branching. Present participle and gerund of branch. Brond. A surname. Bronze. Plural of brawn. Broader. A surname. Broaders. Plural of brawner. Brongart. A surname. Bronification. Alternative form of brunification. Bronne. A surname. Bronite. A silicate mineral containing divalent and trivalent manganese and forming gray-black tetragonal crystals. Bronites. Plural of Bronite. Bronskald. A surname from German. Braunschweig. A city in Lower Saxony, Germany, Brunswick. Braunschweiger. Pertaining to the city of Braunschweig in Germany. Braunschweigers. Plural of Braunschweiger. Braunschweigs. Plural of Braunschweig. Braunstein. A surname from German. Braunston. A village and civil parish in West Northamptonshire District, Northamptonshire, England, previously in Daventry District OS Grid Ref SB 5466. Braunston and Rutland. A village and civil parish in Rutland, England OS Grid Ref SK 8306. Broughton. A large village and civil parish in North Devon District, Devon, England OS Grid Ref SS 4836. Ras. Plural of brow. Rodagam. A surname. Rodagams. Plural of Brodagam. Brada. Alternative form of Barawa Somalian city. Bravid. Obsolete form of bravado. Bravado. A swaggering show of defiance or courage. Bravado. Simple past and past participle of bravado. Bravados. Plural of bravado. Bravadoing. Present participle and gerund of bravado. Bravados. Plural of bravado. Bravize lattice. An infinite array of discrete points generated by a set of discrete translation operations math r equals n1 math a plus n2 math a plus n3 math a 3, where n letter 1d62 are any integers and a letter 1d62 are known as the primitive vectors which lie in different directions and span the lattice. Bravize lattices. Plural of bravize lattice. Ravanese. Belonging or relating to a Somali ethnic group from the port town of Brava, Barawa. Narathas. Plural of Brava. Brave. A surname. Brave as a lion. Very brave, courageous. Brave New World. A better, often utopian future world. Brave New Worlds. Plural of Brave New World. Brave out. To tolerate or put up with bravely. Brave. Simple past and past participle of brave. Braved out. Simple past and past participle of brave out. Braveheart. Brave. Bravehearted. Brave, courageous. Bravehearts. Plural of brave heart. Bravehood. The state, quality, or condition of being brave, bravery, braveness. Bravish. Somewhat brave. Bravely. Comparative form of bravely, more bravely. Braveliest. Superlative form of bravely, most bravely. Bravely. In a brave manner. Ridden. To make or become brave. Bravened. Simple past and past participle of braven. Braveness. The characteristic of being brave. Bravenesses. Plural of braveness. Bravening. Present participle and gerund of braven. Bravens. Third person singular simple present indicative of braven. Braver. A surname from Yiddish. Braveries. Plural of bravery. Braverman. A surname. Bravermans. Plural of braverman. Bravers. Plural of braver. Bravery. Being brave, courageousness. Braves. Plural of brave. Braves out. Third person singular simple present indicative of brave out. Bravesome. Characterized or marked by bravery, courageous. Bravest. Superlative form of brave, most brave. Bravi. Plural of bravo. Braving. Daring, defiant. Braving out. Present participle and gerund of brave out. Bravingly. Defiantly. Bravings. Plural of braving. Bravish. Alternative form of bravish. Bravissimo. The intensive form of bravo. Rowdy. Synonym of braveness. Rado. A surname from Spanish. Bravo Zulu. Well done, good job. Bravo. simple past and past participle of bravo. Bravos, plural of bravo. Bravoing, present participle and gerund of bravo. Revoit, a nickel-bang variety of pyrite. Revoits, plural of revoit. Bravolbrides, plural of bravolbride. Bravolbride, a celebrity who gained fame by appearing in a reality series broadcast by American television network Bravo. Bravos, plural of bravo. Bravura, a highly technical or difficult piece, usually written for effect. Bravuras, plural of bravura. Bravure, plural of bravura. Ra, a disorderly argument or fight, usually with a large number of people involved. Brawl, simple past and past participle of brawl. Brawler, one who brawls, engages in noisy, unseemly fights. Brawlers, plural of brawler. Brawless, second person singular simple present indicative of brawl. Brawler, third person singular simple present indicative of brawl. Brawley, a surname. Brawleys, plural of brawley. Owe, comparative form of brawly, more brawly. Holiest, superlative form of brawly, most brawly. Brawley, present participle and gerund of brawl. Brawlamely, in a brawling manner, aggressively. Brawlings, plural of brawling. Brawls, plural of brawl. Brawsome, inclined to brawl, quarrelsome. Brawly, having or characterized by brawls. Bry, a surname. Brawn, simple past and past participle of brawn. Broader, a surname. Broaders, plural of brawner. Buddy, comparative form of brawny, more brawny. Oniet, superlative form of brawny, most brawny. Brawnoi, in a brawny manner. Brawniness, the state of being brawny or having brawn. Brawning, present participle and gerund of brawn. Brawns, plural of brawn. Brawny, characterized by brawn, muscular theory, strong. But, I dialect spelling of brought. Braughts, plural of brought. Brotus, alternative form of Brotus. Braxes, plural of Braxy. Braxton, a surname. Braxton County, one of 55 counties in West Virginia, United States. County seat, Sutton. Braxton Hicks, synonym of Braxton Hicks contraction. Braxton Hicks contraction, a sporadic uterine contraction during pregnancy, false labor. Braxton Hicks contractions, plural of Braxton Hicks contraction. Braxton Hickses, plural of Braxton Hicks. Braxtons, plural of Braxton. Braxy, an inflammatory disease of sheep. Bray, a surname. Brayhead, a headland south of Bray, County Wicklow, Ireland. Irish Grid Ref 02817. Brayba, a surname. Bray, plural of Brayboy. Brayru, a surname. Brayru, a village and civil parish in Northamptonshire District, Northamptonshire, England, Previously in Kettering District OS Grid Ref SB 7684. Braybrookes, plural of Braybrook. Braden, a male given name transferred from the surname of modern usage, variant of Braddon. Ridon, a male given name. Ray, past participle of Bray. Brayer, a hand printing tool, in the US often a roller, used to spread a thin even layer of ink. Early brayers, consisting of a vertical cylinder with a single handle, were designed to break up thick inks before spreading. Brera, synonym of Cuso-Hygenia abyssinica. Brayers, plural of brayer. Ret, an item of armor, mail, or plate protecting the groin. Rats, plural of brayat. Brayford, a village and civil parish in North Devon District, Devon, England OS Grid Ref SS 6834. Braying, present participle and gerund of bray. Brainly, with a braying sound. Brayings, plural of braying. Brayley, a female given name originating as a coinage. Raylan, a male given name originating as a coinage. Raleigh, a surname. Raylo, a surname. Raylan, a male given name originating as a coinage. Rayman, a surname. Raymans, plural of Brayman. Raymer, a surname. Ray, obsolete form of brain. Rayans, plural of brain. Ret, a resident of Madawaska in northwestern New Brunswick, Canada. Brayans, plural of Brayon. Vrays, plural of Bray. Vrayshaw, a surname. Vrayshaws, plural of Brayshaw. Brayshaw, a surname. Reza, a male given name of modern usage. Raystones, a small coastal village in Lowside Quarter Parish, Copeland Borough, Cumbria, England OS Grid Ref NY 0006. Redden, a surname. Brayton cycle, a thermodynamic cycle describing the operation of certain heat engines that have air or other gas as their working fluid. Brayton cycles, plural of Brayton cycle. RAS, abbreviation of Brazil. RAS, abbreviation of Brazil. Rada, synonym of estado, a traditional Spanish unit of length equivalent to about 1.67 m. Verres, to cover with brass, or as with brass. Razal, a surname. Rails, plural of Brazel. Brayau, a surname from French. Brazeau County, a municipal district of Alberta, Canada, Centre, Drayton Valley. Brayaus, plural of Brazeau. Braze, simple past and past participle of braze. Brevi, a surname. Brathias, plural of Brazi. Brazil, a surname. Railless, without the use of the brazing process to join pieces of metal. Railetta, wood from the Brazilwood tree. Brazil, a surname. Rails, plural of Brazel. Brails, plural of Brazel. Brailson, a surname. Brailthans, plural of Brailton. Brazen, made of brass. Brazen age, the third of the four mythological ages of mankind, said to come between the Silver and the Iron Age. Brazen bull, an ancient torture device supposed to have been devised by Perillus of Athens, consisting of a hollow bull fashioned from brass in which victims were imprisoned and burned to death. Brazen bulls, plural of brazen bull. Brazen out, to face up to or confront one's own misconduct or deceit without shame. Brazen sea, synonym of molten sea. Brazen face, an impudent or shameless person. Brazen face, impudent, open and without shame. Brazen faces, plural of brazen face. Brazen, simple past and past participle of brazen. Brazened out, simple past and past participle of brazen out. Brazen, superlative form of brazen, most brazen. Brazen-faced, alternative form of brazen-faced. Brazen faces, plural of brazen face. Brazening, present participle and gerund of brazen. Brazening out, present participle and gerund of brazen out. Brazenly, in a brazen, shamelessly shocking and offensive manner. Brazenness, the characteristic of being brazen. Brazennesses, plural of brazenness. Brazeneries, plural of brazenry. Brazenry, affirmatory. Brazens, third person singular simple present indicative of brazen. Brazens out, third person singular simple present indicative of brazen out. Brether, an instrument used in brazing. Bredders, plural of brazier. Bredes, third person singular simple present indicative of braze. Breli, a village in Raudamori, Hunedoara County, Romania. Braziel, a surname. Braziels, plural of braziel. Brazier, a surname originating as an occupation for a worker in brass. Brazier-like, resembling a brazier or some aspect of a brazier. Braziers, plural of brazier. Brazier, Resware. Brize, a village and commune of Arad County, Romania. Brazikumab, a human monoclonal antibody designed for the treatment of Crohn's disease. Brazil, a large Portuguese-speaking country in South America. Official name, Federative Republic of Brazil. Capital, Brasilia. Brazil cherries, plural of Brazil cherry. Brazil cherry, synonym of Cape gooseberry Phasalis peruviana. Brazil nut, alternative letter case form of Brazil nut. Brazil nut effect, the phenomenon of granular convection or segregation, where granular material subjected to shaking or vibration exhibits circulation patterns like those of a fluid, causing the larger particles to end up on top. Brazil nut effects, plural of Brazil nut effect. Brazil nuts, plural of Brazil nut. Brazil plum, Spondias tuberosa. Brazil plums, plural of Brazil plum. Brazil, a surname. Brezoli, a neoflavonoid that is the main coloring matter in the red dye derived from Brazilwood. Braziles, plural of Brazil. Brazilet, synonym of Brazilto timber of Brazilwood. Brazilto, the Brazilwood tree. Braziltos, plural of Brazilto. Braziltos, plural of Brazilto. Brazilian, a person from Brazil or of Brazilian descent. Brazilian aardvark, the Cody. Brazilian aardvarks, plural of Brazilian aardvark. Brazilian blowout, a method of temporarily straightening the hair by sealing a liquid keratin and preservative solution into into the hair with a hair iron. Brazilian blowouts. Plural of Brazilian blowout. Brazilian booties. Plural of Brazilian booty. Brazilian booty. Curvaceous, attractive female buttocks. Brazilian butt. Curvaceous, attractive female buttocks. Brazilian butt lift. A type of cosmetic surgery in which adipose tissue is harvested liposuction from the abdomen, flanks, or thighs of the patient and injected into the buttocks or hips to improve shape and projection. Brazilian butt lifts. Plural of Brazilian butt lift. Brazilian butts. Plural of Brazilian butt. Brazilian cherries. Plural of Brazilian cherry. Brazilian cherry. Any of several plants native to the New World tropics with edible fruits. Brazilian duck. Synonym of Brazilian teal. Brazilian ducks. Plural of Brazilian duck. Brazilian emerald. Green tourmaline. Brazilian emeralds. Plural of Brazilian emerald. Brazilian fire tree. Schizobium parahiba, a tree species from tropical America, notable for its fast growth. Brazilian fire trees. Plural of Brazilian fire tree. Brazilian ginseng. The plant Heben aiantha. Brazilian jiu-jitsu. A martial art and combat sport derived from judo. Brazilian lemonade. A drink made from limes, water, sugar, and sometimes condensed milk. Brazilian lemonades. Plural of Brazilian lemonade. Brazilian orchid tree. Bauhinia forficata, a species of flowering tree. Brazilian orchid trees. Plural of Brazilian orchid tree. Brazilian pepper tree. A South American tree, Scinis terebinthifolia, grown for its attractive glossy evergreen leaves and red fruits, but also extremely invasive in tropical and subtropical regions. Brazilian pepper trees. Plural of Brazilian pepper tree. Brazilian funk. A subgenre of funk that incorporates rhythms and elements from funk carioca and other traditional Brazilian musical genres. Brazilian pine. Synonym of Paranapine Araucaria angustifolia. Brazilian pines. Plural of Brazilian pine. Brazilian porcupine. Synonym of Coendoeu. Brazilian porcupines. Plural of Brazilian porcupine. Brazilian Portuguese. The Portuguese language as spoken and written in Brazil, particularly when it differs from other regional varieties of that language. Brazilian Shorthair. A medium-size, short-haired domestic cat breed originating in Brazil. Brazilian Shorthair. Plural of Brazilian Shorthair. Brazilian Sign Language. A sign language used in Brazil. Brazilian tea. The dried leaves of plants of certain species, or the tea-like infusions made from them, especially Lipia pseudothea native to Brazil, Stachytarfida mutabilis and Stachytarfida jamicensis. Brazilian teal. The duck Amazonetta brasiliensis. Brazilian teals. Plural of Brazilian teal. Brazilian teas. Plural of Brazilian tea. Brazilian Terrier. A breed of dog developed in Brazil. Brazilian Terriers. Plural of Brazilian Terrier. Brazilian Tinamou. A tinamou, Crypturellus strigilosus. Brazilian Tinamous. Plural of Brazilian Tinamou. Brazilian Wandering Spider. A South American spider of the genus Phaneutria with a medically significant bite. Brazilian Wandering Spiders. Plural of Brazilian Wandering Spider. Brazilian Wax. The removal of all or most of the pubic hair, sometimes leaving a small strip or triangle of hair on the mons pubis. Brazilian wax. Simple past and past participle of Brazilian wax. Brazilian waxes, plural of Brazilian wax. Brazilian waxing, present participle and gerund of Brazilian wax. Brazilian white-knee tarantula, a common spider of species Acanthoscurria geniculata, with white leg joints, native to Brazil. Brazilian white-knee tarantulas, plural of Brazilian white-knee tarantula. Brazilian nest, reminiscent of the country of Brazil or its culture. Brazilianization, alternative spelling of Brazilianization. Brazilianizations, plural of Brazilianization. Early, a typically yellow-green phosphate mineral and precious stone, most commonly found in phosphate-rich pegmatites. Brazilianization, an increase in the percentage of Brazilian people or cultural elements in an area or industry. Brazilianizations, plural of Brazilianization. Brazilianize, to make Brazilian. Brazilianized, simple past and past participle of Brazilianize. Brazilianizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Brazilianize. Brazilianizing, present participle and gerund of Brazilianize. Brazilianness, the quality or characteristic of being Brazilian. Brazilians, plural of Brazilian. Brazilification, a process in which a nation or society gradually becomes multiracial or multi-ethnic, depriving it of its former homogeneity. Brazilin, a red pigment obtained from Brazilwood. Brazilian, an unspecified large number of. Brazilians, plural of Brazilian. Brazils, plural of Brazil. Brazilwood, a Brazilian timber tree Paubrasilia echinata, sin. Caesalpinia echinata, used primarily to make bows for string instruments. Brazilwoods, plural of Brazilwood. Brazing, present participle and gerund of braze. Brazings, plural of brazing. Brazeria, a city in Brazeria County, Texas, United States. Brazeria County, one of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, Angleton. Vazos, a river that flows through Texas, United States, into the Gulf of Mexico. Brazos County, one of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, Bryan. Brezi, Crazy. Res, a male given name from? Brazzaville, the capital and largest city in the Republic of the Congo. Brazzavillian, alternative form of Brazzavillian. Brazzavillians, plural of Brazzavillian. Brazzavillian, of or relating to the city of Brazzaville, capital of the Republic of the Congo. Brazzavillians, plural of Brazzavillian. Rethine, a sweet-tasting protein extracted from the West African fruit of Pentadiplandra brazina. Redel, a surname. Redels, plural of Brazel. Redder, alternative spelling of brasser. Redder, alternative form of brassera. Bredderas, plural of brazzera. Bredders, plural of brazzer. Brezel, a surname from Irish. Bredels, plural of Brazel. Eori, initialism of be right back. Eori, alternative letter case form of BRB. AOS, initialism of blue rubber blood Nevis syndrome. AOMIDIA, initialism of bright red blood per rectum. AOB, plural of VRB. ARC, the station code of Vadodara Junction railway station in India. AODA, initialism of Brotherhood of Railway Carmen of America. ASY1, a human tumor suppressor gene associated with breast cancer. Plural of VOCA. Vojvodina Voljani, a municipality of Croatia. Initialism of bovine respiratory disease. Initialism of bidirectional reflectance distribution function. Plural of EAF. A municipality of Croatia. Abbreviation of bromodoxuridine. Abbreviation of British English. A diminutive of the female given name Brina. A surname from Galician. A particular security exploit against HTTPS when using HTTP compression based on the crime exploit. A gap or opening made by breaking or battering, as in a wall, fortification or levee/embankment, the space between the parts of a solid body rent by violence. Reach Candy, an upmarket residential and semi-commercial locality of South Mumbai. Breach of contract, a failure to meet an obligation under the terms of a contract. Breach of promise, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see breach, promise. Breach of the peace, the legal offense of engaging in public behavior which is violent, rowdy, or disruptive. Breach of trust, an act, omission, or concealment by which a person who has a fiduciary duty to act in the interest of another instead uses their position for their own benefit. Breachable, that can be breached, vulnerable. Simple past and past participle of breach. Breacher, one who breaches. Breachers, plural of breacher. Breaches, plural of breach. Breaches of contract, plural of breach of contract. Breaches of promise, plural of breach of promise. Breaches of the peace, plural of breach of the peace. Breaches of trust. Plural of breach of trust. Breachful, involving or characterized by a violation of law, of legal rights, or of other rules governing conduct. Breaching, present participle and gerund of breach. Breachings, plural of breaching. Breachless, not breached. Breedy, liable to break fences or to break out of pasture. Bread, a foodstuff made by baking dough made from cereals. Bread and butter, that which is central or fundamental as to one's business, survival, or income, a staple or cornerstone. Bread and butter pudding, a baked dessert made of buttered bread soaked in an egg and milk sauce, usually with dried fruit. Bread and butter puddings, plural of bread and butter pudding. Bread and cheese, a plain, simple or reduced diet or way of living, simple living with the most basic of necessities. Bread and circuses, food and entertainment provided by the state, particularly if intended to placate the people. Bread and games. Synonym of bread and circuses. Bread and honey, money. Bread and milk, bread that is dipped in hot milk, regarded as a plain or easily digestible meal. Bread and roses, fair wages and dignified conditions. Bread and salt, a noun used mainly in historical expressions referring to the custom of using bread and salt to make solemn an oath or affirmation. Bread and scrape, bread spread with butter or margarine that has been scraped off again so as to leave only a thin layer. Bread and water, an extremely meager or straitened diet as of an ascetic, penitent, or prisoner. Bread and wine, the two elements used during the Christian sacrament of the Eucharist, regarded as Christ's body and blood. Bread bag, a plastic wrapper in which a loaf of bread is packaged to keep it fresh. Bread bags, plural of bread bag. Bread basket, alternative form of bread basket. Bread baskets, plural of bread basket. Red beetle, synonym of drugstore beetle. Red beetles, plural of bread beetle. Red bin, a bread box. Bread bins, plural of bread bin. Breadboard, alternative form of breadboard. Breadboards, plural of breadboard. Bread book, The Conquest of Bread by Peter Kropotkin. Bread bowl, an edible bowl made from a round loaf of bread hollowed out and with the top cut off. Bread bowls, plural of bread bowl. Bread box, alternative spelling of bread box. Bread boxes, plural of bread box. Bread break, a machine or trough for kneading dough. Bread buckle, synonym of bread clip. Bread buckles, plural of bread buckle. Bread cake, a bread roll. Bread cakes, plural of bread cake. Bread chipper, a person who slices bread or pares bread crust. Bread chippers, plural of bread chipper. Bread clip, a plastic clip used to hold a plastic bag closed by pinching the neck of the bag. Bread clips, plural of bread clip. Bread crumb, alternative form of breadcrumb. Bread crumbs, plural of bread crumb. Bread dough, any type of dough that is used to prepare bread. Bread doughs, plural of bread dough. Bread dust, a type of dried or stale ship's biscuit reduced to fine crumbs or powder, breadcrumbs. Bread flake, a frame or rack on which oat cakes are placed to harden and dry. Bread flour, synonym of strong flour. Bread flowers, plural of bread flour. Bread God, the sacramental bread used during the Eucharist. Bread jellies, plural of bread jelly. Bread jelly, a kind of jelly prepared by boiling bread. Bread knife, a knife with a serrated edge designed to cut bread, sometimes slots into a breadboard. Bread knives, plural of bread knife. Bread line, alternative spelling of breadline. Bread lines, plural of bread line. Bread machine, a household appliance which makes dough from raw ingredients for use in making bread, pizza, and other baked goods. Such a machine usually also can bake the dough into bread. Bread machines, plural of bread machine. Bread maker, a household appliance which makes dough from raw ingredients and in most cases can also bake it into bread. Bread makers, plural of bread maker. Bread meal, any type of meal or grain that is suitable for preparing bread, in modern terms, synonym of bread flour. Bread mold, any type of molds which typically grow on bread, particularly the genera Rhizopus and Penicillium. Bread molds, plural of bread mold. Bread mold, alternative form of bread mold. Bread molds, plural of bread mold. Bread of affliction. Matzo, bread of life, anything which is regarded as a source or inspiration of spiritual nourishment. Bread of wheat, an oath or solemnus referring to the sacramental bread of the Eucharist. Bread palm, a cycad in the genus Encephalartos. Red pan, synonym of loaf pan. Bread pans, plural of bread pan. Bread pill, a placebo consisting of breadcrumbs or other inactive substances. Red pills. Plural of bread pill. Red poultice. A type of poultice made from bread and milk or water, used as an emollient. Red poultices. Plural of bread poultice. Red powder. Synonym of bread dust. Red pudding. A dessert made from stale bread, suet, eggs, sugar or golden syrup, spices, and dried fruit. Red puddings. Plural of bread pudding. Red roll. A miniature round loaf of bread, often accompanying a meal. Red rolls. Plural of bread roll. Red sandwich. A sandwich made from slices of bread rather than a roll. Red sandwiches. Plural of bread sandwich. Red sauce. A savory sauce thickened with bread, often based on milk or cream with seasonings. Red sauces. Plural of bread sauce. Red science. The study of the biological, chemical, and physical processes involved in bread making. Red soda. Synonym of sodium bicarbonate. Red soup. A soup made with stale bread commonly eaten during Lent. Red starter. A mixture of water and flour that has been fermented by bacteria and natural yeasts used to prepare sourdough bread. Red starters. Plural of bread starter. Red study. Any branch of learning taken up as a means of earning a living. Red tab. Synonym of bread clip. Red tabs. Plural of bread tab. Red tag. Synonym of bread clip. Red tags. Plural of bread tag. Red ticket. A ticket entitling the holder to bread, especially as part of a charity or food rationing. Red tickets. Plural of bread ticket. Red tie. Synonym of bread clip. Red ties. Plural of bread tie. Red tray. The business of buying and selling bread during the Stalinist era. Red tree. A cycad, found in tropical and southern Africa, whose thick main stem can be made into a type of flower similar to sago. Red trees. Plural of bread tree. Red unit. A standard unit of quantity equivalent to 7 ounces of bread, used in rationing. Red units. Plural of bread unit. Red wheat. Synonym of common wheat. Bread and butter. Relating to basic sustenance or the requirements for everyday living. Bread and butter issue. Any issue, such as inflation or prices that affects ordinary people in their daily lives. Bread and butter issues. Plural of bread and butter issue. Bread and butter letter. A short, handwritten communication to thank someone who has recently provided the writer with hospitality, usually dinner or an overnight visit. Bread and butter letters. Plural of bread and butter letter. Bread and butter note. A short note thanking someone who has recently provided the writer with hospitality. Bread and butter notes. Plural of bread and butter note. Bread and butter pickle. A sweet pickle used in sandwiches and burgers. Bread and butter pickles. Plural of bread and butter pickle. Bread and butter plate. A small individual side plate for bread and butter at formal lunches. Bread and butter pudding. Alternative form of bread and butter pudding. Bread and butter puddings. Plural of bread and butter pudding. Bread and cheese. The edible young leaves of the hawthorn. Bread artist. An artist or writer who produces inferior work solely in order to earn a living. Bread artists. Plural of bread artists. Bread bag. Alternative form of bread bag. Bread bag clip. Synonym of bread clip. Bread bag clips. Plural of bread bag clip. Red barge, a wooden box or tub in which the merchant vessel's crew keep a daily allowance of bread or other biscuits. Red barges, plural of bread barge. Red basket, alternative form of bread basket. Red baskets, plural of bread basket. Red bear, an officer of a royal household assigned with the task of supplying or serving bread. Red bears, plural of bread bear. Red berry, alternative form of breadberry. Red controller, synonym of bread steward. Red corn, alternative form of bread corn. Red flea, synonym of bread flake. Red ed, alternative form of breadhead. Red eds. Plural of breadhead. Red munger, alternative form of breadmonger. Red mongers, plural of bread monger. Red nut, alternative form of bread nut. Red nuts, plural of bread nut. Red purveyor, synonym of bread steward. Red room, alternative form of bread room. Red rooms, plural of bread room. Red root, alternative form of breadroot. Red roots, plural of breadroot. Red scap, a basket or tray in which bread is blessed at the end of a service or congregation. Red stewer, a pantryman in charge of the baking and preparation of breads. Red stick, alternative spelling of breadstick. Red sticks, plural of breadstick. Red stitch, alternative form of breed stitch. Red studies, plural of bread study. Red study, alternative form of bread study. Red stuff, alternative form of bread stuff. Red worship, the worship of the host, artolatry. Red Alban, a geographical region in the Highlands of Scotland. Red dag, a canvas sack for the storage of hardtack. Red dags, plural of bread bag. Red basket, a basket used for storing or carrying bread. Red basket of Europe. Ukraine. Red baskets, plural of bread basket. Red berry, a sort of a leberry made with water instead of ale, formerly given to invalids. Redden, alternative spelling of bread bin. Reddens, plural of bread bin. Red board, a cutting board, especially for cutting bread. Breadboardable, that can be installed on a breadboard. Breadboarded, simple past and past participle of breadboard. Breadboarding, present participle and gerund of breadboard. Breadboards, plural of breadboard. Bread box, a container for storing bread or other baked goods to keep them fresh. Bread boxes, plural of bread box. Red cake, a bread roll. Red cakes, plural of bread cake. Bread corn, corn or grain from which bread is made. Breadcraft, the art of making bread. Breadcrumb, a tiny piece of bread, either one that falls from bread as it is cut or eaten, or one made deliberately by crumbling bread. Breadcrumb sponge, the sea sponge Helicondria pennicea. Breadcrumb sponges, plural of breadcrumb sponge. Breadcrumb up, to coat something in breadcrumbs. Breadcrumbed, simple past and past participle of breadcrumb. Breadcrumbed up, simple past and past participle of breadcrumb up. Breadcrumbing, present participle and gerund of breadcrumb. Breadcrumbing up, present participle and gerund of breadcrumb up. Breadcrumbs, plural of breadcrumb. Breadcrumbs up, third person singular simple present indicative of breadcrumb up. Breadcrumby, resembling breadcrumbs, especially in texture. Redcrust, the crust of bread. Redcrust bomb, a volcanic bomb whose surface is cracked or checkered, thus often resembling the surface of a loaf of bread. Breadcrust bombs, plural of breadcrust bomb. Breadcrusts, plural of breadcrusts. Bread cutter, a device for cutting bread, often consisting of a platform and a hinged blade. Bread cutter choke, a jiu-jitsu move in which a player pins the opponent's neck by holding the opponent's collar and dropping their elbow to the floor in a motion resembling that of the blade of a bread cutter. Bread cutter chokes, plural of bread cutter choke. Bread cutters, plural of bread cutter. Bread, obsolete spelling of bread. Breaded, simple past and past participle of bread. Breaden, made of bread in the context of the Eucharist. Breader, someone or something that coats food items with breadcrumbs. Breaders, plural of breader. Breads, plural of bread. Breadfruit, an evergreen tree, Artocarpus altilis, native to islands of the East Indian Ocean and Western Pacific Ocean. Breadfruits, plural of breadfruit. Breaded, one who is attracted to money, a greedy capitalist. Breadheads, plural of breadhead. A comparative form of bready, more bready. Ayat, superlative form of bready, most bready. Readiness, the peppery like bet. Reading, present participle and gerund of bread. Reddings, plural of breading. Reddish, of or similar to bread. Reddishness, the quality or state of being breadish. Breadkind, any starchy vegetable. Breadkinds, plural of breadkind. Bread knife, alternative form of bread knife. Bread knives, plural of bread knife. Breadless, without bread. Breadlessness, absence of bread. Bread-like, resembling bread. Breadline, a line of people waiting to receive food from a charity. Breadliner, someone who lives at the poverty level. Breadliners, plural of breadliner. Breadlines, plural of breadline. Breadmaker, alternative form of bread maker. Breadmakers, plural of breadmaker. Bread making, the making of bread. Breadman, a man who delivers bread. Breed me, plural of breadman. Breadmonger, a seller of bread. Breadmongers, plural of breadmonger. Breadness, the essence or quality of consisting of bread, referring to the sacramental bread in the Eucharist. Breadnut, a tree, Brosimum alicastrum, native to Latin America. Breadnuts, plural of breadnuts. Breadful, to influence a person to support leftist and anarchist ideology. Breadpull, simple past and past participle of breadpull. Breadfilling, present participle and gerund of breadpull. Breadfills, third person singular simple present indicative of breadpull. Breadroom, an apartment in a ship's hold where the bread is kept. Breadrooms, plural of breadroom. Breadroot, the edible root of a leguminous plant Soralia esculenta. Breadroot scurf pea, alternative form of breadroot scurfbia. Breadroot scurf peas, plural of breadroot scurf pea. Breadroot scurfbia, synonym of prairie turnip. Breadroot scurfbias, plural of breadroot scurfbia. Breadroots, plural of breadroot. Breads, plural of bread. Redsall, a village and civil parish in a Wash district, Derbyshire, England, to the north of Derby. OS Grid Ref SK 3739. Redseed poppy, synonym of opium poppy, Papaver somniferum. Redseller, a seller of bread. Breadsellers, plural of breadseller. Breadstick, a long, very slender loaf of crisp bread smaller than a baguette, for example, grissini from Italy and rosquilletas from Spain. Breadsticks, plural of breadstick. Breadstuff, any of the ingredients for making bread, especially as commodities in trade and especially the principal ones, namely flour and meal or the grain with which to millet such as wheat, oats, rye, or any other cereal grain. Breadstuffs, plural of breadstuff. Bread, the extent or measure of how broad or wide something is, width. Bread first search, a search algorithm that begins at the root node and explores all the neighboring nodes. Bread first searches, plural of bread first search. Redden, to increase in breadth. Reddened, simple past and past participle of breadden. Reddening, present participle and gerund of breadden. Breadens, third person singular simple present indicative of breadden. Breathless, without breath. Breathlessness, absence of breadth. Breadths, plural of breadth. Breadthways, breadthwise. Breadthwise, directed across the breadth of an object or place. Rad2, the community of video bloggers, particularly YouTubers who tend towards left-wing perspectives. Bradtuber, a video blogger who is part of the BreadTube community. Bradtubers, plural of breadtuber. Breadwinner, the primary income earner in a household. Breadwinners, plural of breadwinner. Breadwinning, the earning of a household's primary income. Redor, the knotgrass Polygonum aviculaire. Ready, resembling bread. Brid, a female saint venerated in Cornwall and South West Britain. Break, to separate into two or more pieces, to fracture or crack, by a process that cannot easily be reversed for reassembly. Break a butterfly on a wheel, alternative form of break a butterfly upon the wheel. Break a butterfly on the wheel, alternative form of break a butterfly upon the wheel. Break a butterfly upon a wheel, alternative form of break a butterfly upon the wheel. Break a butterfly upon the wheel, to inflict a punishment out of all proportion to the offense. Break a fly on a wheel, alternative form of break a butterfly upon the wheel. Break a fly on the wheel, alternative form of break a butterfly upon the wheel. Break a fly upon a wheel, alternative form of break a butterfly upon the wheel. Break a fly upon the wheel, alternative form of break a butterfly upon the wheel. Break a lance, to take a stand, to contend with, for, to the benefit of, with, in favor of, to the benefit of, with, against, in opposition to. Break a leg. Good luck, do your best, said to someone wishing they perform well in a theatrical production or comparable endeavor. ever. Break a promise. To fail to keep a promise. Break a sweat. To start sweating. Break and enter. An instance of breaking and entering. Break and enters. Plural of break and enter. Break and entry. Synonym of breaking and entering. Break apart. To dismantle something into its base components. Break ass. To flatulate. To fart. Break away. To leave suddenly. Break back. To win a game having lost a service game, or during a tie break, to win a point against the serve having lost a point while serving. Break bad. To go bad, to turn toward immorality or crime. Break bread. To eat a meal, especially to eat a shared meal with friends. Break both. To remove one or more items from the packaging, container, vehicle, or vessel in which shipped with other items. Break camp. To pack up a campsite and move on. Break character. To fail to act as a certain character, to be or act out of character. Break clause. A term in a tenancy agreement that allows the tenancy to come to an end before the stated date of termination. Break clauses. Plural of break clause. Break cover. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see break cover. Break dance. Alternative form of breakdance. Break dance. Simple past and past participle of break dance. Break dancer. Alternative form of breakdancer. Break dancers. Plural of break dancer. Break dances. Plural of break dance. Break dancing. Alternative form of breakdancing. Break down. To stop functioning. Breakdowns. Misspelling of breakdowns. Break edge. To abandon the straight edge SZ lifestyle. Break even. To neither gain nor lose money. Break fasts. Alternative form of breakfast meal eaten after fasting. Break fasts. Plural of break fast. Break figure. A prearranged amount of takings beyond which the exhibitor of a film must start paying a higher film rental rate. Break figures. Plural of break figure. Break free. To liberate oneself, to free oneself, to become free from or of something or someone. Break from. To leave the cover of a crowd, shelter, etc. Break gates. To enter an Oxford or Cambridge College enclosure after the hour to which a student has been restricted. Break ground. To begin digging in the earth at the start of a new construction, or, originally, for cultivation. Break in. To enter a place by force or illicit means. Break into. To enter illegally or by force, especially in order to commit a crime. Break into a run. To start running. Break it. To deliver unfortunate or upsetting news to someone. Break it down. To dance, especially in a hip-hop style. Break it to. To deliver unfortunate or upsetting news to someone. Break junction. An electronic device consisting of two metal wires separated by a subnanometer gap. As the wire breaks, the separation between the electrodes can be indirectly controlled by monitoring the electrical resistance of the junction. Break junctions. Plural of break junction. Break loose. To escape, to free oneself. Break luck. For a prostitute to pick up her first client of the day. Break movie. A crude form of text-based animation created in ASCII, using special control characters to move the cursor and overwrite previous animation frames. Break movies. Plural of break movie. Break new ground. to begin excavating and leveling earth for a new building or, originally, for cultivation. Break no squares, to do no harm, to make no difference. Break o' Day. Break o' Day Council, a local government area in northeast Tasmania, Australia. Break of dawn. Daybreak. Break of day. Daybreak. Break of gauge. An occurrence where railway with one track gauge meets another railway of a different gauge, thus requiring transshipment of goods and passengers, or a change of bogies on the train. Break off. To remove a piece from a hole by breaking or snapping. Break on. To humiliate someone, to scold or demean someone in public. Break on the wheel. To fasten a criminal etc. to a wheel and break his limbs or beat him to death. Break one off. To throw a curveball. Break one's arm, patting oneself on the back. To be very full of oneself, often used as a sarcastic caution. Don't break your arm patting yourself on the back. Break one's ass. To make a great effort, to bust one's ass. Break one's back. Alternative form of break the back of overburden when applied to oneself. Break one's balls. Alternative form of bust one's balls. Break one's chops. To give someone a hard time, harass, nag one to do something, bother. Break one's duck. To score one's first run in an innings. Break one's fall. To provide alleviation, to prevent someone from slamming into the ground at full speed, to prevent someone from hitting the ground too hard at the end of a fall. Break one's fast. To eat breakfast, to eat the first meal of the day after a night of not eating, or to conclude any period of fasting by consuming food. Break one's lance. To engage in an honorable fight. Break one's maiden. A racehorse or jockey, to achieve victory in a race for the first time. Break one's neck. To make extraordinary efforts to achieve an end, to exert oneself in pursuit of a goal. Break one's promise. To break an assurance, bond, or commitment one has made. Break one's stride. Alternative form of break stride. Break one's word. To break a promise one has made. Break open. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see break open. Break out. To escape, especially forcefully or defiantly, notionally, to escape by breaking. Break point. A situation in which if the receiver wins the next point, he will win the game but not the set or match. Break points. Plural of break point. Break ranks. To march or charge out of the designated order in a military unit. Break reality. To reach or experience a non-ordinary state of consciousness, especially when using psychedelics. Break rigor. To manipulate a corpse in which rigor mortis has set in by massage, flexing joints, or brute force in order to change the position of the body. Break room. A room in a public building or work site set aside for coffee breaks, lunch breaks, snacking, etc. Break rooms. Plural of break room. Break sheer. To deviate from sheer and risk fouling the anchor. Break shins. To borrow money. Break silence. To breach a norm against communication or against communicating a specific type of information. Break someone's back. Alternative form of break the back of overburden. Break someone's balls. Synonym of bust someone's balls. Break someone's face. To beat up someone violently. Break someone's heart. To cause a person to feel grief, disappointment, or sadness. Break squelch. To end radio silence. Break stride. To cease walking or running at the same gait, especially with the result of interrupting one's forward momentum. Break the back of. To complete the greater part of a project or solve the most critical part of a problem. Break the bank. At a casino, etc. to win all the money that is available to be paid. Break the buck. To fall below the value of $1 per share. Break the cycle. To act so as to end a repeating pattern of harmful or otherwise negative behavior. Break the deadlock. To score the first goal or point in a competition. Break the fourth wall. To apparently communicate with reality directly, such as when characters of literature comment on the existence of a reader. Break the ice. To start to get to know people to avoid social awkwardness and formality. Break the internet. To cause a connection to the internet or the internet itself to malfunction. Break the internet. Alternative letter case form of break the internet. Break the internet's alternative form of break the internet. Break the interwebs. Synonym of break the internet. Break the mold. To depart from a traditional pattern to defy convention. Break the mold. Alternative spelling of break the mold. Break the news. To inform someone of something first, usually used when it will be difficult to tell the person. Break the Sabbath. To violate the holiness or sanctity of the Sabbath by not keeping it holy. Break the seal. To urinate, particularly for the first time after drinking alcohol. Break the silence. To start talking in a conversation after a period where nobody speaks. Break the story. To be the first to address or publicize an issue, often a news story. Break the web. Synonym of break the internet. Break the wheel. To end a pattern of oppression, inequality, injustice, or abuse. Break through. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see break through. Break time. Alternative form of break time. Break times. Plural of break time. Break up. To break or separate into pieces. Break upon the wheel. To execute using a breaking wheel. Break water. To lose one's amniotic fluid aqua water, usually during the last phases of pregnancy. Break wedlock. To commit adultery. Break wind. To expel gases generated during digestion, especially through the anus, to fart. Break wet. To cease having a positive connection with a person, group, movement, etc. Break with tradition. A deviation from established practices or traditions. Break axe. A South American hardwood, Sloania jamaicensis. Break axes. Plural of break axe. Break bones. Any bird in the genus Macronex, known as giant petrels. Break building. The act or skill of scoring points by making an uninterrupted series of pots. Break bulk. Of cargo, heterogeneous in size, shape, and handling requirements, neither bulk nor containerized. Break bulks. Plural of break bulk. Break dance. Alternative form of break-ins. Break dance. Simple past and past participle of break dance. Break dancer. Alternative form of break-dancer. Break dancers. Plural of break dancer. Break dances. Third person singular simple present indicative of break dance. Break dancing. Alternative spelling of breakdancing. Breakdown. Alternative form of breakdown. Breakdowns. Plural of breakdown. Break even. The level of revenues sufficient to cover costs. Break-even point. The point where total costs equal total revenue and the organization neither makes a profit nor suffers a loss. Break-even points. Plural of break-even point. Break-even time. The point in time at which total costs are equal to total revenue. Break-even times. Plural of break-even time. Break-evens. Plural of break-even. Break fast. alternative form of breakfast meal eaten after fasting. Breakfasts, plural of breakfasts. Break in, the act of entering a place with the intent to steal or commit some other offense, an instance of breaking and entering. Break-ins, plural of break-in. Break-up gauge station, a railway station where railways of different track gauges meet and where transshipment of goods and passengers takes place. Some of these stations have a bogie changing facility. Break-of gauge stations, plural of break-of gauge station. Break off, that which breaks off or is broken off. Break off, plural of break off. Break promise, an untrustworthy person, someone who habitually breaks vows and promises. Break promises, plural of break promise. Break up, alternative spelling of break up. Break upper, synonym of dumper person who terminates the relationship. Break uppers, plural of break upper. Break ups, plural of break up, alternative spelling of breakups. Break vow, an untrustworthy person, someone who habitually breaks vows and promises. Break vows, plural of break vow. Breakwind, alternative spelling of breakwind windbreak. Breakwinds, plural of breakwind. Breakabilities, plural of breakability. Breakability, the state or property of being breakable. Breakable, able to break or be broken. Breakableness, breakability. Breakables, plural of breakable. Breakably, in a breakable manner. Breakage, the act of breaking. Breakages, plural of breakage. Breakaway, having broken away from a larger unit. Breakaway glass, synonym of sugar glass. Breakaways, plural of breakaway. Breakback, synonym of backbreaking of work, very physically tiring. Breakbeat, a form of syncopated rhythm prominent in much African music. Breakbeat, plural of breakbeat. Breakbeaty, resembling or characteristic of breakbeat music. Breakbone, dengue fever. Breakbone fever, dengue fever. Breakbones, plural of breakbone. Breakbuilder, a player who scores points by making an interrupted series of pots. Breakbuilders, plural of breakbuilder. Breakbuilding, alternative form of breakbuilding. Breakbell, alternative spelling of break bulk. Break bulks, plural of break bulk. Breakcore, a style of electronic music characterized by a high tempo, complex and intricate breakbeats and a wide palette of samples from various sources, especially the A&N break. Breakdance, the art or an instance of breakdancing. Breakdance, simple past and past participle of breakdance. Breakdancer, one who breakdances. Breakdancers, plural of breakdancer. Breakdances, plural of breakdance. Breakdancing, an urban style of acrobatic street dance that originated in the hip-hop culture of New York City in the late 20th century. Breakdown, a failure, particularly one which is mechanical in nature. Breakdown lane, synonym of hard shoulder. Breakdown lanes, plural of breakdown lane. Breakdown lorries, plural of breakdown lorry. Breakdown lorry, a tow truck. Breakdown point, the number or proportion of arbitrarily large or small extreme values that must be introduced into a batch or sample to cause the estimator to yield an arbitrarily large result. Breakdown points. Plural of breakdown point. Breakdown truck. A tow truck. Breakdown trucks. Plural of breakdown truck. Breakdown voltage. The minimum voltage that causes part of an insulator to become electrically conductive. Breakdowns. Plural of breakdown. Break. Obsolete spelling of break. Break. Simple past and past participle of break. Breaky. One who is broken, or with whom a relationship is broken. Breakies. Plural of breaky. Breaker. Something that breaks something else. Breaker bar. A heavy-duty handle, typically long and with a non-ratcheting head, that turns a socket to break loose nuts and bolts that are very tightly fastened. Breaker bars. Plural of breaker bar. Breaker boy. A boy, or sometimes a man unable to do other mining work, employed to separate impurities from coal in the 19th and early 20th centuries. Breaker boys. Plural of breaker boy. Breaker point. A point in Shantou, Guangdong, China. Breaker's yard. A place where old or accident-damaged motor vehicles are broken up. Breaker-inner. One who breaks in, a robber or home invader. Breaker-inners. Plural of breaker-inner. Breaker-up. Someone who breaks something up in various senses. Breaker-us. Without a breaker. Breakers. Plural of breaker. Breakers' yards. Plural of breakers' yard. Breakers up. Plural of breaker up. Bricks. Third person singular simple present indicative of break. Breakus. Second person singular simple present indicative of break. Brega. Third person singular simple present indicative of break. Break-even. Alternative spelling of break-even. Break-even load factor. The load factor necessary for an airline to break even. It is a function of the percent of seats filled at a particular yield versus the airline's operating costs. Break-even load factors. Plural of break-even load factor. Break-even point. Alternative spelling of break-even point. Break-even points. Plural of break-even point. Break-evens. Plural of break-even. Break face. The surface of an artifact where a piece has been broken off. Break faces. Plural of break face. Break fall. A technique to minimize impact and injury when falling or being thrown to the ground. Break falls. Plural of break fall. Breakfast. The first meal of the day, usually eaten in the morning. Breakfast bar. A raised counter in a domestic kitchen at which light meals may be eaten, often seated on high stools. Breakfast bars. Plural of breakfast bar. Breakfast burrito. A burrito filled with American breakfast items. Breakfast burritos. Plural of breakfast burrito. Breakfast cereal. A food made from processed grains, such as maize, oats, wheat or rice, usually eaten for breakfast with milk and sometimes sugar. Breakfast cereals. Plural of breakfast cereal. Breakfast club. A facility to provide children with a morning meal at school, before classes. Breakfast clubs. Plural of breakfast club. Breakfast in bed. Breakfast served to one in bed upon waking, commonly to show appreciation for the receiver. Breakfast juice. A blend of various fruit juices. Breakfast mate. Alternative form of breakfast mate. Breakfast mates. Plural of breakfast mate. Breakfast milk. A milk with relatively high butterfat content, typically 5% or more, especially Channel Island milk. Breakfast milks. Plural of breakfast milk. Breakfast of champions. Beer, junk food, or other foods implied to be unhealthy. Breakfast potatoes. Synonym of home fries. Breakfast poutine. A hot breakfast dish that is a variation of poutine. It is composed of pan-fried cubed potatoes and cheese curds smothered in hollandaise sauce and topped with a fried egg, sometimes with breakfast sausage medallions, diced ham, and slat or bacon bits. Breakfast roll. A bread roll filled with elements of a traditional fry-up. Breakfast rolls. Plural of breakfast roll. Breakfast sausage. A kind of seasoned pork sausage, sometimes formed into patties, usually served at breakfast in the United States. Breakfast sausages. Plural of breakfast sausage. Breakfast set. The china or otherware used for serving and eating breakfast. Breakfast sets. Plural of breakfast set. Breakfast stout. A dark stout made with ingredients associated with breakfast such as oats and coffee. Breakfast stouts. Plural of breakfast stout. Breakfast tea. Synonym of English breakfast tea. Breakfast television. Any type of television programming that takes place in the morning, usually around breakfast time. Breakfast tray. A small, lightweight tray with a low rail around the edge used to carry a breakfast meal, sometimes utilized as a serving tray for someone in bed. Breakfast trays. Plural of breakfast tray. Breakfast wrap. Synonym of breakfast burrito. Breakfast wraps. Plural of breakfast wrap. Breakfast. Lunch and dinner. A group of 3 bedbug bites appearing together. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Alternative form of breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Breakfast equipage. Small pieces of domestic furniture, such as china, earthenware, or glass. Breakfast mate. Someone with whom one eats breakfast. Breakfast mates. Plural of breakfast mate. Breakfast time. The time when breakfast takes place. Breakfast times. Plural of breakfast time. Breakfast cup. A relatively large cup for serving tea, coffee, etc. with breakfast. Breakfast cupful. The amount that fits in a breakfast cup. Breakfast cupfuls. Plural of breakfast cupful. Breakfast cups. Plural of breakfast cup. Breakfast cups full. Plural of breakfast cupful. Breakfasted. Having already eaten breakfast. Breakfasted in bed. Simple past and past participle of breakfast in bed. Breakfaster. One eating breakfast. Breakfasters. Plural of breakfaster. Breakfasting. Present participle and gerund of breakfast. Breakfasting in bed. Present participle and gerund of breakfast in bed. Breakfastings. Plural of breakfasting. Breakfastless. Without breakfast. Breakfastlessness. Absence of breakfast. Breakfast-like. Resembling breakfast. Breakfast mate. Rare form of breakfast mate. Breakfast mates. Plural of breakfast mate. Breakfasts. Plural of breakfasts. Breakfasts in bed. Plural of breakfast in bed. Breakfast of champions. Plural of breakfast of champions. Break astwards. Towards breakfast. Breakfastware. The dishes used for serving breakfast. Breakfasty. Resembling or characteristic of breakfast. Breakfast. Misspelling of breakfast. Brakefield. A surname. Brakefields. Plural of Brakefield. Break front. Any piece of furniture, especially a bookcase or cabinet that has a central section that projects farther forward than the other sections. Break fronts. Plural of break front. Bregi. Alternative spelling of brekkie. Radier. Comparative form of breakie, more breaky. Bregies. Plural of breaky. Regius. Superlative form of breaky, most breaky. Breaking. Pronunciation spelling of breaking. Breaking. The act by which something is broken. Breaking a butterfly on a wheel. Present participle and gerund of break a butterfly on a wheel. Breaking a butterfly on the wheel. Present participle and gerund of break a butterfly on the wheel. Breaking a butterfly upon a wheel. Present participle and gerund of break a butterfly upon a wheel. Breaking a butterfly upon the wheel. Present participle and gerund of break a butterfly upon the wheel. Breaking a sweat. Present participle and gerund of break a sweat. Breaking and entering. The crime of gaining unauthorized entry into another's property, usually by breaking part of a building, a lock, door, window, etc. Breaking apart. Present participle and gerund of break apart. Breaking away. Present participle and gerund of break away. Breaking back. Present participle and gerund of break back. Breaking bad. Present participle and gerund of break bad. Breaking ball. A curveball. Breaking balls. Plural of breaking ball. Breaking bread. Present participle and gerund of break bread. Breaking bulk. Present participle and gerund of break bulk. Breaking capacities. Plural of breaking capacity. Breaking capacity. The current that a fuse, circuit, breaker, or other electrical apparatus is able to interrupt without being destroyed or causing an electric arc with unacceptable duration. Breaking change. A change in one part of a software system that potentially causes other components to fail. Occurs most often in shared libraries of code used by multiple applications. Breaking changes. Plural of breaking change. Breaking character. Present participle and gerund of break character. Breaking cover. Present participle and gerund of break cover. Breaking down. Present participle and gerund of break down. Breaking edge. Present participle of break edge. Breaking even. Present participle and gerund of break even. Breaking from. Present participle and gerund of break from. Breaking gates. Present participle and gerund of break gates. Breaking ground. Present participle and gerund of break ground. Breaking in. Present participle and gerund of break in. Breaking into. Present participle and gerund of break into. Breaking into a run. Present participle and gerund of break into a run. Breaking it. Present participle and gerund of break it. Breaking it down. Present participle and gerund of break it down. Breaking it to. Present participle and gerund of break it to. Breaking loose. Present participle and gerund of break loose. Breaking new ground. Present participle and gerund of break new ground. Breaking news. News that has either just happened or is currently happening. Breaking of the waters. The rupture of the amniotic sac at the beginning of or during labor. Breaking off. Present participle and gerund of break off. Breaking on. Present participle and gerund of break on. Breaking on the wheel. Present participle and gerund of break on the wheel. Breaking one off. present participle and gerund of break one off. Breaking one's ass, present participle and gerund of break one's ass. Breaking one's back, present participle and gerund of break one's back. Breaking one's duck, present participle and gerund of break one's duck. Breaking one's fall, present participle and gerund of break one's fall. Breaking one's lance, present participle and gerund of break one's lance. Breaking one's neck, present participle and gerund of break one's neck. Breaking one's promise, present participle and gerund of break one's promise. Breaking open, present participle and gerund of break open. Breaking out, present participle and gerund of break out. Breaking point, the point at which the increasing strain in a material causes it to break. Breaking points, plural of breaking point. Breaking ranks, present participle and gerund of break ranks. Breaking rigor, present participle and gerund of break rigor. Breaking someone's back, present participle and gerund of break someone's back. Breaking someone's balls, present participle and gerund of break someone's balls. Breaking someone's face, present participle and gerund of break someone's face. Breaking someone's heart, present participle and gerund of break someone's heart. Breaking squelch, present participle and gerund of break squelch. Breaking strain, the amount of strain which can cause something to break according to the force or weight placed on it. Many materials, such as lines and ropes, have a specified breaking strain. Breaking strains, plural of breaking strain. Breaking the back of, present participle and gerund of break the back of. Breaking the bank, present participle and gerund of break the bank. Breaking the cycle, present participle and gerund of break the cycle. Breaking the deadlock, present participle and gerund of break the deadlock. Breaking the fourth wall, present participle and gerund of break the fourth wall. Breaking the ice, present participle and gerund of break the ice. Breaking the internet, present participle and gerund of break the internet. Breaking the internet, present participle and gerund of break the internet. Breaking the internets, present participle and gerund of break the internets. Breaking the interwebs, present participle and gerund of break the interwebs. Breaking the mold, present participle and gerund of break the mold. Breaking the news, present participle and gerund of break the news. Breaking the Sabbath, present participle and gerund of break the Sabbath. Breaking the seal, present participle and gerund of break the seal. Breaking the silence, present participle and gerund of break the silence. Breaking the story, present participle and gerund of break the story. Breaking the web, present participle and gerund of break the web. Breaking the wheel, present participle and gerund of break the wheel. Breaking through, present participle and gerund of break through. Breaking up, present participle and gerund of break up. Breaking upon the wheel, present participle and gerund of break upon the wheel. Breaking water, present participle and gerund of break water. Breaking wheel, a wheel used to break a restrained victim's limbs and body in an ancient European form of execution. Breaking wheels, plural of breaking wheel. Breaking wind, present participle and gerund of break wind. Breaking with, present participle and gerund of break with. Breakingly, in a manner that breaks. Break-ins, plural of breaking. Break-all, apt to, capable of, or tending to break, fragile, brittle. Breakless, without a break, continuous, unbroken. Break line, synonym of line break. Breakly, Apt to, capable of, or tending to break. Fragile, brittle. Brakeman. Misspelling of brakeman. Brakeman. Plural of brakeman. Brakeac. Dangerously fast, hell for leather. Brakeax. Plural of breakneck. Breakoff. Alternative spelling of breakoff. Breakass. Plural of breakoff. Break open. In electric arc testing, a material response evidenced by the formation of one or more holes in the material which may allow thermal energy to pass through the material. Break opens. Plural of break open. Break out. An escape from prison. Breakout board. A minimal PCB with a single component used for easier prototyping. Breakout boards. Plural of breakout board. Breakout character. A character who becomes the most popular, talked about, and imitated, helping to establish the narrative's popularity. Breakout characters. Plural of breakout character. Breakout force. The amount of force that must be applied to a control before it starts to move. Breakout forces. Plural of breakout force. Breakout group. Any of several small groups of people at a conference, etc., who concentrate effort on a part of the main topic. Breakout groups. Plural of breakout group. Breakout room. A subroom of a meeting room in which certain participants can have discussions that are private or separate from the rest of the conference. Breakout rooms. Plural of breakout room. Breakout session. A session of a conference, normally one of a choice of sessions following a plenary session, in which active participation of those attending is called for. Breakout sessions. Plural of breakout session. Breakouts. Plural of breakout. Breakpoint. A point in a program at which operation may be interrupted during debugging so that the state of the program at that point can be investigated. Breakpoint. Simple past and past participle of breakpoint. Breakpointing. Present participle and gerund of breakpoint. Breakpoints. Plural of breakpoint. Breakproof. Resistant to breaking. Unbreakable. Breakroom. Alternative spelling of breakroom. Breakrooms. Plural of breakroom. Bricks. Plural of break. Breaks a butterfly on a wheel. Third person singular simple present indicative of break a butterfly on a wheel. Breaks a butterfly on the wheel. Third person singular simple present indicative of break a butterfly on the wheel. Breaks a butterfly upon a wheel. Third person singular simple present indicative of break a butterfly upon a wheel. Breaks a butterfly upon the wheel. Third person singular simple present indicative of break a butterfly upon the wheel. Breaks a sweat. Third person singular simple present indicative of break a sweat. Breaks and enters. Third person singular simple present indicative of break and enter. Breaks apart. Third person singular simple present indicative of break apart. Breaks away. Third person singular simple present indicative of break away. Breaks back. Third person singular simple present indicative of break back. Breaks bad. Third person singular simple present indicative of break bad. Breaks bread. Third person singular simple present indicative of break bread. Breaks bulk. Third person singular simple present indicative of break bulk. Breaks character. Third person singular simple present indicative of break character. Breaks cover. Third person singular simple present indicative of break cover. Breaks down. Third person singular simple present indicative of breakdown. Breaks edge. Third person singular simple present indicative of break edge. Breaks even. Third person singular simple present indicative of break even. Breaks from. Third person singular simple present indicative of break from. Breaks gates. Third person singular simple present indicative of break gates. Breaks ground. Third person singular simple present indicative of break ground. Breaks in. Third person singular simple present indicative of break in. Breaks into. Third person singular simple present indicative of break into. Breaks into a run. Third person singular simple present indicative of break into a run. Breaks a. Third person singular simple present indicative of break it. Breaks it down. Third person singular simple present indicative of break it down. Breaks it to. Third person singular simple present indicative of break it to. Breaks loose. Third person singular simple present indicative of break loose. Breaks of. Gauge. Plural of break of gauge. Breaks off. Third person singular simple present indicative of break off. Breaks on. Third person singular simple present indicative of break on. Breaks on the wheel. Third person singular simple present indicative of break on the wheel. Breaks one off. Third person singular simple present indicative of break one off. Breaks one's ass. Third person singular simple present indicative of break one's ass. Breaks one's back. Third person singular simple present indicative of break one's back. Breaks one's duck. Third person singular simple present indicative of break one's duck. Breaks one's fall. Third person singular simple present indicative of break one's fall. Breaks one's lance. Third person singular simple present indicative of break one's lance. Breaks one's neck. Third person singular simple present indicative of break one's neck. Breaks one's promise. Third person singular simple present indicative of break one's promise. Breaks open. Third person singular simple present indicative of break open. Breaks out. Third person singular simple present indicative of break out. Breaks ranks. Third person singular simple present indicative of break ranks. Breaks rigor. Third person singular simple present indicative of break rigor. Breaks someone's back. Third person singular simple present indicative of break someone's back. Breaks someone's balls. Third person singular simple present indicative of break someone's balls. Breaks someone's face. Third person singular simple present indicative of break someone's face. Breaks someone's heart. Third person singular simple present indicative of break someone's heart. Breaks squelch. Third person singular simple present indicative of break squelch. Breaks the back of. Third person singular simple present indicative of break the back of. Breaks the bank. Third person singular simple present indicative of break the bank. Breaks the cycle. Third person singular simple present indicative of break the cycle. Breaks the deadlock. Third person singular simple present indicative of break the deadlock. Breaks the fourth wall. Third person singular simple present indicative of break the fourth wall. Breaks the ice. Third person singular simple present indicative of break the ice. Breaks the internet. Third person singular simple present indicative of break the internet. Breaks the internet. Third person singular simple present indicative of break the internet. Breaks the internets. Third person singular simple present indicative of break the internets. Breaks the interwebs. Third person singular simple present indicative of break the interwebs. Breaks the news. Third person singular simple present indicative of break the news. Breaks the Sabbath. Third person singular simple present indicative of break the Sabbath. Breaks the seal. Third person singular simple present indicative of break the seal. Breaks the silence. Third person singular simple present indicative of break the silence. Breaks the story. Third person singular simple present indicative of break the story. Breaks the web. Third person singular simple present indicative of break the web. Breaks the wheel. Third person singular simple present indicative of break the wheel. Breaks through. Third person singular simple present indicative of break through. Breaks up. Third person singular simple present indicative of break up. Breaks upon the wheel. Third person singular simple present indicative of break upon the wheel. Breaks water. Third person singular simple present indicative of break water. Breaks wind. Third person singular simple present indicative of break wind. Breaks with. Third person singular simple present indicative of break with. Breakstone. Any plant growing in stony places, especially in cracks in stone. Breakstones. Plural of breakstone. Breakthrough. Characterized by major progress or overcoming some obstacle. Breakthrough bleeding. Intermenstrual and typically irregular vaginal bleeding commonly associated with the use of hormonal contraceptives. Breakthroughs. Plural of breakthrough. Breakthrough. Alternative spelling of breakthrough. Breakthroughs. Plural of breakthrough. Break time. A break for a worker or workers that splits a period of work. Break times. Plural of break time. Break up. The act of breaking up, disintegration or division. Breakups. Plural of breakup. Break wall. A wall typically built outside of a harbor that diminishes damage due to battering by the waves. Break walls. Plural of break wall. Breakwater. A construction in or around a harbor designed to break the force of the sea and to provide shelter for vessels lying inside. Breakwaters. Plural of breakwater. Breakwell. A surname. Breakwind. A windbreak. Breakwinds. Plural of breakwind. Breaky. Indicative of breaking, easily broken. Brim. A surname. Briant. Simple past and past participle of bream. Breme. Present participle and gerund of bream. Breenish. A river in Northumberland, England, that becomes the River Till and is a tributary of the Tweed. Breamike. Resembling or characteristic of Bream. Breamore. A village and civil parish in New Forest District, Hampshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 1518. Breamus. Plural of bream. Brenna. A female given name from the Celtic languages of American usage, variant of Brianna. Brinth. A surname from French. Brir. Obsolete spelling of Briar. Really. A hamlet in Hebden Parish, Metropolitan Borough of Calderdale, West Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 0225. Brilis. Plural of Brearley. Breer. A surname. Breerses. Plural of Breers. Breertha. A village and civil parish in Harrogate District, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 322610. Breertons. Plural of Breerton. Breth. Plural of Bria. Breast. Either of the two organs on the front of a female human's chest which contain the mammary glands, also the analogous organs in males. Breast augmentation. a cosmetic procedure to increase the size of the breast, the organ on the front of the chest. Breast augmentations, plural of breast augmentation. Breastbone, alternative spelling of breastbone. Breastbones, plural of breastbone. Breastboobuly, to move with an exaggerated swaying of the breasts, parodying a typical description of female characters by male authors which focuses excessively on their breasts. Breast cancer, cancer of the breast. Breast cancers, plural of breast cancer. Breast cleavage, the separation between the breasts of an adult woman, including when visible through clothing. Breast down, to use a process of sequential drilling and blasting in building tunnels for mining, subways, etc. Breast drill, a hand-cranked drill that is braced against the breast chest and whose axial feed can be provided by pushing or leaning therefrom. Breast drills, plural of breast drill. Breast envy, the sentiment of desiring feminine breasts. Breastfeed, alternative spelling of breastfeed. Breastfeeding, present participle and gerund of breastfeed. Breast flatting, synonym of breast ironing. Breast form, a removable prosthetic breast. Breast forms, plural of breast form. Breast girth, alternative spelling of breast girth. Breast girths, plural of breast girth. Breast implant, a medical process used to augment, reconstruct, or create the physical form of breasts, the organs on the front of the typically female chest. Breast implants, plural of breast implant. Breast ironing, the pounding and massaging of a pubescent girl's breasts, using hard or heated objects to try to make them stop developing or disappear, typically aiming to prevent the girl from attracting sexual interest, and mostly carried out in Cameroon. Breast line, a rope used to tie a small ship to a dock, keeping it close to the pier. Breast lines, plural of breast line. Breast milk, milk produced by human mammary glands. Breast milks, plural of breast milk. Breast mint, synonym of tit tack. Breast mints, plural of breast mint. Breast one's cards, alternative form of chest one's cards. Breast pad, synonym of nursing pad. Breast pads, plural of breast pad. Breast pang, angina pectoris. Breast pocket, a small, outward pocket on a jacket or shirt located over one's chest. Breast pockets, plural of breast pocket. Breast pump, a device used by a lactating woman to extract milk from her breasts, typically for short-term storage. Breast pumps, plural of breast pump. Breast reduction, the operation performed to reduce the volume of breast tissue. Breast reductions, plural of breast reduction. Breast shell, a lightweight hollow plastic disc worn inside the brassiere to help correct flat or inverted nipples for breastfeeding. Breast shells, plural of breast shell. Breast strap, alternative spelling of breast strap. Breast straps, plural of breast strap. Breast the tape, to win a race by hitting the tape with the chest. Breast torture, a sexual activity involving the application of physical pain or constriction to the breasts, areolae or nipples. Breast up, to cut the face of a hedge on one side so as to lay bare the principal upright stems of the plants. Breast wall, retaining wall. Breast walls, plural of breast wall. Breast beating, synonym of chest beating. Breastfed, simple past and past participle of breastfeed. Breastfeed, alternative spelling of breastfeed. Breast girth. Alternative spelling of breast girth. Breast girths. Plural of breast girth. Rest strap. Alternative spelling of breast strap. Rest straps. Plural of breast strap. Breast stroke. Alternative form of breast stroke. Breast work. Alternative form of breast work. Rasta. A commune of Dolj County, Romania. Restapo. Overzealous lactivists who pressure women to breastfeed and criticize formula feeders taken as a group. Restaurant. A restaurant featuring scantily clad female waitstaff. Restaurants. Plural of restaurant. Breastband. A strophium, a band worn around the breasts. Breastbands. Plural of breastband. Breastbeam. Heart of the loom. Breastbeams. Plural of breastbeam. Breastbone. The central narrow bone in the front of the chest connecting the collarbone and the top ribs. Breastbones. Plural of breastbone. Breasted. Having a breast or breasts. Breasted boobily. Simple past and past participle of breast boobily. Breasted down. Simple past and past participle of breast down. Breasted one's cards. Simple past and past participle of breast one's cards. Breasted up. Simple past and past participle of breast up. Breaster. One who breasts something. Breasters. Plural of breaster. Restices. Plural of breast. Restasts. A large rope to fasten the midship part of a ship to a wharf or to another vessel. Restasts. Plural of breastasts. Breastfed. Simple past and past participle of breastfeed. Breastfeed. To feed a baby milk via the breasts, to suckle, to nurse. Breastfeeder. A nursing mother, one who breastfeeds, suckles a baby. Breastfeeders. Plural of breastfeeder. Breastfeeding. The act or process of feeding a baby or young child milk from a lactating breast. Breastfeedings. Plural of breastfeeding. Breastfeeds. Third person singular simple present indicative of breastfeed. Breastflesh. The flesh of somebody's breast. Breastful. The amount that a breast will carry or hold. Breastfuls. Plural of breastful. Breastgirth. A piece of horse tack for preventing the saddle to slip backwards. Breastgirths. Plural of breastgirth. Breasthook. A horizontal timber fitted in the bows of a ship to add strength and to connect the sides to the stem. Breasthooks. Plural of breasthook. Breasticle. A breast. Breasticles. Plural of breasticle. Breasty. Breast. Heavy. Comparative form of breasty, more breasty. Breasties. Plural of breasty. Is. Superlative form of breasty, most breasty. Breasting. Present participle and gerundive breast. Breasting boobily. Present participle and gerundive breast boobily. Breasting down. Present participle and gerundive breast down. Resting one's cards. Present participle and gerundive breast one's cards. Breasting up. Present participle and gerundive breast up. Breastings. Plural of breasting. Breast knot. A pin worn on the breast as a fastening or ornament, a brooch. Breast knots. Plural of breast knot. Breastless. Without a breast or breasts, flat-chested. Breastlessness. The condition of being breastless. Breastlet. Any operation designed to lift a woman's breast. Breast lift. Plural of breast. Breast lift. Breast-like, resembling a breast or breasts. Wrestling. A suckling babe or child. Wrestlings. Plural of breastling. Breast milk. Alternative spelling of breast milk. Breast milks. Plural of breast milk. Reston. A large village and civil parish in Awash district, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 4633. Breastpin. An ornamental pin attached to clothing in a person's upper chest area, a brooch. Breastpins. Plural of breastpin. Breastplate. A piece of armor that covers the chest. Breastplated. Wearing a breastplate. Breastplate. Plural of breastplate. Breastplow. A kind of plow worked by handles near the worker's breast, and in some types by pushing with the breast/chest, by which plowing can be done by hand without a draft animal, albeit more slowly and difficultly, or by which turf peat can be cut for fuel. The type commonly used in pre-industrial Britain is analogous to a spade with a large T-shaped handle gripped with both hands. Breastplows. Plural of breastplow. Breastpoint. The place or point of a breast. Breastpoints. Plural of breastpoint. Breastrail. The upper rail of a parapet of ordinary height, such as of a balcony, the railing of a boat, etc. Breastrails. Plural of breastrail. Breaststroke. Misspelling of breaststroke. Breastrope. Breastband. Breastropes. Plural of breastrope. Breasts. Plural of breasts. Breasts boobily. Third person singular simple present indicative of breast boobily. Breasts down. Third person singular simple present indicative of breast down. Breasts one's cards. Third person singular simple present indicative of breast one's cards. Breasts up. Third person singular simple present indicative of breast up. Restful. Plural of breastful. Rest shot. Vertically mounted and rotated by falling water striking buckets near the center of the wheel's edge or just above it. Breast sleep. To participate in breast sleeping. Breast sleeping. The practice where a mother co-sleeps with her baby while breastfeeding. Breast sleeps. Third person singular simple present indicative of breast sleep. Breast slept. Simple past and past participle of breast sleep. Breast strap. A piece of horse tack for preventing the saddle from slipping backwards. Breast straps. Plural of breast strap. Breaststroke. A swimming stroke in which the swimmer lies face down, the arms being swept forward, outward and back under the water and the legs are kicked like a frog's. Breaststroked. Simple past and past participle of breaststroke. Breaststroke. A person swimming using the breaststroke. Breaststrokers. Plural of breaststroker. Breaststrokes. Plural of breaststroke. Breaststroking. Present participle and gerund of breaststroke. Breastsummer. Alternative spelling of breastsummer. Breastsummers. Plural of breastsummer. Breastwear. Clothing worn on the breasts. Breastwheel. A water wheel where the stream of water strikes neither so high as in the overshot wheel nor so low as in the undershot, but generally at about half the height of the wheel, being kept in contact with it by the breasting. The water acts on the floatboards partly by impulse, partly by its weight. Breastwheels. Plural of breastwheel. Breastwork, a fortification consisting of a breast-high bulwark, a parapet. Breastworks, plural of breastwear. Breasty, having large breasts, busty. The act or process of breathing. Breath and breeches. The minimal qualities that make one a person, especially a man, either. Breath check, the act of blowing air into one's hand and sniffing it in order to determine if one has bad breath. Breath checks, plural of breath check. Breath guard, a sneeze guard. Breath guards, plural of breath guard. Breath mint, a mint-flavored candy intended to freshen the breath. Breath mints, plural of breath mint. Breath of fresh air, something relieving, refreshing, or new. Breath of heaven, a small southern African shrub Coleoma pulchellum with small leathery leaves and white or pink flowers that is cultivated in California. Breath play, alternative form of breath play. Breath spray, a product sprayed into the mouth for the purpose of eliminating bad breath. Breath sprays, plural of breath spray. Breath strip, an antiseptic in the form of a strip that is intended to be dissolved in the mouth, ridding a person of bad breath. Breath strips, plural of breath strip. Breath test, an official test to determine if someone has taken alcohol or drugs by testing a sample of their exhaled breath. Breath tests, plural of breath tests. Breath catching, inspiring awe or deep admiration, impressive. Breath-catchingly, shockingly, so as to make one catch one's breath. Breath-holding, alternative form of breath-holding. Breathabilities, plural of breathability. Breathability, the ability of a fabric or clothing to transmit air and moisture. Breathable, suitable for breathing. Breathableness, the quality of being breathable, breathability. Breathalyzer, alternative spelling of breathalyzer. Breathalyzers, plural of breathalyzer. Breathalyze, alternative spelling of breathalyze. Breathalyze, simple past and past participle of breathalyze, an alternative spelling of breathalyze. Breathalyzer, alternative spelling of breathalyzer. Breathalyzers, plural of breathalyzer. Breathalyzes, third person singular simple present indicative of breathalyze, an alternative spelling of breathalyze. Breathalyzing, present participle and gerund of breathalyze. Breathalyze, to estimate the alcohol content of a person's blood by using a breathalyzer. Breathalyze, simple past and past participle of breathalyze. Breathalyzer, a device that measures alcohol in expired air so as to estimate the concentration of alcohol in a person's blood, used by traffic police in cases of suspected driving while under the influence of alcohol. Breathalyzers, plural of breathalyzer. Breathalyzes, third person singular simple present indicative of breathalyze. Breathalyzing, present participle and gerund of breathalyze. Breatharian, one who lives without food, subsisting instead on prana or sunlight. Breatharianism, the belief in or practice of living without food, subsisting instead on prana or sunlight. Breatharians, plural of breatharian. Breathe, to draw air into inhale and expel air from exhale, the lungs in order to extract oxygen and excrete waste gases. Say of relief, to be relieved, to feel relief. Breathe a word, to divulge even part of a secret usually used with a negative. Breathe again, to be relieved from an anxiety. Breathe back to life, save a person physically or emotionally. Breathe down someone's neck. To follow or supervise someone too closely, causing discomfort for that person. Breathe easy. To relax or feel secure about something. Breathe freely. Breathe in. To inhale. Breathe new life into. To reinvigorate, to fill with energy again. Breathe one's last. To die. Breathe one's last breath. Synonym of breathe one's last. Breathe out. To exhale. Breathe upon. To tarnish or soil. Breathe. Simple past and past participle of breathe. Breathe a sigh of relief. Simple past and past participle of breathe a sigh of relief. Breathe the word. Simple past and past participle of breathe a word. Breathe back to life. Simple past and past participle of breathe back to life. Breathe down someone's neck. Simple past and past participle of breathe down someone's neck. Breathe easy. Simple past and past participle of breathe easy. Breathe in. Simple past and past participle of breathe in. Breathe one's last. Simple past and past participle of breathe one's last. Breathe out. Simple past and past participle of breathe out. Breathed upon. Simple past and past participle of breathe upon. Breathes. Second person singular simple past indicative of breathe. Breather. Something or someone that breathes. Breather switch. A type of expansion joint in rails. Breathers. Plural of breather. Breathe. Third person singular simple present indicative of breathe. Breathe a sigh of relief. Third person singular simple present indicative of breathe a sigh of relief. Breathes a word. Third person singular simple present indicative of breathe a word. Breathes back to life. Third person singular simple present indicative of breathe back to life. Breathes down someone's neck. Third person singular simple present indicative of breathe down someone's neck. Breathe easy. Third person singular simple present indicative of breathe easy. Breathe in. Third person singular simple present indicative of breathe in. Breathes one's last. Third person singular simple present indicative of breathe one's last. Breathe out. Third person singular simple present indicative of breathe out. Breathes upon. Third person singular simple present indicative of breathe upon. Breathes. Second person singular simple present indicative of breathe. Breathe. Third person singular simple present indicative of breathe. Breathful. That breathes, alive. Breathfuls. Plural of breathful. Breath hold. The act of holding breath. Breath holding. The action of holding one's breath, a cessation of breathing. Breath holds. Plural of breath hold. Breath. Comparative form of breathy, more breathy. That is. Superlative form of breathy. Most breathy. Breathily. In a breathy manner. Breathu. Pronunciation spelling of breathing. Breathiness. The state or quality of being breathy. Breathing. Gerund of breathe. Uncountable the act of respiration. Countable a single instance of this. Breathing a sigh of relief. Present participle and gerund of breathe a sigh of relief. Breathing a word. Present participle and gerund of breathe a word. Breathing apparatus. A device that allows a person to breathe in environments that are dangerous, harmful, or in which it is difficult to breathe. Breathing apparatuses. Plural of breathing breathing apparatus. Breathing back to life, present participle and gerund of breathe back to life. Breathing cave, a kind of cave that has air flowing in or out because of atmospheric pressure gradients between the inside and outside. Breathing caves, plural of breathing cave. Breathing down someone's neck, present participle and gerund of breathe down someone's neck. Breathing easy, present participle and gerund of breathe easy. Breathing gas, a mixture of gases used for respiration in breathing equipment, typically in scuba diving. Breathing gases, plural of breathing gas. Breathing in, present participle and gerund of breathe in. Breathing one's last, present participle and gerund of breathe one's last. Breathing out, present participle and gerund of breathe out. Breathing room, alternative form of breathing space. Breathing space, sufficient space or a span of time in which to recover one's breath. Breathing spaces, plural of breathing space. Breathing spell, an opportunity to rest or give thought to a situation, a short respite. Breathing spells, plural of breathing spell. Breathing time, a moment in time in which to rest, relax, or evaluate a situation. Breathing upon, present participle and gerund of breathe upon. Breathing while, synonym of breathing space. Breathing space, alternative spelling of breathing space. Breathing spaces, plural of breathing space. Breathingly, so as to breathe. Breathings, plural of breathing. Breathitt, a surname. Breathitt County, one of 120 counties in Kentucky, United States. County seat, Jackson. Breathless, having difficulty breathing. Gasping. Breathlessly, in a breathless manner, usually due to excitement, exertion, etc. Breathlessness, the state of being breathless or out of breath, especially merely temporarily from exertion. Breathlessnesses, plural of breathlessness. Breath-like, resembling or characteristic of breath. Breathly, of, pertaining to, or characteristic of a breath or breathing. Breathogram, a graphic display typically made by gas chromatography of the contents of exhaled breath. Breathograms, plural of breathogram. Breathonomy, relating to breathomics. Breathomics, the study of the contents of exhaled breath of a person who has a specific pathological condition. Breathplay, erotic asphyxiation, a sexual practice involving the intentional deprivation of oxygen to the brain, often by means of choking. Breathprint, the chemical contents of an exhaled breath, supposedly unique to an individual. Breathprinting, the recording of a breathprint in order to identify an individual or to diagnose a disease. Breathprints, plural of breathprint. Breaths, plural of breath. Breaths of fresh air, plural of breath of fresh air. Breathsful, plural of breathful. Breathsome, characteristic of breath or breathing, breathy. Breathtaker, something astounding, impressive, or both. Breathtakers, plural of breathtaker. Breathtaking, stunningly beautiful, amazing. Breathtakingly, in a breathtaking manner. Breathtakingness. The quality of being breathtaking. Breathwork, the use of breathing as therapy, particularly in the form of consciously controlling one's breathing rhythm. Ready, accompanied by audible breathing. A surname from French. Réor, a surname from French. Wolf, a surname from French. Rolts. Plural of brolt. Thus, plural of ro. Ro. A surname from French, especially common among Cajun people. Rea. A city in Muntenia, Romania. Brazil. A surname. Brazils. Plural of Brazil. Reba. A fig that develops in the spring on the previous year's shoot growth. Rebes. Plural of reba. Reber. A surname. Rabu. A village in Lopatari, Buzău County, Romania. Recanavir. A protease inhibitor proposed for the treatment of HIV, but discontinued in 2006. Vectia. A rock composed of angular fragments in a matrix that may be of a similar or a different material. Vectel. Of or relating to Brexia. Rexeas. Plural of Brexia. Vecate. To turn something into Brexia. Brexate. Simple past and past participle of brexiate. Brecates. Third person singular simple present indicative of brexiate. Brexiating. Present participle and gerund of brexiate. Brexiation. The formation of brexia, such as by external shock. Brexiations. Plural of brexiation. Brachioconglomerate. A sedimentary rock that contains a mixture of rounded and angular gravel clasts. Brachioconglomerate. Alternative form of brachioconglomerate. Brachioid. Resembling brexia. Resena. A surname. Resetas. Plural of Bresetta. Brechspuler. A surname. Brecheisen. A surname from German. Brecheisens. Plural of Brecheisen. Breche. A town in Angus Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref No 6060. Rechtel. A surname from German. Rechtels. Plural of Brechtel. Retchen. Of or pertaining to Bertolt Brecht 1898-1956, German poet and playwright, or his works. Re. A surname. Reckon. A male given name. Breckenborough. A locality in Newsham with Breckenborough Parish, Hambleton District, North Yorkshire, England OS Grid Ref SE 3783. Breckenridge. A surname. Brecken. A surname. Breckenridge. A surname. Breckenridge County. One of 120 counties in Kentucky, United States. County seat, Hardinsburg. Breckens. Plural of Brecon. Breckland. A special protection area in both Norfolk and Suffolk, England. Breckles. A small village in Stow Badon Parish, Breckland District, Norfolk, England OS Grid Ref TL 9594. Brecknock. An archaic form of Brecon, a town in Wales. Brecknockshire. An inland traditional county of Wales bordered by Monmouthshire, Herefordshire, Radnorshire, Cardiganshire, Carmarthenshire, and Glamorganshire. Brecon. A surname from Welsh. Breckens. Plural of Brecon. Rex. Plural of Breck. Rekla. A town and district in South Moravian region, Czech Republic. Reckon. A town and community with a town council in Powys, Wales OS Grid Ref SO 0428. Brecon Beacons. A mountain range and national park in southeast Wales. Brecconshire. Brecknockshire. Breccu. One of the Channel Islands, a tenement of Sark of which it lies to the west. Bred. Simple past and past participle of breed. Bred in the bone. Simple past and past participle of breed in the bone. Bred up. Simple past and past participle of breed up. Bred in the bone. Firmly established or instilled. Deep-seated. Breda. A city in North Brabant, Netherlands. Bredbury. A town in the metropolitan borough of Stockport, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 9291. Breda. Brother. Bredas. Plural of Breda. Breder. Brother or brethren. A close male friend or associate. Bredders. Plural of breder. Breddest. Second person singular simple past indicative of breed. Redden. A municipality of Ostprignitz, Ruppin district, Brandenburg, Germany. Breed. A surname from German. Reed stitch. A kind of old embroidery stitch, giving the same pattern on both sides of the cloth. Redel. A biscuit or small cake traditionally eaten in the Christmas period in Alsace and Moselle, France. Bredels. Plural of Bredel. Breeds. A surname. Bredesays. Plural of breeds. Redesen. A surname. Redesen. Plural of Bredesen. Bredier. A village and civil parish in Swall Borough, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 8860. Redicott. A small village and civil parish in Wychevin district, Worcestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SO 9054. Ready. A thick stew of meat and vegetables. Reddies. Plural of bready. Bredegite. An orthorhombic pyramidal mineral containing calcium, magnesium, oxygen, and silicon. Redden. A surname. Redlau. A surname. Redon. A village and civil parish in Wychevin district, Worcestershire, England. The parish borders onto Gloucestershire. OS Grid Ref SO 9236. Bredewilment. The omission of parts of words due to extremely rapid speech. Brethren. Alternative spelling of brethren. Brethrens. Plural of brethren. Brethren. A close male friend, family member, or comrade. Brethrens. Plural of brethren. Redstedt. A town in Nordfriesland district, Schleswig-Holstein, Germany. But. A surname. Bred. Obsolete spelling of breadth. Bredwarding. A village and civil parish served by Wyeside Group Parish Council by the River Wye, Western Herefordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SO 3344. Uri. A diminutive of the female given names Brina or Brayon. Briz. A surname. Briz. Plural of breeze. Urid. A garment whose purpose is to cover or clothe the buttocks. Breech birth. A birth in which the baby comes through the birth canal posterior buttocks, feet, or knees first, instead of the more usual position of head first. Breech births. Plural of breech birth. Breech candy. Alternative form of breech candy. Breech delivery. Plural of breech delivery. Breech delivery. Alternative form of breech birth. Breech face. The area around the firing pin, which is situated against the head of the cartridge. Breech faces. Plural of breech face. Breech pin. A strong metal plug screwed into the breech of a musket or other firearm to close the bottom of the bore. Breech pins. plural of breech pin. Breech screw, a breech pin. Breech screws, plural of breech screw. Breechcloth, alternative spelling of breechcloth. Breechcloths, plural of breechcloth. Breechloader, alternative spelling of breechloader. Breechloaders, plural of breechloader. Breechloading, such that ammunition is loaded at the rear of the bore. Breech block, the metal block that closes the breech of a breech-loading gun after insertion of the cartridge. Breech blocks, plural of breech block. Breechcloth, an apron-like garment held on by a belt tied around the waist to cover the loins, a loincloth. Breechcloths, plural of breechcloth. Breechcloth, a breechcloth or loincloth. Breechclouts, plural of breechclout. Breed, simple past and past participle of breech. Breechin, a rope used to limit the recoil of a cannon on a ship. Breechins, plural of breechin. Breechin is, plural of breech. Breech's Bible, a version of the Geneva Bible, first published in 1579, that uses the word breeches in Genesis chapter 3 verse 7. Breech's Bibles, plural of breech's Bible. Breech's buoy, a ring life buoy fitted with canvas breeches, rigged between ship and shore for rescuing seamen when a ship is in danger of breaking up. Also used for transferring people from ship to ship at sea. Breech's buoys, plural of breech's buoy. Breech's part, synonym of breech's roll. Breech's parts, plural of breech's part. Breech's role, a role in a theatrical production in which an actress appears in male clothing. Breech's rolls, plural of breech's roll. Breechesless, not having any breeches. Breeches maker, a tailor who makes and sells breeches. Breeches makers, plural of breeches maker. Breeching, the ceremony of dressing a boy in trousers for the first time. Breechings, plural of breeching. Breechless, not having any breeches. Breechlessness, absence of breeches. Breechloader, a variety of firearm in which the weapon is loaded from the breech the end opposite that which discharges the projectile. Breechloaders, plural of breechloader. Breechloading, describing a breechloader gun, one that has ammunition loaded from the rear of the barrel rather than where it will exit. Breed, a surname. Breed in and in, to repeatedly breed from animals of the same stock that are closely related. Breed in the bone, to establish or ingrain firmly within someone's nature. Breed like rabbits, to breed very rapidly, to have many children. Breeda, to educate, to instruct, to bring up. Breedability, the quality of being breedable. Breedable, able to breed or be bred. Breedbait, someone who causes quarrels, a quarreler. Breedbaits, plural of breedbait. Breed, archaic spelling of breed. Breeded, simple past and past participle of breed. Breeda, a surname. Breedens, plural of breeden. Breeder, a person who breeds plants or animals professionally. Breeder reactor, a nuclear reactor that generates more fissile material than it consumes. Breeder reactors, plural of breeder reactor. Breedermobile, a vehicle particularly a minivan used by parents to transport their child/children. Breedermobiles, plural of breedermobile. Breeders, plural of breeder. Breedership, the role or status of being a breeder. Breeds. Plural of breed. Breedes. Second person singular simple present indicative of breed. Breede. Third person singular simple present indicative of breed. Breede. Pronunciation spelling of breeding. Breediness. The quality or characteristic of being breedy. Breede. A surname. Breeding ground. Alternative form of breeding ground. Breeding grounds. Plural of breeding ground. Breeding hips. Hips, often of a woman, that are much wider than average and are perceived as optimal for childbearing. Breeding in the bone. Present participle and gerund of breed in the bone. Breeding up. Present participle and gerund of breed up. Breeding ground. A place or region where animals go to breed. Breeding grounds. Plural of breeding ground. Breedings. Plural of breeding. Breedism. Prejudice concerning breeds of animals. Breedis. An advocate of breedism. Breedists. Plural of breedis. Breedlove. A surname. Breedloves. Plural of breedlove. Breed on. A surname. Breed on the Hill. A village and civil parish in northwest Leicestershire district, Leicestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 4022. Breedons. Plural of breed on. Breeds. Plural of breed. Breeds in the bone. Third person singular simple present indicative of breed in the bone. Breeds up. Third person singular simple present indicative of breed up. Breedy. Apt or ready to breed, produce, breeding readily, prolific. Brief. Alternative form of brick. Briefless. Not wearing breeks, breechless. Breeks. Pants, breeches. Brilliant. A surname. Brillians. Plural of Breland. The plant Gastrolobium latania. Brema. A form of physical therapy based around 9 principles of harmony. Re. A surname. Brand. A plunge, a violent movement. Brand. Simple past and past participle of breenge. Breaging. Present participle and gerund of breenge, alternative form of breening. Branges. Plural of breenge. Breening. Present participle and gerund of breenge. Breas. Plural of breen. Breas. Plural of brie. Breas. A surname. Brezius. Plural of breeze. Breeze. A surname. Breeze off. To leave, depart. Breeze pass. To pass by someone or something or an issue or problem without consideration, notice, difficulty, or concern. Breeze through. To get through or succeed in something quickly and easily. Breeze up. To blow increasingly cooler. Breeze block. A lightweight building block made from cinders and concrete. Breeze blocks. Plural of breeze block. Breeze block. Alternative spelling of breeze block. Breeze blocks. Plural of breeze block. Breeze. Simple past and past participle of breeze. Breezed off. Simple past and past participle of breeze off. Breezed pass. Simple past and past participle of breeze pass. Breeze through. Simple past and past participle of breeze through. Breezed up. simple past and past participle of breeze up. Breeze flies, plural of breeze fly. Breeze fly, the horse fly or gadfly. Breathful, having breezes. Breezefuls, plural of breezeful. Breeless, without a breeze. Breelessness, the state or condition of being breezeless. Breelet, a light breeze. Breelets, plural of breezelet. Breeze-like, resembling or characteristic of a breeze. Breh, to grow or develop into a breeze, be or become breezy. Breezen, simple past and past participle of breezen. Breezening, present participle and gerund of breezen. Breeze, third person singular simple present indicative of breezen. Breeze, a premixed alcoholic drink containing rum and a fruit flavor like orange. Breeze, plural of breezer. Breeze, plural of breeze. Breezes off, third person singular simple present indicative of breeze off. Breezes pass, third person singular simple present indicative of breeze past. Breezes through, third person singular simple present indicative of breeze through. Breezes up, third person singular simple present indicative of breeze up. Breezeway, a covered walkway with open sides that connects two buildings. Breezeway, plural of breezeway. Breezewood, an unincorporated town in East Providence, Bedford County, Pennsylvania, United States. Breezy, rare spelling of breezy. Breezy, comparative form of breezy, more breezy. Breeze, plural of breezy. Breezed, superlative form of breezy, most breezy. Breezily, in a breezy manner. Breeziness, the characteristic of being breezy. Breathe, present participle and gerund of breeze. Breezing off, present participle and gerund of breeze off. Breezing pass, present participle and gerund of breeze pass. Breezing through, present participle and gerund of breeze through. Breathing up, present participle and gerund of breeze up. Breezings, plural of breezing. Breathe, with a breeze blowing with a lively wind, pleasantly windy. Brefelden, misspelling of Brefelden. Brefelden, any of several lactone antibiotics produced by fungi. Brefelden a lactone antibiotic produced by fungal organisms such as Eubinocillium brefeldianum, inhibiting transport of proteins from ER to Golgi and inducing retrograde protein transport from the Golgi apparatus to the endoplasmic reticulum. Brefeldins, plural of Brefelden. Brefenolol, a particular beta-adrenergic antagonist. Renga, a complex of several smaller towns in Libya. Bregenz, the capital of and third largest city in the state of Vorarlberg, Austria, located on the eastern shore of Lake Constance on a plateau at the foot of the Fender. It is best known for hosting numerous festivals throughout the summer months, most notably the Bregenz or Festspiel. The city is the administrative center of its eponymous district. Rega, the anatomical structure on the skull where the coronal suture and sagittal suture meet. Bregmecerotid, any fish in the family Bregmeceratidae, the coblets. Bregmeceratids, plural of Bregmecerotid. Regmen, a surname. Regmans, plural of bregman. Regmas, plural of bregma. Regmata, plural of bregma. Bregmatic, pertaining to the bregma. Bregmoid, relating to bregmata. Regret, regret about Brexit, or voting in favor of Brexit. What? Pronunciation spelling of bro. Rame, a surname. Brame's ground parrot. Synonym of Brame's tiger parrot Psittacella bramei. Brame's ground parrots. Plural of Brame's ground parrot. Brame's tiger parrot. A small, mainly green parrot, Psittacella bramei, found in the highlands of New Guinea. Brame's tiger parrots. Plural of Brame's tiger parrot. Bramer, a surname. Brames, plural of Brame. Breton, a judge or lawgiver in ancient Celtic Ireland. Brehons, plural of Brehon. Bretonship, the role, status, or office of a Brehon. Bres, plural of Bray. Bray, a village in West Lothian Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NS 9660. Briar, a surname. Briars, plural of Briar. Rail-Soroya, a commune in Alpes Maritimes Department, Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur, France. Brainer, a surname. Brainers, plural of Brainer. Breisach, a city in the Breisgau region of Germany. Brüisch, a surname from German. Breyes, plural of Breich. Breisgau, an area of the state of Baden-Württemberg in southwestern Germany, extending along the Rhine River and enveloping portions of the Black Forest. Breisgau-Hochschwarzwald, a district in Baden-Württemberg, Germany. Briz, a surname. Great Wheeler Pear production. Synonym of Breit-Wheeler process. Breit-Wheeler process. A proposed physical process in which a positron-electron pair is created from the collision of two photons, the simplest mechanism by which pure light can be potentially transformed into matter. Breit-Wheeler processes. Plural of Breit-Wheeler process. Breitbart, a surname from German or Yiddish. Breitenstein, a surname from German. Breitensteins, plural of Breitenstein. Brevacht, a surname. Breathaptite, a nickel antimonide mineral with the chemical formula NiSb, having a metallic opaque copper red appearance. Breathaptites, plural of breathaptite. Briefochts, plural of briefocht. Breitkreuz, a surname from German. Breitkreuzes, plural of Breitkreuz. Breit, plural of Breit. Breitschwanz, synonym of broad-tail type of lamb hide or fur. Breitschwanz, broad-tail. Breakfast. Rekhekex, alternative form of Brekkekekex. Rekkekekex, nonsense word supposedly imitative of frogs. Rekkekekex, simple past and past participle of Brekkekekex. Rekkekekexes, third person singular simple present indicative of Brekkekekex. Rekkekekexing, present participle and gerund of Brekkekekex. Rekkas, a surname from Norwegian. Brekhuses, plural of Brekkas. Weh, a surname. Regger, breakfast. Reggers, alternative form of Brecker. Brex, plural of Breck. Brekkie, breakfast. Brekkies, plural of Brekkie. Brekkie. Alternative spelling of brekkie. Rex, plural of brek. RELA, acronym of Business Registrations and Licensing Agency. Relin, a French card game, Gleek. Reland, a surname. Relans, plural of Breland. Relfie, a selfie photograph of oneself taken while breastfeeding. Relfies, plural of Brelfie. Rally, alternative form of Brelly. Brellies, plural of Brelly. Rally, alternative form of umbrella. Relic, a seal or charm for a watch chain. Relics, plural of Brelic. Relsford, a surname. Relsfords, plural of Brelsford. What? A surname from German. Roman, the fact of the United Kingdom remaining in the European Union. Bremen, simple past and past participle of Breming. Bremener, someone in favor of Britain remaining within the European Union. Bremeners, plural of Bremener. Bremening, present participle and gerund of Breming. Bremens, third person singular simple present indicative of Breming. Remazocine, a kappa opioid receptor agonist related to pentazocine. Re, of the sea, wind, etc. fierce, raging, stormy, tempestuous. Bremelanotide, a drug being developed for the treatment of hemorrhagic shock and reperfusion injury. Bremilo, a young overweight woman in the area around Puget Sound Naval Station, Bremerton, Washington, a major naval base, particularly one who seeks to partner with Navy personnel. Bremilos, plural of Bremilo. Bremen, the capital city of the state of Bremen in northwest Germany on the Weser River. Brauer, a native or inhabitant of Bremen, Germany. Bremer County, one of 99 counties in Iowa, United States. County seat, Waverly. Bremerhaven, a city and seaport in Bremen, Germany. Bremerman's limit, the maximum computational speed of a self-contained system in the material universe, derived from Einstein's mass energy equivalency and the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. It is approximately 1.36 times 10 bits per second per kilogram. This value is important in designing cryptographic algorithms that can never be cracked by brute force. Bremerton, a city in Kitsap County, Washington, United States. Bremerverd, a town in Rothenburg District, Lower Saxony, Germany. Bremel, a village and civil parish between County and Chippenham, Wiltshire, England. OS grid ref SD 9873. Brauer, a surname from German. Brebers, plural of Bremer. Bremer, a surname. Bremers, plural of Bremer. Bremener, someone who complains about or rejects the result of the 2016 referendum in which Britain voted to leave the European Union. Bremeners, plural of Bremener. Bradis, plural of Brem. Bremsstrahlung, the electromagnetic radiation produced by the deceleration of a charged particle such as an electron when it is deflected by another charged particle such as an atomic nucleus. Bremsstrahlungs, plural of Bremsstrahlung. Re, a surname from Czech. Ren gun, a light machine gun manufactured in Britain in the 1930s and used in various roles until 1992. Ren guns, plural of Bren kun. Rena, A surname. Brenchley. A village in Brenchley and Matfield Parish, Tunbridge Wells Borough, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 6741. Brenchley and Matfield. A civil parish in Tunbridge Wells Borough, Kent, England. Brenda. A female given name. Brenda Wascata. A rural municipality of Manitoba, Canada. Brendan. A male given name from Irish. Brendel. A surname. Brendellite. A monoclinic prismatic mineral containing bismuth, hydrogen, iron, lead, oxygen, and phosphorus. Brendels. Plural of Brendel. Brendan. A male given name from Irish of occasional usage. Variant of Brendan. Brending. The act of burning, burning. Brendel. A surname. Brendels. Plural of Brendel. Brendlinger. A surname from German. Brendlingers. Plural of Brendlinger. Brendan. A male given name. Brendan and Countessbury. A civil parish in North Devon District, Devon, England, that includes the named places. Brenneman. A surname. Brennemans. Plural of Brenneman. Brenner. A surname from German. Bredes. Plural of Brenner. Breit. Dies. Brenham. A city, the county seat of Washington County, Texas, United States, named after Richard Fox Brenham. Brentase. An orthorhombic dipyramidal colorless mineral containing calcium, carbon, fluorine, and oxygen. Brenna. A female given name. Brenna. A surname from Irish. Brennans. Plural of Brennan. Bredas. Plural of Brenna. Bredek. A surname from German. Bredex. Plural of Brenneck. Bren. Simple past and past participle of Bren. Bremen. A surname. Brennemans. Plural of Brenneman. Brenna. A male given name. Renner. A surname. Renner Pass. Mountain pass through the Alps on the border of Austria and Italy. Beruda. Of or relating to Joseph Haim Brenner, Hebrew. Hebrew Yud, Hebrew Vav, Hebrew Same, Hebrew Pe, Hebrew It, Hebrew Yud, Hebrew Yud, Hebrew Mame, Hebrew Beit, Hebrew Ish, Hebrew Nin, Hebrew Ish. 1881-1921, Russian-born Hebrew language author and one of the pioneers of modern Hebrew literature. Brenning. Berding. Brennings. Plural of Brenning. Rutschus. The moment in the path of a rocket when a fuel burns out, after which it continues its ballistic trajectory under only the forces of gravity and air resistance if present. Brenchlos. Plural of Brenchless. Brens. Plural of Bren. Ret. A habitational surname from Old English. Brent Cross. A suburban area, shopping centre, and major road interchange in the borough of Barnet, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 2387. Brent Crude. A major trading classification of sweet light crude oil that serves as one of the benchmark prices for oil purchases worldwide. Brent Geese. Plural of Brent Goose. Brent Goose. A small member of the goose family Anatidae, Brandabernicla. Brent Knoll. A hill, village, and civil parish in Somerset, England, previously in Sedgemoor District. OS Grid Ref SD 3350. Brent New. Archaic form of brand new. Brent's Cove. A town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Brenta Canal. a navigable waterway between the Brenta and Baciglione rivers in northern Italy. Brentanian, of or relating to France. Brentano 1838–1917, influential German philosopher and psychologist. Brentford, a town in the borough of Hounslow, in western Greater London, England, on the north side of the River Thames. Brentwood, a neighbourhood north of Ealing in Borough of Ealing, Greater London, England, founded as a garden suburb. OS Grid Ref TQ 1782. Brented, any beetle of the family Brentidae. Brentids, plural of Brented. Brentingby, a small village in Freeby Parish, Melton Borough, Leicestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 7818. Brentism, a self-satisfied, hypocritical, or embarrassingly inappropriate remark. Brentisms, plural of Brentism. Brentley, a surname. Brentinol, a surname. Brenton, a habitational surname from Old English. Brentons, plural of Brenton. Brentor, a civil parish in West Devon District, Devon, England. Brentry, a northern suburb of Bristol, England, between Henbury and Southmead. Brent, plural of Brent. Brentuximab, an antibody used in certain drugs. Brentuximab vedotin, an antibody-drug conjugate ADC, directed to the protein CD30 and used in cancer treatment. Brentwood, a town in Brentwood Borough, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 5993. Brensketchen, Katakal, a surname. Anna, a female given name of African American usage. As, plural of Vayan. Refo, Bevi. Brepocitinib, an experimental medication belonging to the class of Janus kinase inhibitors. Brequet chain, a watch-hard chain for a pocket watch. Brequet chains, plural of Brequet chain. Brequinar, the drug 6-fluoro-2,2-fluoro-1,1-biphenyl-4-il-3-methyl-4-quinoline carboxylic acid. An informal title for a man. Rabbit, the hero of the Uncle Remus stories. Raritan, a civil parish in Cheshire East District, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 777642. Breretons, plural of Brereton. Plural of Resala, air-dried salt-cured beef fillet that has been aged about 2–3 months until it becomes very hard and a dark red, almost purple color. A province of Lombardy, Italy. Bressan, of or relating to Brescia in Italy. Bressans, plural of Brescian. Brezas, plural of Brescia. Bresse, a surname. Brezes, plural of Bresci. Brethanam, a surname. Bressanam's algorithm, an algorithm that identifies which points pixels should be set in order to draw a straight line between 2 points. Rethat, a surname from French. Bressets, plural of Bressets. What? Pronunciation, spelling of brush vegetation. Breslau, some places elsewhere. Breslavian, of or pertaining to Breslau. Breslavians, plural of Breslavian. Bresler, a surname. Breslers, plural of Bresler. Wrestling, a surname from Irish. Breslins, plural of Breslin. Breslover, a member of a branch of Hasidic Judaism founded by Nachman of Breslov 1772–1810. Breslovers, plural of Breslover. Breslau, a surname from German. Breslos, plural of Breslau. Bresnahan, a surname from Irish. Bresnahans, plural of Bresnahan. Bres, a former province of France, now part of Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes and Bourgogne-Franche. Comté. Bresamer, alternative spelling of Bresamer. Bresaers, plural of Bresamer. Bressingham, a village and civil parish served by Bressingham and Firstville Parish Council in South Norfolk District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TM 0780. Bresler, a surname. Breslers, plural of Bresler. Bressonian, of or pertaining to Robert Bresson 1901–1999, French film director. Bressumer, alternative form of Bressumer. Bressumers, plural of Bressumer. Bressumer, a large, horizontal supporting beam which bears the weight of a wall starting on a first or higher floor, particularly when exposed or used to support a jetty timber frame overhang construction. Bressumers, plural of Bressumer. Brest, a port city in Brittany, France. Brest-Litovsk, the former name of Brest in Belarus. Breastplate, obsolete spelling of breastplate. Brestavac, a municipality of Croatia. Brestavat, a village and commune of Timiș County, Romania. Brests, plural of Brest. Brestsauer, alternative form of Bressumer. Brestsummers, plural of Brestsummer. What? A male given name transferred from the surname, variant of Brett, ultimately meaning a Breton. Bret Harte, a census-designated place in Stanislaus County, California, United States. What? Abbreviation of Breton. British, alternative form of British, structure for attack or defense. Britishes, plural of British. Bretado, a surname. Bretados, plural of Bretado. British, alternative form of British, structure for attack or defense. Britishes, plural of British. Bretasnel, a imidazalpir benzodiazepine is an anxiolytic drug. What? Alternative form of breach. Vetes, plural of brech. Retcu, a village and commune of Covasna County, Romania. Bredia Romana, a commune of Hunedoara County, Romania. Bretel, braces, suspenders to hold up trousers. Bretelf, of clothing adorned with bretelles. Bretels, plural of bretel. British, alternative form of Bratis. Breditus, plural of Bredish. Bredis, alternative form of Bratis. Bredise, embattled as a bend, fess, etc., especially if embattled counter-embattled on both sides with the projections coming opposite each other. Bredist, synonym of Bredise. Bredise, alternative form of Bredise. Bredises, plural of Bredis. Bredisi, rare spelling of Bredise. Brecuel, a commune in Oyster Department, Hauts-de-France, France. Bretford, a hamlet in Brandon and Bretford Parish, Rugby Borough, Warwickshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 4277. Retforton, a village and civil parish in Wychavon District, Worcestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 0943. Rataur, a surname from German. Rataurs, plural of Brethauer. Wrestling, wretch, worthless person. Breathlings, plural of breathling. Referent, plural of brother, obsolete form of brethren. Redderton, a village and civil parish in Chorley Borough, Lancashire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 4720. Reddertons, plural of Bredderton. Reverend, members of any congregation in the Anabaptist tradition of the Schwarzenau Brethren, practicing credibaptism and committed to non-resistance and non-violence, some of whom may wear plain dress and shun modern technology. Brethren in Christ, plural of brother in Christ. Brethren in arms, plural of brother in arms. Brethren-in-law, plural of brother-in-law. Bretonal, a surname. Breta, a native or inhabitant of the region of Brittany, France. Breton cap, a boatsman's peaked cap. Breton caps, plural of Breton cap. Bretonian, of or relating to André Breton 1896-1900. French writer, anarchist, and founder of Surrealism. Bretons, plural of Breton. What? A surname transferred from the nickname meaning Breton, an inhabitant of Brittany. What? A commune in Hauts-Rhin department, Grand Est, France. Bretonham, a village and civil parish served by Bretonham and Culverstone Parish Council in Breckland District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TL 9383. Bretissé, alternative form of Bretissé. Bretis, alternative form of Bratis. Bretis, simple past and past participle of Bretis. Bretises, plural of Bretis. Bretissé, present participle and gerund of Bretis. Bret, a place name. Breton Woods, an unincorporated community in the town of Carroll, Coos County, New Hampshire, United States. Bretons, plural of Breton. Brets, plural of Bret. Bretwalda, a title given to some of the rulers of Anglo-Saxon kingdoms from the 5th century onwards who had achieved overlordship of some or all of the other Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. Bretwaldas, plural of Bretwalda. Bretylium, an antiarrhythmic agent that blocks the release of noradrenaline from nerve terminals. Bretz, a surname. Bretzel, dated form of pretzel. Bretzels, plural of Bretzel. Bretzes, plural of Bretz. Brugelian, alternative spelling of Brugelian. Brune, a surname. Brunes, plural of Brune. Brunerite, a type of magnesite. What? Alternative form of Brav. Revard, a surname from French. Brevard County, one of 67 counties in Florida, United States. County seat, Titusville. Brie, a semicircular diacritical mark placed above a vowel, commonly used to mark its quantity as short. Brie rest, a rest that has the same duration as a breve. Brie rests, plural of brie rest. Brevenol, a polycyclic aldehyde that inhibits brevetoxin, present in the dinoflagellate Carenia brevis. Breus, plural of breve. Brevet, a warrant from the government, granting a privilege, title, or dignity, as in France. Breveties, plural of brevetcy. Brevetcy, the rank or condition of a breveted officer, a temporary promotion promoted rank. Brevet, holding a brevet. Voting, present participle and gerund of brevet. Brevetoxicosis, toxicosis due to a brevetoxin. Brevetoxin, any of a class of complex polycyclic polyethers that cause neurotoxic shellfish poisoning. Brevetoxins, plural of brevetoxin. Brevet, plural of brevet. Brevete, holding a brevet. Brooding, present participle and gerund of brevet. Ravi, sure. Ravi and amide, any of a class of indole alkaloids produced as secondary metabolites of fungi in the genus Penicillium and Aspergillus and structurally similar to paraherquamides. Brevianamides, plural of brevianamide. Breviaries, plural of breviary. Breviary, a book containing prayers, hymns, and so on for everyday use at the canonical hours. Ave, a short account, brief statement, a summary, abridgment, or précis. Avetes, plural of breviate. Breviation, abbreviation. Breviations, plural of breviation. Breviator, an abbreviation. Breviators, plural of breviature. Brevibacteria, plural of brevibacterium. Brevibacterial, relating to bacteria of the genus Brevibacterium. Brevibacterium, any bacterium of the genus Brevibacterium. Brevic, abbreviation of breviculum. Brevicin, a lecticin that is localized to the surface of neurons in the brain. Brevicaudate, having a short tail. Brevisipitid, any frog of the family Brevisipitidae. Brevisipitids, plural of brevisipitid. Brevicommon, alternative spelling of brevicommine. Brevicommine, an oxygen-containing bicyclic compound that is a pheromone for Dendroctonus brevicomus western pine beetle, endobrevicomine, 1R5-7-7-ethyl-5-methyl-6-8-dioxybicyclo-3.2.1 octane. Brevicome, a short, blunt, or squat conic shell, as of some Paleozoic cephalopod fossils. Brevicones, plural of brevicone. Breviconic, relating to or composed of brevicones. Brevideciduous, briefly deciduous that loses its leaves for just a few weeks. Brevidome, a brevidomic mollusk. Brevidomes, plural of brevidome. Brevidomic, having body chamber lengths of approximately half a whorl. Ove, the size of type between minion and bourgeois, standardized as 8-point. Brevifurcate, having a small bifurcation. Breviger, a licensed begging friar. Brevigers, plural of breviger. Brevigli, having relatively short legs. Brevilineal, short and stocky. Brevilingual, having a short tongue. Breville, a surname from French. Brevels, plural of breville. Breviloquence, a pertinent and terse style of speech, a style of speech exhibiting brevity. Breviloquent, exhibiting breviloquence, concise. Brevi, a particular steroid glycoside. Brevini, a particular steroid glycoside. Brevite, having short feet or legs. Brevipin, a brevipinate short-winged bird in a former proposed classification, brevipins. Brevipinate, short-winged, having short wings. Brevipins, plural of brevipin. Brevipolide, any of a group of cytopod toxic pure non-esters present in Hyptes brevipes. Brevipolides, plural of brevipoli. Brevirostral, having a short beak or bill. Brevirostres, short-beaked, having a short bill. Brevirostrine, synonym of brevirostral. Brevirostry, the condition of being brevirostral. Brevis in longo, the situation where a short syllable at the end of a line can be counted as long. Breviscapine, a mixture of flavonoids extracted from Erigeron breviscapus used to treat cardiovascular and cerebrovascular disease. Brevitic, embedie brevity. Brevidase, plural of brevity. Brevitoxin, misspelling of brevitoxin. Brevity, the quality of being brief in duration. Brevity code, a code for transmission over radio or telegraph designed to convey complex information with a few characters or syllables, especially in amateur radio, maritime, aviation, and military communications. Brevity codes, plural of brevity code. Brevity is the soul of wit. Conciseness of expression is an essential characteristic of astute, perceptive, or witty remarks. Brevia 2,3-Pa, a short-lived isotope of protactinium. Brevitoxin, alternative form of brevitoxin. Brevitoxins, plural of brevitoxin. Ves, plural of brev. Brev, a surname. Brev, to make a liquid, especially tea, coffee, or beer by brewing. Brewing, a social gathering where drinks, especially beer or coffee, are brewed. Bruins, plural of brew-in. Brew, capable of being brewed. Brewed, something brewed. Brewages, plural of brewage. Brewed, simple past and past participle of brew. Brewed up, simple past and past participle of brew up. Brewer, a player, supporter, or other person connected with Burton Albion Football Club. Brewer's blackbird, Euphagus cynosalus, a medium-sized New World blackbird. Brewer's blackbirds, plural of brewer's blackbird. Brewer's droop, impotence caused by heavy drinking. Brewer's goiter, synonym of Milwaukee goiter. Brewer's goiters, plural of brewer's goiter. Brewer's mole, synonym of hairy-tailed mole. Brewer's rice, broken pieces of food-grade rice used typically in the manufacture of food and beverages as well as in animal feed. Brewer's rockcress, Bocherae brewery, a species of rockcress with purple flowers. Brewer's spruce, a North American spruce of species Picea breweriana. Brewer's theorem, a theorem stating that it is impossible for a distributed data store to simultaneously provide more than 2 of 3 guarantees: consistency, every read receives the most recent write or an error; availability, every request receives a non-error response, without the guarantee that it contains the most recent write; and partition tolerance, the system continues to operate despite an arbitrary number of messages being dropped or delayed between notes. Brewer's yeast, any live yeast used in brewing or yeast obtained as a byproduct of brewing, dried and killed, and used as nutritional yeast. Brewer's yeasts, plural of brewer's yeast. Breweress, a female brewer. Breweresses, plural of breweress. Uriana, collectible items associated with a brewery or one of its brands. Breweries, plural of brewery. Brewers, plural of brewer. Brewer's rice, rice broken into very small fragments, traditionally used by brewers. Brewery, a building where beer is produced. Brewess, a female brewer. Brewesses, plural of brewess. Brewess, second person singular simple present indicative of brew. Brew, third person singular simple present indicative of brew. Brewfest, a beerfest. Brewfists, plural of brewfists. Brewer, a civil parish in Somerset, England, previously in South Somerset District, containing the villages of North Brewham and South Brewham OS Grid Ref SD73. Brewhouse, a brewery, a place where beer is made. Brewhouses, plural of brewhouse. Brew, a surname. Brew, pronunciation spelling of brewing. Brewing, present participle and gerund of brew. Brewing up, present participle and gerund of brew up. Brewings, plural of brewing. Brewington, a surname. Brewingtons, plural of Brewington. Brewis, a kind of broth thickened with bread or meal. Brewesses, plural of brewies. Brewmaster, a person in charge of beer production at a brewery. Brewmasters, plural of brewmaster. Brewologists, one who studies or practices brewology. Brewologists, plural of brewologists. Brewology, the science or study of brewing, especially of brewing beer. Brood, a village in Brood and Coven Parish, South Staffordshire District, Staffordshire, England OS Grid Ref SJ 8808. Brood and Coven, a civil parish in South Staffordshire District, Staffordshire, England, which includes the named places. Brewpub, a public house with a brewery, usually a microbrewery attached. Brewpubs, plural of brewpo. Brews, plural of brew. Brews up, third person singular simple present indicative of brew up. Brewski, beer. Brewskis, plural of brewski. Brewskis, plural of brewski. Brewski, a beer. Brewster, a surname originating as an occupation, an English and Scottish occupational surname for a brewer of ale. Brewster County, one of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, Alpine. It is the largest county in Texas. Brewster's angle, an angle of incidence at which light with a particular polarization is perfectly transmitted through a transparent dielectric surface with no reflection. Brewster's angles, plural of Brewster's angle. Brewster's booby, Sula leucogaster brewsteri, a subspecies of the brown booby. Brewster's law, the equation that defines Brewster's angle. Brewsteri, any of a series of hydrothermal tectosilicate minerals of the zeolite group. Brewsters, plural of Brewster. Bruthen, a surname. Brutens, plural of Bruton. Brew, the act of making tea. Brews, plural of brewa. Brexit, withdrawal of the United Kingdom from the European Union. Brexit Party, a British single-issue trans-European political party of the European Parliament dedicated to extracting Great Britain from the European Union. Brexit, simple past and past participle of Brexit. Brexiteer, someone who supports Brexit, the United Kingdom's exit from the European Union. Brexiteers, plural of Brexiteer. Brexiter, synonym of Brexiteer. Brexiters, plural of Brexiter. Brexitting, present participle and gerund of Brexit. Brexitish, resembling or characteristic of Brexit or the attitudes thought to underlie it. Brexitism, the political and economic philosophies associated with Brexit. Brexitland, territory submitted to Brexit. Rules either United Kingdom and / or Great Britain after Brexit. Brexits, third-person singular simple present indicative of Brexit. Brexiny, characteristic of Brexit or the attitudes thought to underlie it, parochial, jingoistic. Brexacalypse, the negative economic and political impact of Brexit. Brexodus, the departure of people or companies from the UK due to Brexit. Brexpiprazole, the antipsychotic 7441 benzodiazepine, 4-il piperazine 1-il butoxyquinoline 2,1-H1. Brexit. Where? A surname. Vri, obsolete spelling of braid. Braid on water, a body of tidal water west of Great Yarmouth, Norfolk, England, the estuary of the rivers Waveney, Yare and Bure, linked to the North Sea by the River Yare. Bray, simple past and past participle of Bray. Brayer, a surname. Brayers, plural of Brayer. Braying, present participle and gerund of Bray. Brays, a Wallstromite structured CO3 mineral. Bren, a female given name. Brays, plural of Bray. Braidenbach, a surname. Bredel, rare form of pretzel. Brezelwood, alternative form of Brazilwood. Rails, plural of Brezel. Rena, a transliteration of the Russian surname Beya Akyutchaya Brezhnev, usually refers to the Russian revolutionary and Soviet secretary of the Central Committee of the CSUB Leonid Brezhnev. Brezhnev Doctrine, a policy which stated that the Soviet Union had the right to intervene in places where capitalism threatened communism. Reunion, of or pertaining to Leonid Brezhnev 1906-1982, General Secretary of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union from 1964. Brezhnevism, the philosophy and politics espoused by Leonid Ilyich Brezhnev. Brezhnevite, a supporter of Leonid Ilyich Brezhnev 1906-1982, General Secretary of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union from 1964 to 1982. Brezhnevites, plural of Brezhnevite. Bredele, archaic form of Brazilian. Brethina, a surname. Resonate, a monoclinic prismatic brownish-gray mineral containing chromium and sulfur. Brezines, plural of Brezina. Brzezinski, a surname. Brzezinskis, plural of Brzezinski. Brele, a surname. Breznički Hum, a municipality of Croatia. Brezmita Matru, a commune of Mehedinti County, Romania. Brezmita Kal, a village and commune of Mehedinti County, Romania. Brele, a town in Valsia County, Romania. BRSS, initialism of behavioral risk factor surveillance system. ARD, initialism of British Racing Green. BRVY, abbreviation of Barangay. RI, initialism of Belt and Road Initiative, an international development project of the Chinese government. Chinese letter. RI, a diminutive of the female given name Brianna, or Bridget, or Brittany, or, rarely, Britannia, or Sabrina. Pronunciation spelling of British. Is plural of Raish. Maria, a surname from Italian. Rihanna, a female given name of African American usage. Riakinumab, a human monoclonal antibody being developed to treat rheumatoid arthritis, inflammatory bowel disease, and multiple sclerosis. Rialmontan, any of a group of dipsides found in some lichens. Rye, a male given name from Irish. Rana, a female given name from Irish, masculine equivalent Brian, in regular use since the 1970s. Bryanchan hexagon, a non-planar hexagon whose three diagonals meet. Bryanchan hexagons, plural of Bryanchan hexagon. Briançon, a commune in Hautes-Alpes department, Provence-Alpes Côte d'Azur, France. Briançon chalk, French chalk. Briand, a surname from French. Brians, plural of Briand. Briand, simple past and past participle of Brian. Brianing, present participle and gerund of Brian. Briani, a phosphate mineral with the chemical formula Na2Ka-MgPO first identified in an iron meteorite. Bryanka, a city in Luhansk Oblast, Ukraine. A female given name, variant of Biana. Ryan, a female given name from the Celtic languages. Bryanica, a female given name. Bryan or alstenite, a monoclinic aromatic mineral containing boron, calcium, chlorine, hydrogen, and oxygen. Bryans, third-person singular simple present indicative of Brian. A surname. Bryants, plural of Bryant. Bryonite, a monoclinic prismatic colorless mineral containing carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, sulfur, and zinc. Brianza, geographical area at the foot of the Alps in northwestern Lombardy, northern Italy. Briar, a topographic surname from Middle English. Briar patch, a dense thicket of thorny plants, ground made impassable by the impenetrable overgrowth of prickly vegetation. Briar patches, plural of briar patch. Briaroo, the root of the briar Erica arborea. Briar roots, plural of briar root. Briarin, any of a group of naturally occurring diterpenoids based on a bicyclo 8.4.0 tetrade cane ring system. Briarins, plural of briarin. Briarberries, plural of briarberry. Briarberry, alternative form of briarberry. Briarcliff Manor, a village in Westchester County, New York on the Hudson River. A sturdy, rough-coated dog of an ancient French breed. As, plural of ver. Briarian, relating to or resembling Briareus, a giant fabled to have 100 hands, many-handed. Briared, covered in briars. Briare, any soft corals of the family Briaradae. Briareds, plural of Briare. Briarellen, any of a class of unicellular diterpenes found in barium. Briarellens, plural of Briarellen. Briarroot, alternative form of briarroot. Briarroots, plural of briarroot. Briars, a surname. Briartie, an opaque iron-gray metallic sulfide mineral. Briarwood, Erica arborea, tree heath, and ericaceous flowering plant. Briarwoods, plural of briarwood. Briary, like a briar, thorny. Plural of bria. Rioter, a surname from Italian. Bribable, susceptible to bribery. Riot, something usually money given in exchange for influence or as an inducement to breaking the law. Bribable, alternative spelling of bribable. Bribe, simple past and past participle of bribe. Bribe, one who takes a bribe. Bribeous, plural of bribby. Bribeless, incapable of being bribed or without bribes. Bribe-proof, resistant to bribery, incapable of being bribed. Brider, a person who bribes. Briberies, plural of bribery. Briders, plural of briber. Bribery, the making of illegal payment or bribes to persons in official positions as a means of influencing their decisions. Brides, plural of bribe. Bribus, second person singular simple present indicative of bribe. Bribe taker, a person who takes bribes. Bribe takers, plural of bribe taker. Bribe taking, the acceptance of bribes. Brida, third person singular simple present indicative of bribe. Bribeworthy, worthy, a surname from Spanish. Plural of bribiesa. Bribing, present participle and gerund of bribe. Bribings, plural of bribing. Bribri, a member of an indigenous people of Costa Rica. Bribris, plural of bribri. Initialism of Brazil, Russia, India, and China, a group of countries with similarly fast-growing economies. Bric-a-brac, small ornaments and other miscellaneous display items of little value. Bric-a-brac, alternative form of bric-a-brac. Bric-a-bracer, a merchant of bric-a-brac. Bric-a-braceries, plural of bric-a-bracery. Bric-a-bracery, bric-a-brac collectively. Bric-a-bracery, alternative spelling of bric-a-bracery. Bric-a-bracs, plural of bric-a-brac. Bric-a-bracs, plural of bric-a-brac. Bric-a-brac, alternative form of bric-a-brac. Bric-a-bracs, plural of bric-a-brac. In the Ulster cycle of Irish mythology, a warrior, poet, and troublemaker who once held a lavish feast for Conchobar Mac Nessa and the heroes of Ulster in his house at Dun Rudridge. Bryce, a male given name. Bryceny, a city and district of Moldova. Bryceno, a surname. Brycenos, plural of Bryceno. Brichka, alternative form of Brichka. Brichkas, plural of Brichka. Bre, a surname. Brick and mortar, buildings and property for the conduct of business, particularly in the sale of retail goods to the general public, used to contrast an internet-based sales operation that lacks customer-oriented storefronts and a traditional one for which most capital investment might be in the building infrastructure. Brick breaker, a game of a genre that involves moving a paddle horizontally or vertically to deflect a ball, using the deflected ball to destroy an arrangement of bricks on the screen. Brick breakers, plural of brick breaker. Brick by brick, created or built in a steady step-by-step fashion. Brick cheese, a sweet, mild, yellowish cheese from Wisconsin, manufactured in a brick shape. Brick cheeses, plural of brick cheese. Brick chicken, synonym of chicken under a brick. Brick City, the city of Newark, New Jersey, United States. Brick City Club, synonym of Jersey club music genre. Brick Hammer, synonym of stonemason's hammer. Brick Hammers, plural of brick hammer. Brick House, a voluptuous woman with a large rotund buttocks and bust. Brick Houses, plural of brick house. Brick in, to enclose with bricks. Brick in one's hat, drunkenness. Bricketh, to be scared, to be terrified. Brick joke, a joke in a film, television show, book, etc., in which there is a substantial gap between setup and punchline, typically bringing back an unresolved plot point after the audience is expected to have forgotten about it. Brick oneself, to be scared, to be terrified. Brick over, to wall up with brick. Brick pack, alternative form of brick pack. Brick packs, plural of brick pack. Brick phone, a cellular telephone with proportions and weight similar to a brick. Brick phones, plural of brick phone. Brick red, a warm brownish red color similar to that of red clay bricks. Brick reds, plural of brick red. Brick shit house, an article built more robustly than its function requires, implying an element of indestructibility. Brick shit houses, plural of brick shit house. Brick slip, a thin slice, usually 20 mm in thickness, of a facing brick, used for creating feature walls and external cladding when a lightweight material must be used. Brick slips, plural of brick slip. Brick stamp, alternative form of brick stamp. Brick stamps, plural of brick stamp. Brick stitch, a bead weaving stitch resembling a stretcher bond in brickwork. Brick stitches, plural of brick stitch. Brick toast, a Taiwanese sweet butter bread shaped in a block and often served with ice cream. Brick up, to block or cover using bricks. Brick veneer, a building construction technique in which an external, non-structural, brick wall conceals a structural wall of another material such as timber or steel. Brick veneers, plural of brick veneer. Brick venereal disease, the homogeneous presence of brick veneer in suburban housing developments. Brick wall, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see brick wall, a wall made of bricks. Brick walled, simple past and past participle of brick wall. Brick walling, present participle and gerund of brick wall. Brick walls, plural of brick wall. Bric-a-brac, alternative spelling of bric-a-brac. Brick and mortar, alternative form of brick and mortar. Brick breaker, alternative form of brick breaker. Brick breakers, plural of brick breaker. Brick buster, synonym of brick breaker. Brick busters, plural of brick buster. Brick red, alternative form of brick red. Brick shaped, alternative spelling of brick shape. Brick tea, tea leaves formed into the shape of a brick, used to make beverages like tea, eaten as food or, as in the past, used as a form of currency. Brick wall limiter, a limiter circuit that completely cuts off signals above a specified threshold rather than merely attenuating the peaks. Brick wall limiters, plural of brick wall limiter. Brickaville, a town and commune in Atsinanana region, Madagascar. Brickbat. A piece of brick, rock, etc., especially when used as a weapon, for example, thrown or placed in a sock or other receptacle and used as a club. Brickbats. Small rocky particles moving as a group in space, especially as forming rings around planets. Brickbat. Simple past and past participle of brickbat. Brickbang. The act of attacking by swinging or throwing brickbats. Brickbettings. Plural of brickbatting. Brick clay. A clay used in making bricks. Brickbase. Plural of brick clay. Brick colored. Alternative form of brick colored. Breckas. The dust of bricks. Brickdust deposit. A red sediment of urates in the urine. Brickdust deposits. Plural of brickdust deposit. Bricker. A wind-blown dust deposited under extremely cold, dry, periglacial or postglacial conditions. Brick. Having a hard-on or erection. Bricked-in. Simple past and past participle of brick-in. Bricked. Simple past and past participle of bricket. Bricked oneself. Simple past and past participle of brick oneself. Bricked over. Simple past and past participle of brick over. Bricked up. Having an erection that fails to go down. Penis is hard. Brickhowl. A surname. Bricklebush. Any of the flowering species of the genus Brickelia. Brickellen. An O-methylated flavanol found in Brickelia verruconifolia. Brickhouse. Plural of brickhouse. Bricken. Made of brick. Bridger. A surname. Brickeries. Plural of brickery. Britters. Plural of bricker. Brickery. A place where bricks are manufactured or stored. Bricket Wood. A village in St. Stephen Parish, St. Albans District, Hertfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 1302. Briquette. Alternative form of brick. A block of compressed combustible material used as fuel. Briquettes. Plural of briquette. Brickety. Fidgety. Meddlesome. Brickety-brack. Assorted low-value items. Ordinary objects. Bricky. A surname. Brickies. Plural of bricky. Brickfield. A place where bricks are made. A brickyard. Brickfielder. A hot, dry, dusty wind of southern or central Australia. Brickfielders. Plural of brickfielder. Brickfields. Plural of brickfield. Brickfoam. An animated film made using plastic building bricks, especially Lego. Brickfoamed. Simple past and past participle of brickfoam. Brickfoaming. Present participle and gerund of brickfoam. Brickfoams. Plural of brickfoam. Brickheart. A surname. Brickhead. A stubbornly stupid person. Brickheads. Plural of brickhead. Brickhill. A civil parish and suburban area in Bedford Borough, Bedfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 053521. Breckhills. Plural of brickhill. Brickhouse. A surname. Brickhouses. Plural of brickhouse. Bribby. A bricklayer. Biddy. Comparative form of bricky, more bricky. Briggies. Plural of bricky. Idiot. Superlative form of bricky, most bricky. Brickiness. The quality of being bricky. Bricky. Present participle and gerund of brick. Bricking in. present participle and gerund of brick in. Bricking it, present participle and gerund of brick it. Bricking oneself, present participle and gerund of brick oneself. Bricking over, present participle and gerund of brick over. Bricking up, present participle and gerund of brick up. Brickings, plural of bricking. Brickish, resembling or characteristic of brick. Brickkiln, a kiln in which bricks are baked. Brickkilns, plural of brickkiln. Bricklayer, a craftsman who builds walls and such like out of bricks. Bricklayer's itch, eczema of the hands accompanied by itching. Bricklayers, plural of bricklayer. Bricklaying, the act of building a wall by laying bricks, usually with cement between the surfaces of the bricks. Bricklayings, plural of bricklaying. Bricka, alternative form of breakle. Brickelt, simple past and past participle of brickle. Brickos, brickles. Brickles, third person singular simple present indicative of brickle. Brickus, without bricks. Bricklet, a small brick. Bricklets, plural of bricklet. Brickley, a surname. Brickleys, plural of brickley. Bricklike, resembling a brick. Brick-lined, lined with brick. Brickler, present participle and gerund of brickle. Brickly, fragile. Brittle. Brickmaker, a maker of bricks. Brickmakers, plural of brickmaker. Brickbaking, the manufacture of bricks. Brickman, a surname. Brickmanship, the position of being a brickman. Brickman, plural of brickman. Brickmold, alternative form of brickmold. Brickmolds, plural of brickmold. Brickmold, a decorative trim used around exterior doors and windows. Brickmolds, plural of brickmold. Brunel, a surname. Bridner, a surname. Brickiers, plural of brickner. Rigor mortis, a condition of the housing market in which very few houses are bought and sold. Brickpack, a cuboidal package of food or other product. Brickpacks, plural of brickpack. Brickphone, alternative form of brickphone. Brickhomes, plural of brickphone. Bricks, plural of brick. Bricks and clicks, clicks and mortar. Bricks and mortar, alternative form of brick and mortar. Bricks in, third person singular simple present indicative of brick in. Bricks a, third person singular simple present indicative of bricket. Bricks oneself, third person singular simple present indicative of brick oneself. Bricks over, third person singular simple present indicative of brick over. Bricks up, third person singular simple present indicative of brick up. Bricks and mortar, alternative form of bricks and mortar. Brickscape, a landscape dominated by brick buildings. Brickscapes, plural of brickscape. Brick-shaped, shaped like a brick. Brickstamp, a stamp used to mark a building brick with a logo. Brickstamps, plural of brickstamp, Ricktop, nickname for a redhead. Bricktown, a neighborhood of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Brick wall, alternative form of brick wall. Brick walls, plural of brick wall. Brickwise, in the manner of bricks, especially the overlapping way in which they are assembled into a wall. Brickwork, a structure or portion of a structure that is made out of bricks. Brickworker, someone who makes bricks or works with bricks. Brickworks, a place where bricks are made. Bricky, covered with brick. Brickyard, a place where bricks are, or once were, produced or distributed. Brickyards, plural of brickyard. Brickology, construction using whatever materials were available at the time. Brickolages, plural of bricolage. Bricolagist, an artist who uses bricolage in the creation of art. Bricolagists, plural of bricolagists. Bricko, a kind of traces with hooks and rings used to drag maneuver guns where horses cannot be used. Brickoles, plural of bricko. Brickoler, a person who constructs brickolages, one who creates using whatever materials are available. Brickolers, plural of brickoler. BRICS, acronym of Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, an international economic organization comprising several fast-growing economies. Brick, plural of brick. Bridal, a wedding feast or festival, a wedding. Bridal bower, a decorative structure, often an arch or arbor, adorned with flowers, fabric, or other embellishments, used as a focal point for wedding ceremonies. Bridal bowers, plural of bridal bower. Bridal carries, plural of bridal carry. Bridal carry, a means of carrying a person with one's arms supporting their back and legs in front of one's own body. Bridal chamber, a room or suite of rooms set aside for the bride and groom and their wedding party, typically on the day of a wedding. Bridal chambers, plural of bridal chamber. Bridal couple, the bride and bridegroom on their wedding day and possibly for a short time thereafter, for example during their honeymoon. Bridal couples, plural of bridal couple. Bridal crown, a tiara or similar jeweled crown worn by a bride at her wedding. Bridal crowns, plural of bridal crown. Bridal party, the attendance of the bride at her wedding, traditionally all female. Bridal registries, plural of bridal registry. Bridal registry, a list of gifts maintained by a department store that a couple about to be married would like to receive. Bridal salon, a retail store or boutique that specializes in selling wedding dresses to brides. Bridal salons, plural of bridal salon. Bridal shower, a party held for a bride to be in anticipation of her wedding, involving guests, typically female friends and relatives, giving her gifts. Bridal showers, plural of bridal shower. Bridal suite, a hotel room designed for newlyweds. Bridal suites, plural of bridal suite. Bridal tree, Xanthostemon paradoxus, a species of shrub or tree. Bridal trees, plural of bridal tree. Bridal waltz, a waltz traditionally danced by the bride and groom at a wedding reception as the first dance before weddings. Guests are invited onto the dance floor. Bridal waltzes, plural of bridal waltz. Bridal wear, alternative spelling of bridal wear. Bridal wreath, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see Bridal, wreath. Riddle, obsolete spelling of bridal. Riddles, plural of bridal. Bridally, as a bride, at the point of marriage. Bridles, plural of bridal. Bridalties, plural of bridalty. Bridalty, a wedding. Bridalwear, clothing to be worn by a bride on her wedding day. Redcat, a surname. Riddle, a surname. Riddles, plural of bridal. Bridle, bridal. Bridles, plural of bridal. Bride, a surname. Bride gift, synonym of bride price dowry. Bride gifts, plural of bride gift. Bride of the Red Sea, synonym of Jeddah. Bride of the Sea, a coastal city. Bride price, in some cultures, is sum of money or other valuables paid by a bridegroom or on his behalf to the family of the bride. Bride prices, plural of bride price. Bride token, synonym of bride price. Bride tokens, plural of bride token. Bride wealth, synonym of bride price. Bride welts, plural of bride wealth. Brideware, alternative spelling of brideware. Bride's bonnet, the flowering plant Clintonia uniflora in the lily family. Bridesmaid, alternative spelling of bridesmaid. Bridesmaids, plural of bridesmaid. Bridale, a rustic wedding feast, a bridal. Bridales, plural of bridale. Bridecake, alternative form of bride cake. Bride cakes, plural of bride cake. Bride gifts, alternative form of bride gift. Bride gifts, plural of bride gift. Bride price, alternative spelling of bride price. Bride prices, plural of bride price. Bride to be, a woman who is soon to be married. Bride wealth, synonym of bride price. Bride welts, plural of bride wealth. Bride and groom, bride and groom. Bride, the marriage bed. Brideheads, plural of bride bed. Bride cake, synonym of wedding cake. Bride cakes, plural of bride cake. Bride chamber, the nuptial apartment. Bride chambers, plural of bride chamber. Bridezilla, an extremely relaxed and easygoing bride. Bridezillas, plural of bridezilla. Brided, simple past and past participle of bride. Bride gift, alternative form of bride gift. Bride gifts, plural of bride gift. Bridegroom, alternative form of bridegroom. Bridegrooms, plural of bridegroom. Bridegroom, a man in the context of his own wedding, one who is going to marry or has just been married. Bridegroom, obsolete spelling of bridegroom. Bridegrooms, plural of bridegroom. Bridegroom-like, resembling or characteristic of a bridegroom. Bridegrooms, plural of bridegroom. Bridegroomy, resembling or characteristic of a bridegroom. Bridehood, the state or condition of being a bride. Bridekirk, a village and civil parish in Allerdale Borough, Cumbria, England. OS Grid FNY 1133. Brittle. A surname. Brideless. Without a bride. Bridelet. A small bride. Bridelets. Plural of bridelet. Bride-like. Resembling or characteristic of a bride. Bridelock. Marriage, marriage ceremony, nuptials. Brideloop. Wedding. Bridely. Of or pertaining to a bride, nuptial. Bridemaid. Archaic form of bridesmaid. Bridesmaids. Plural of bridemaid. Bridemen. Alternative form of bridesmen. Brideman. Plural of bridemen. Bridenapping. The kidnap of a woman as a bride. Bridenstine. A surname from German. Bridenstines. Plural of Bridenstine. Bride price. Alternative spelling of bride price. Bride prices. Plural of bride price. Brides. Plural of bride. Brides-to-be. Plural of bride-to-be. Bridesburg. A neighborhood and former borough in Northeast Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, United States. Brideshead. Suggestive of the traditional English upper classes. Brideshedian. Synonym of brideshead, suggestive of the traditional English upper classes. Bridesmaid. A woman who attends a bride during her wedding ceremony as part of the main wedding party. Bridesmaided. Simple past and past participle of bridesmaid. Bridesmaiden. An unmarried bridesmaid. Bridesmaidens. Plural of bridesmaiden. Bridesmaiding. Acting as bridesmaid at a wedding. Bridesmaids. Plural of bridesmaid. Bridesman. A male friend or companion of the bridegroom, having various ceremonial duties at a wedding. Bridesmatron. A married bridesmaid. Bridesmatrons. Plural of bridesmatron. Bridesmen. Plural of bridesmen. Bridespeople. Plural of bridesperson. Bridesperson. An attendant to a bride. Bridespersons. Plural of bridesperson. Bridestow. A village and civil parish in West Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 5189. Bridesware. Synonym of bridalware. Bridewang. A cart or wagon loaded with household goods conveyed from a bride's house to her new home, by extension the bridal gifts transported upon such a wain. Bridewains. Plural of bridewain. Bridewealth. Synonym of bride price. Bridewealths. Plural of bridewealth. Bridewear. Clothing designed for a bride to wear at her wedding. Bridal wear. Brideweed. Synonym of butter and eggs. Bridewell. A small prison or a police station that has cells. Bridewells. Plural of bridewell. Bridewort. Any of several flowering plants. Brideworts. Plural of bridewort. Bridie. Resembling or characteristic of a bride. Bridezilla. A woman who, in the course of planning her wedding, exercises or attempts to exercise a high degree of control over all major and minor details of the ceremony and reception, and makes unrealistic or outrageous demands. Bridezillas. Plural of bridezilla. Bridford. A village and civil parish in Tambridge District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 8186. Brid. Obsolete form of bridge. Bridgeable. Alternative form of bridgeable. Brid. A surname. Bridge and tunnel. Alternative spelling of bridge and tunnel. Bridge bunnies. Plural of bridge bunny. Bridge bunny. An attractive female character who serves on the bridge of a spaceship on a science fiction television show as eye candy. Ridge coat. A long pea coat extending to the thighs. Ridge coats. Plural of bridge coat. Bridge end. Alternative spelling of Bridgend, Co. Donegal, Ireland. Bridge loan. A sum of money loaned or borrowed for a short period of time in order to cover expenses until new expected funds become available. Bridge loans. Plural of bridge loan. Bridge mix. A mixture of snacks consisting of nuts, fruits, and chocolate-covered creams. Bridge mount. A sight mount with a strong metal frame between the rings, used on large-caliber rifles to negate the effects of recoil on accuracy. Bridge mounts. Plural of bridge mount. Bridge of Allen. A small town in Stirling Council area, Scotland, situated on the River Allen Water OS Grid Ref NS 7997. Bridge of Colley. A small village in Kirkmichael Parish, Perth and Kinross Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref No 1451. Bridge of Dye. A northern suburb of Aberdeen, City of Aberdeen Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NJ 9410. Bridge of Dun. A hamlet in Angus Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref No 6658. Bridge of Ur. A small town in Perth and Kinross Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref No 1318. Bridge of Gairn. A hamlet in Aberdeenshire Council area, Scotland, located on the River Gairn at the foot of Glen Gairn OS Grid Ref No 3597. Bridge of No Return. A bridge crossing the military demarcation line between North Korea and South Korea. Bridge of Orchie. A village in Argyll and Bute Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NN 2939. Bridge of Weir. A village in Renfrewshire Council area, Scotland, United Kingdom OS Grid Ref NS 3865. Bridge Pattern. A structural design pattern that decouples an abstraction from its implementation so that the two can vary independently. Bridge patterns. Plural of bridge pattern. Bridge ply. A device used to seal a subterranean well of hydrocarbons at a downhole location, may have removable features, also known as a frac plug. Bridge plugs. Plural of bridge ply. Bridge railing. A guard railing. Bridge railings. Plural of bridge railing. Bridge roll. A long bread roll. Bridge rolls. Plural of bridge roll. Bridge route. A railroad which provides a link from one major carrier railroad to another. Bridge routes. Plural of bridge route. Bridge spider. A large orb weaver often found on bridges and near water Larynioid Slopterius. Bridge spiders. Plural of bridge spider. Bridge strike. An instance of a vehicle or ship colliding with a bridge. Most strikes by vehicles are by those which are too high to pass under a low overbridge. Bridge strikes. Plural of bridge strike. Bridge swallow. A cliff swallow. Bridge the gap. To serve as or create a connection between disconnected or disparate things. Bridge translation. A translation that rewrites an intermediate literal translation. Bridge up. To approach threateningly, to gesture aggressively, to show off as if to fight. Bridge whist. A variety of whist with the additional rules that the players would take turns as dummy and that the trump suit would be deliberately chosen, including the option not to have one on each deal rather than random. Bridge wire. Alternative form of bridge wire. Bridge wires. Plural of bridge wire. Bridge and tunnel. Of people who travel to Manhattan via bridge or tunnel from surrounding communities. Bridge and tunneler. One who travels to Manhattan via bridge or tunnel from surrounding communities. Bridge and tunnelers. Plural of bridge and tunneler. Bridge builder. A builder of bridges. Bridge builders. Plural of bridge builder. Bridge ward. A warden or guard for a bridge. Bridge wards. Plural of bridge ward. Bridgeable. Able to be spanned by or as if by a bridge. Bridgeboard. A notched board to which the treads and risers of the steps of wooden stairs are fastened. Bridgeboards. Plural of bridgeboard. Bridge builder. Alternative form of bridge builder. Bridge builders. Plural of bridge builder. Bridge building. The construction of bridges. Bridgeburg. A former town in Ontario, Canada, merged with Fort Erie in 1932. Bridge. Simple past and past participle of bridge. Bridged carbocation. Any carbenium ion in which the positive charge is distributed among two or more carbon atoms, and the structure is best represented by one in which a hydrogen atom or hydrocarbon residue bridges these carbon atoms. Bridged carbocations. Plural of bridged carbocation. Bridged nucleic acid. A nucleic acid, some of whose ribose groups have an intramolecular bridge. Bridged nucleic acids. Plural of bridged nucleic acid. Bridge the gap. Simple past and past participle of bridge the gap. Bridged up. Simple past and past participle of bridge up. Bridgeford. A village in Angus, Scotland. Bridgeford. A surname. Bridgefords. Plural of Bridgeford. Bridgeforth. A surname. Bridgeforth. Plural of Bridgeforth. Bridgegate. The 2013 Fort Lee Lane closure scandal under New Jersey Governor Chris Christie's administration. Bridge-Causey. Synonym of Bridgegate. Bridgehead. An area around the end of a bridge. Bridgeheads. Plural of bridgehead. Bridgekeeper. One who guards or keeps a bridge. Bridgekeepers. Plural of bridgekeeper. Bridgeland. A surname. Bridgelands. Plural of Bridgeland. Bridgeless. That cannot be bridged. Bridgelessness. Absence of a bridge. Bridgelet. A small bridge. Bridgelets. Plural of bridgelet. Bridgelike. Resembling or characteristic of a bridge. Bridgeline. A tough strand forming the basis of certain spiders' webs. Bridgelines. Plural of bridge line. Bridgemaker. A person who designs and or constructs bridges. Bridgemakers. Plural of bridgemaker. Bridgemaking. The construction of bridges. Bridgeman. A surname. Bridgemans. Plural of bridgemen. Bridge-aster. The person in charge of a bridge. Bridge-asters. Plural of bridgemaster. Bridgeman. Plural of bridgeman. Bridgen. A surname. Bridden. A town and community with a town council in Bridgen Borough County Borough, Wales, OS Grid Ref SS 9080. Bridgeness. A measure of connectivity in certain networks. Bridgens. A surname. Bridgeport. A number of other places in the United States. Bridger. A surname originating as an occupation. Bridgers, a surname. Bridgetonian, a fan of the alternate history Regency romance television series Bridgeton. Bridgerel, a village and civil parish in Torridge District, Devon, England, on the border with Cornwall. OS Grid Ref SS 2702. Bridges, a surname. Bridges the gap. Third person singular simple present indicative of bridge the gap. Bridges at. Third person singular simple present indicative of bridge up. Bridge seas, plural of bridges. Bridgestock, a surname. Bridgestocks, plural of bridgestock. Bridge, a female given name from Irish. Bridge tender, someone who maintains and or operates a bridge. Bridge attenders, plural of bridge attender. Bridgeton, a suburb of Glasgow, City of Glasgow Council Area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NS 6063. Bridgetown, the capital city of Barbados in St. Michael Parish. Bridgevery, the beam that supports the spindle socket of the runner in a grinding mill. Bridgeteries, plural of bridgetry. Bridgets, plural of Bridget. Bride, a surname originating as a matronymic. Bridgetine, a member of the Order of the Most Holy Saviour, an Augustinian monastic order of nuns, religious sisters and monks founded by Saint Bridget of Sweden aka Saint Birgitta in 1344 and approved by Pope Urban V in 1370. Bridgetines, plural of Bridgetine. Bridgets, plural of Bridget. Bridgeview, a city, a suburb of Chicagoland, Illinois, United States. Bridgeward, toward a bridge. Bridgewards, towards a bridge. Bridgewater, a surname. Bridgewater Triangle, an area of about 200 square miles 520 sq.km in southeastern Massachusetts, United States, claimed to be the site of various paranormal phenomena. Bridgewaters, plural of Bridgewater. Bridgewire, a relatively thin resistance wire used that is heated by electric current to set off a pyrotechnic composition. Bridgewires, plural of bridgewire. Bridgework, a partial denture that is anchored to existing teeth. Bridgeworks, plural of bridgework. Bridgy, full of bridges. Bridging, present participle and gerund of bridge. Bridging ligand, a ligand which is bound to more than one metal center. Bridging ligands, plural of bridging ligand. Bridging loan, alternative form of bridge loan. Bridging loans, plural of bridging loan. Bridging plate, a metal plate used to bridge a gap between a lorry or truck and a loading bay or between two vehicles for loading and unloading purposes. Bridging plates, plural of bridging plate. Bridging the gap, present participle and gerund of bridge the gap. Bridging up, present participle and gerund of bridge up. Bridging visa, a temporary visa issued to a person already in a country, while other more permanent arrangements are being made or decided by the immigration officials. Bridging visas, plural of bridging visa. Bridgingly, so as to bridge or connect together. Bridgings, plural of bridging. Bridget, a female given name, variant of Bridget. Bridland, a surname from Old English. Bridlands, plural of Bridgeland. Bridgman, a surname. Bridgman effect, a phenomenon that occurs when an electric current passes through an anisotropic crystal. Bridgman effects, plural of Bridgman effect. Bridgman I, the magnesium, iron, and calcium silicates MgFeCO3 and CaCO3, which have a perovskite structure and are mainly found in the lower part of the mantle. Bridgmanites, plural of Bridgmanite. Bridgemans, plural of Bridgeman. Bridgenor, a town and civil parish with a town council in southeast Shropshire, England. OS Grid Ref SO 7193. Bridgeton, a town and census-designated place in Cumberland County, Maine, United States. Bridgwater, a market town and civil parish with a town council in Sedgemoor District, Somerset, England. OS Grid Ref SD 3037. Bridwaters, plural of Bridwater. Briddy, the simplest kind of lodgeband sentence, consisting of a Selbury and some Sunty, which fill in places in the Selbury's place structure. More complex sentences can be formed by combining two or more Briddy with conjunctions. Briddy, a Celtic diminutive of the female given name Bridget. Brides, plural of Briddy. Briding, present participle and gerund of bride. Bridle, the headgear with which a horse is directed and which carries a bit and reins. Bridle iron, a strong flat bar of iron, bent so as to support, as in a stirrup, one end of a floor timber, etc., where no sufficient bearing can be had. Bridle irons, plural of bridle iron. Bridle path, an established trail used by riders mounted on horses. Bridle paths, plural of bridle path. Bridle trail, synonym of bridle path. Bridle trails, plural of bridle trail. Bridle up, to show anger or indignation at something. Bridle wrist, the wrist of the left hand in which a horseback rider holds the bridle. Bridle wrists, plural of bridle wrists. Bridle path, alternative form of bridle path. Bridle pass, plural of bridle path. Bridled, simple past and past participle of bridle. Bridled tern, Onychoprion anthetes, is a seabird of the family Laridae. Bridled terns, plural of bridled tern. Bridled titmouse, plural of bridled titmouse. Bridled titmouse, a bird of species Bealophus wolverberry, of small tits, in family Paridae, found from Arizona to southern Mexico. Bridled titmouses, plural of bridled titmouse. Bridled up, simple past and past participle of bridle up. Bridleless, without a bridle. Bridle-like, resembling or characteristic of a bridle. Bridle path, a bridleway. Bridle pass, plural of bridle path. Bridler, someone or something that bridles puts a bridle on. Bridlers, plural of bridler. Bridles, plural of bridle. Bridles up, third person singular simple present indicative of bridle up. Bridleist, second person singular simple present indicative of bridle. Bridle, third person singular simple present indicative of bridle. Bridleway, a path for riding a horse which is controlled by a bridle. Bridleways, plural of bridleway. Bridlewise, responsive to the bridle. Bridling, present participle and gerund of bridle. Bridling up, present participle and gerund of bridle up. Up. Bridlings, plural of bridling. Bridlington, A coastal town and civil parish with a town council in the East Riding of Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref TA 1866. Bridlington Principle. Any of a set of rules aimed at resolving conflicts among trade unions. Bridlington Principles. Plural of Bridlington Principle. Ridon. A surname from French. Ridons. Plural of Bridon. Ridour. A type of snaffle bit with small ring. A surname from French. Ridons. Plural of Bridon. Ridour. A type of snaffle bit with small rings, usually used on a double bridle in conjunction with a curb bit. Bridoon rein. The separate rein used to control a bridoon. Bridoon reins. Plural of bridoon rein. Bridoons. Plural of bridoon. Redport. A town and civil parish with a town council in West Dorset, England. OS Grid Ref SY 4693. Redport dagger. A hangman's noose. Redport daggers. Plural of Bridport dagger. Bridstow. A village and civil parish west of Ross-on-Wye, Herefordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SO 5824. Bridwell. A surname from Old English. Bridwells. Plural of Bridwell. Brie. A region in northern France. Brief. Of short duration, happening quickly. Brief against. To harm the reputation of someone or something by making unfavorable or demeaning comments about someone or something. Briefcase. Dated form of briefcase. Briefcases. Plural of briefcase. Briefbag. A traditional bag used by barristers and lawyers to carry legal documents and case briefs, not underpants. Brief bags. Plural of brief bag. Briefable. Able to be briefed. Braveback. Synonym of back brief. Bravebacks. Plural of briefback. Briefcase. A case used for carrying documents, especially for business. Briefcase computer. A laptop computer. Briefcase computers. Plural of briefcase computer. Briefcase. Carrying a briefcase. Briefcaseful. Enough to fill a briefcase. Briefcasefuls. Plural of briefcaseful. Briefcases. Plural of briefcase. Brief. Obsolete spelling of brief. Wear. Wearing briefs. Briefed against. Simple past and past participle of brief against. Brief. To make or become brief. Briefend. Simple past and past participle of briefen. Briefening. Present participle and gerund of briefen. Briefens. Third person singular simple present indicative of briefen. Brewer. One who provides a briefing. Breeders. Plural of briefer. Briefest. Superlative form of brief, most brief. Briefy. A short film. Brief eyes. Plural of briefy. Briefe. A concise summary of a current situation. Briefing against. Present participle and gerund of brief against. Briefing note. A short paper that quickly and effectively informs a decision maker about an issue. Briefing notes. Plural of briefing note. Briefing gate. Synonym of debate gate. Briefings. Plural of briefing. Briefish. Somewhat brief. Briefless. Lacking briefs clients. Brieflessly. Lacking briefs clients. Brieflessness. Absence of a legal brief. Briefly. In a brief manner, summarily. Briefman. Someone who makes a brief. Briefman, plural of briefman. Briefness, the characteristic of being brief. Briefnesses, plural of briefness. Briefs, plural of brief. Briefs against, third person singular simple present indicative of brief against. El, a female given name from Hebrew. A female given name. Rai, a surname. A place name. Ades, relating to or supporting Etienne Charles de Lamini de Brienne 1727–1794, French churchman, politician, and finance minister of Louis Roman XVI. Briannon-sur-Armançon, a commune in Yonne department, Bourgogne-Franche-Comté, France. Brians, plural of Brian. Brias, a village and municipality on the northern shore of Lake Brienz, at the foot of the Brienzer-Rothorn mountain and in the Bernese-Oberland region of Bern Canton, Switzerland. Brianha, a surname from Italian. Briannes, plural of Brienza. Briar, a surname. Briarberries, plural of Briarberry. Briarberry, a prickly bush found in the eastern United States, Rubus caneifolius. Briar, a surname from French. Briard, synonym of briared. Briars, plural of briar. Briarfield, a town and civil parish with a town council in Pendle Borough, Lancashire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 8436. Briaries, plural of briary. Briarley, a surname. Briarley Hill, a town in the metropolitan borough of Dudley, West Midlands, England. OS Grid Ref SO 9187. Briarless, plural of Briarley. Briarley, a surname. Briarless, plural of Briarley. Briars, a surname. Briary, alternative spelling of briary. Bries, plural of brie. Brie, alternative form of breve. Brius, plural of breve. Brifentano, a particular narcotic painkiller. Brifka, a small folding envelope used for keeping diamonds or other gemstones in. Briefcase, plural of briefka. Brefter, on a bicycle, a lever that combines brake and gear shifter functions. Brifters, plural of brifter. A district in Valais Canton, Switzerland. Brig Bretach, in the Ulster cycle of Irish mythology, the wife of Celtchar. Her husband Celtchar killed Bly Briugu for sleeping with her, as Bly Briugu was required to do so by the latter's Gs. Rig o Turk, a small village in Stirling Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NN 5306. Rig Rat, somebody who has spent time in the brig, an offender in the military. Rig Rats, plural of Brig Rat. Regalize, a municipality in Brig District, Valais Canton, Switzerland, which includes the towns of Brig and Glise. RE, abbreviation of Brigadier. Jud, abbreviation of Brigadier General. Brigade, a group of people organized for a common purpose. Brigade Major, Chief of Staff of a brigade. Brigade Majors, plural of Brigade Major. Brigade System, The hierarchical organization of the kitchen staff in a restaurant into small teams or individuals, each responsible for a type of food, starters, mains, etc. under the overall control of a head chef. Brigade. Simple past and past participle of brigade. Brigader. A member of a brigade. Brigaders. Plural of brigader. Brigades. Plural of brigade. Brigadier. An army rank, an officer commanding a brigade. Brigadier General. A military officer title. Brigadier General. A military officer who commands a brigade. Brigadier Generals. Plural of Brigadier General. Brigadiers. Plural of brigadier. Brigadiership. The role or position of a brigadier. Brigadierships. Plural of brigadiership. Brigading. Present participle and gerund of brigade. Brigadista. A member of the Spanish International Brigades, Brigadas Internacionales. Brigadistas. Plural of brigadista. Brigadoon. A place that seems magically transient. Brigadoonary. An unrealistic, romanticized view of Scotland and its culture based on stereotypes. Brigadoonish. Resembling or characteristic of brigadoon, magically transient. Brigadoons. Plural of brigadoon. Brigalow. Any of various Australian acacia trees, especially Acacia harpophylla of New South Wales and Queensland. Brigalow scrub. An area thickly covered in brigalow, especially used of arid parts of eastern Australia. Brigalows. Plural of brigalow. Brigance. A surname. Brigances. Plural of brigance. Brigand. An outlaw or bandit. Brigandage. The lifestyle of a brigand. Brigandages. Plural of brigandage. Brigander. Synonym of brigandine. Briganders. Plural of brigander. Brigandass. A female brigand. Brigandasses. Plural of brigandess. Brigandine. A coat of armor for the body, consisting of scales or plates, sometimes overlapping each other, generally of metal, sewn or riveted under or onto canvas or linen or other material. Brigandines. Plural of brigandine. Brigandish. Like a brigand or robber. Brigandishly. In a brigandish manner. Brigandism. Crime carried out by brigands. Brigandisms. Plural of brigandism. Brigandries. Plural of brigandry. Brigandry. Synonym of brigandage. Brigands. Plural of brigand. Brigantine. Obsolete spelling of brigantine. Bridanthi. A surname. Bridentia. A Celtic goddess of victory. Brigantine. A two-masted vessel, square rig on the foremast, but fore and aft rigged mainsail with a square rig above it on the mainmast. Brigantines. Plural of brigantine. Brigantes. Plural of briganti. Brigathiner. The anti-cancer drug 5-chloro-2N44-dimethylamidopiperidine 1L2-methoxyphene IL 4N2-dimethylphosphorylephenine pyrimidine 2,4-diamine. Bridget. Archaic spelling of Bridget. Brigatine. Alternative form of Brigatine. Brigateens. Plural of Brigatine. A market town in North Lincolnshire District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TA 0007. Obsolete form of bridge. Brigus. Plural of bray. Brigo. to potter around, friggle, fiddle. Riddles, simple past and past participle of briggle. Briggles, third person singular simple present indicative of briggle. Bribbling, present participle and gerund of briggle. Briggs, a topographic surname from Middle English. Briggs logarithm, synonym of common logarithm. Briggs logarithms, plural of Briggs logarithm. Briggs-Rauscher reaction, an oscillating chemical reaction in which a colorless solution turns slowly amber and then suddenly dark blue, fading back to colorless before the process repeats. Briggs-Rauscher reactions, plural of Briggs-Rauscher reaction. Briggsian, of or relating to Henry Briggs, mathematician. Briggsian logarithm, alternative form of Briggs logarithm. Briggsian logarithms, plural of Briggsian logarithm. University of Brighton used especially following post-nominal letters indicating status as a graduate. Rideau, a surname. Brigham City, a city, the county seat of Box Elder County, Utah, United States, named after Brigham Young. Brigham tea, a leafless desert shrub of the U.S. Southwest in the genus Ephedra, used to make an herbal tea. Brighamite, a follower of Brigham Young 1801–1877, American leader in the Latter-day Saint movement and a settler of the western United States. Brighamites, plural of Brighamite. Brighams, plural of Brigham. Brig, a female given name from Irish. Briganti, a surname. Brighouse, a town in the metropolitan borough of Calderdale, West Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 1423. Brigstone, a village and civil parish on the Isle of Wight, England. OS Grid Ref SC 4282. Bright, a surname. Bright and early, very early in the morning. Bright and morning star, Jesus Christ. Bright as a button, very intelligent. Bright as a new button, synonym of bright as a button. Bright as a new coin, synonym of bright as a button. Bright as a new dollar, synonym of bright as a button. Bright as a new penny, synonym of bright as a button. Bright as a new pin, synonym of bright as a button. Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, alternative spelling of bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Bright field, used to describe the most common form of optical microscopy in which light is transmitted to the sample which appears on a bright background. Bright giant, a star that straddles the boundary between being a giant star and a supergiant. Bright giants, plural of bright giant. Bright green, of or relating to a form of environmentalism based on the belief that the convergence of technological change and social innovation provides the most successful path to sustainable development. Bright lights, the glamour and glitz of a place, especially a big city. Bright lights and cold steel, surgery procedure involving major incisions to remove, repair, or replace a part of a body. Bright line, a clear distinction in the context of a legal, moral, ethical, or analytical judgment. Bright lines, plural of bright line. Bright nail, an uncoated nail, susceptible to rust and corrosion, not used for exterior work. Bright nails, plural of bright nail. Bright shiny object, something that attracts a great deal of attention because of its appealing superficial characteristics. Bright shiny objects, plural of bright shiny object. Right side. A consoling aspect of a difficult situation. Right sides. Plural of bright side. Right soliton. A localized surface soliton that causes a temporary increase in an associated wave amplitude. Bright solitons. Plural of bright soliton. Right spark. A person who is intelligent, clever, or quick-witted. Right sparks. Plural of bright spark. Bright spot. A good part of something that is otherwise fairly bad or unpleasant. Bright spots. Plural of bright spot. Rite week. Among Eastern Orthodox and Byzantine Rite Catholic churches, the period of 7 days starting from Easter, during which Christ's resurrection is celebrated. Bright young people. Alternative letter case form of bright young people. Bright young people. Synonym of bright young things, a youth culture in 1920s London. Bright young thing. Alternative letter case form of bright young thing. Bright young thing. One who is youthful, clever, eager, and high-spirited in manner and attractive in appearance. Bright young things. Plural of bright young thing. Bright young things. Plural of bright young thing. Bright's disease. Any of several diseases of the kidney characterized by inflammation and the presence of albumin in the urine, nephritis. Right-eyed. Eager and alert. Right-eyed and bushy-tailed. Eager, alert, enthusiastic, and lively. Right line rule. A clear-cut, easy to make a decision. Bright line rules. Plural of bright line rule. Bright-trumped Attila. A bird native to the Americas, Attila spadaceus. Bright-trumped Attilas. Plural of bright-trumped Attila. Bright-bill. A surname. Bright-bills. Plural of bright-bill. Brud. Simple past and past participle of bright. Brightets. Second person singular simple past indicative of bright. Brighte. To make bright or brighter in color. Brighten up. To become brighter. Brightenable. That can be brighten. Brighten. Simple past and past participle of brighten. Brighten up. Simple past and past participle of brighten up. Brighter. One who or that which brightens. Brighters. Plural of brightener. Brightiness. Second person singular simple present indicative of brighten. Brighteneth. Third person singular simple present indicative of brighten. Brightening. Present participle and gerund of brighten. Brightening up. Present participle and gerund of brighten up. Brightings. Plural of brightening. Brightens. Third person singular simple present indicative of brighten. Brightens up. Third person singular simple present indicative of brighten up. Brighter. Comparative form of bright, more bright. Brightest. Superlative form of bright, most bright. Brighter. Third person singular simple present indicative of bright. Bright eyes. Any of various plants in the genus Rhyardia. Brightfield. Alternative spelling of Brightfield. Brighthelmstone. The town of Brighton, its official name until 1810. Brighty. Present participle and gerund of bright. Brightish. Somewhat bright. Brightleaf. A variety of tobacco that grows well on infertile land. Brightly. Misspelling of brightly. Brightlier. Comparative form of brightly, more brightly. Brightliest. Superlative form of brightly, most brightly. Bridling. A village and civil parish in Rother district, East Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 6821. Brightlingsea, a coastal town and civil parish with a town council in Tendring District, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TM 0817. Brightly. In a bright manner. Brightman. A surname. Brightmans. Plural of Brightman. Brightness. Obsolete spelling of brightness. Brightness. The quality of being bright. Brightness. Obsolete form of brightness. Brightnesses. Plural of brightness. Brighton. A place name. Brighton and Hove. A unitary authority, borough, and city in East Sussex, England, formed in 1997 on the merger of the towns of Brighton and Hove and granted city status in 2001. Brighton Line. A British railway line running from London Victoria and London Bridge to Brighton. Brighton Park. A neighborhood of Chicago, Illinois, United States. Brighton Pier. Queer, homosexual. Brightonian. Of or relating to the town of Brighton in England. Brightonians. Plural of Brightonian. Brights. Bold or vivid colors, also clothes, cosmetics, etc. with such colors. Brightside. An unincorporated community in Alameda County, California, United States. Right-sizing. Giving redundancy to, i.e. firing the most intelligent employees of a company. Brightsmith. A whitesmith. Brightsmiths. Plural of brightsmith. Brightsome. Marked by brightness or brilliance, resplendent in appearance, shining. Brightsomeness. The quality of being brightsome. Bright of. A pulse of the beam cathode ray in a cathode ray tube that causes a blank screen to fluoresce. Brightwalton. A village and civil parish in West Berkshire District, Berkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 4279. Brightwell. A surname. Brightwells. Plural of Brightwell. Brightwhite. Prinanthella exigua. Brightwork. Polished metal fixtures, especially aboard a boat. Brightworks. Plural of brightwork. Brugha. The goddess of the sacred flame of Kildare and the patron goddess of the Druids, daughter of Dagda of the Tuatha Danann. Brigid Bardot. Someone or something very beautiful or desirable. Brigid Bardots. Plural of Brigid Bardot. Brigitine. Alternative form of Brigitine. Brigitines. Plural of Brigitine. Ribbo. Alternative form of Brigalow. Brigos. Plural of Briglow. Brigran. A surname. Brignac. A family surname from the Brignac Valley in France, many descendants in the southeast USA. Brignacs. Plural of Brignac. Brigs. Plural of Brig. Regstock. A village and civil parish in Northamptonshire District, Northamptonshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 9485. Brigstocks. Plural of Brigstock. Brigstow. Bristol. Brig. French spelling of Brig, Switzerland. Breed. Simple past and past participle of brie. Breers. Plural of brie. Breeding. Present participle and gerund of brie. Ringas. A town in Newfoundland, Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Rehaspati. The priest of the gods. Re. Alternative form of Burek type of pastry. Ricama. A city in the Gemia. Brivy. Alternative form of Ibrick. Briggies. Plural of bricky. Bricks, plural of brick. Rel, a unit of luminance equal to T-frac 1/10⁷ pi candela per square meter. Brelacidin, a particular host defense protein mimetic antibiotic. Riley, a surname. Rel, a surname. Brill building, a style of pop music of the early 1960s, written by teams of professional songwriters to be performed by girl groups and teen idols. Brill's disease, synonym of Brill-Zinsser disease. Brill-Zinsser disease, a delayed relapse of epidemic typhus caused by Rickettsia prowazekii, occurring some time after the original infection, characterized by symptoms similar to or even identical to the original attack of typhus, including a maculopapular rash. Relens, OSE. Rel, a transparent scale that covers the eye of a snake and is periodically shed as part of the exuvia. Rels, plural of brill. Rel art, a surname. Brel hearts, plural of brill heart. Brilliance, the quality of being exceptionally effulgent, giving off light. Brilliances, plural of brilliance. Oases, plural of brilliancy. Oase, a shining quality, brilliance. Brilliant, shining brightly. Brilliant green, a triarylmethane dye closely related to malachite green, also used in solution for its antiseptic properties. Brilliant ruminose tetra, fire tetra. Brilliant ruminose tetras, plural of brilliant ruminose tetra. Brillianted, simple past and past participle of brilliant. Brilliantine, a hair pomade making the hair shine brilliantly. Brilliantine, simple past and past participle of brilliantine. Brilliantines, plural of brilliantine. Brilliantining, present participle and gerund of brilliantine. Brilliantly, in a brilliant manner with brilliance. Brilliantness, the state or quality of being brilliant. Brilliance, plural of brilliant. Brilli, a non-C word in Lewis Carroll's Jabberwocky, explained by Humpty Dumpty as 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the time when you begin broiling things for dinner. Oelet, alternative form of briolet. Oelets, plural of brillialet. Oelet, alternative form of briolet. Oeolets, plural of biliolet. Brillo, brilliant, excellent. Brillo pad, a scouring pad used for cleaning dishes made from steel wool containing soap. Brillo pads, plural of Brillo pad. Brillouin, a surname from French. Brillouin function, a special function that appears when studying an idealized paramagnetic material in statistical mechanics. Brillouin functions, plural of Brillouin function. Brillouin zone, a uniquely defined primitive cell forming part of the reciprocal lattice, involved in calculations regarding waves in a periodic medium given by Bloch's theorem. Brillouin zones, plural of Brillouin zone. Those, plural of Brill. Those, plural of Brill. Rim, a surname. Rim over, to overflow over the brim of a saucepan, etc. Brimball Storehouse Cove, a cove in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Bribble, a surname. Rimblecoombe, a surname. Ruboria, a useless or worthless object. Riborians, plural of Brimborian. Rimo, a surname. Rymos, plural of Rymlo. Rhymer, a surname. Rhiners, plural of Rhymer. Rimfire, sulfurous fire such as is associated with hell, hellfire. Rivel, filled to maximum capacity. Brimful, obsolete spelling of brimful. Brimfully, in a brimful manner. Brimfulness, quality of being brimful. Brimfuls, plural of brimful. Brimhull, a surname. Brimhalls, plural of brimhall. Brimless, having no brim. Brimlessness, absence of a brim. Brimley, a village in Bovey Tracy Parish, Tainbridge District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref Essex 7977. Brimleys, plural of Brimley. Brim, a surname. Brimmed, having a brim. Brimmed over, simple past and past participle of brim over. Brewer, a surname. Brewers, plural of brimmer. Brimmer, third person singular simple present indicative of brim. Brimme, present participle and gerund of brim. Brimming over, present participle and gerund of brim over. Brimmingly, so as to brim or overflow. Brims, plural of brim. Brimmy, having a prominent brim. Brimonidine, a drug used to treat open-angle glaucoma or ocular hypertension. Brims, plural of brim. Brims over, third person singular simple present indicative of brim over. Brimscombe, a village in Brinscombe and Thrupp Parish, Stroud District, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref So 8602. Brimscombe and Thrupp, a civil parish in Stroud District, Gloucestershire, England. Brimstone, a neighbourhood in the borough of Enfield, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 3697. Brimson, a surname. Brimstone, the sulphur of hell, hell damnation. Brimstone flower, synonym of red-hot poker. Brimstone flowers, plural of brimstone flower. Brimstone match, a match typically made of fat wood and sulfur that ignites easily and provides a strong flame. Brimstone matches, plural of brimstone match. Brimstones, plural of brimstone. Brimstonewort, Rosa canina, the dog rose. Brimstony, alternative form of brimstony. Brimstony, containing or resembling brimstone, sulphurous. Brin, a surname. Brina, a diminutive of the female given name Sabrina. Brinase, a fibrinolytic enzyme and thrombolytic drug derived from Aspergillus oryzae. Brintat, a surname from Maltese in turn from Italian. Brincidofovir, an experimental antiviral drug, a prodrug of cidofovir. Brindit, a surname. Brindian, a British person of Indian subcontinent extraction/heritage/ethnicities or of India, British India. Brindians, plural of Brindian. Brindisi, a port city in Apulia, Italy. Brindisies, plural of Brindisi. Brindle, a small village and civil parish in Chorley Borough, Lancashire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 5924. Brindle Heath, a suburb in the metropolitan borough of Salford, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 8099. Brindle, of a brownish, tawny or gray color with streaks or spots, streaky, spotted. Brindled Gnu, the blue wildebeest Canacetes tornus. Brindled gnus, plural of brindled gnu. Brindles, plural of brindle. Brindley, a village and civil parish in Cheshire East District, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 592534. Early, a monoclinic sphenoidal yellow-green mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, iron, magnesium, nickel, oxygen, and silicon. Brindleys, plural of brindley. Brindling, present participle and gerund of brindle. Brindlings, plural of brindling. Brindlish, synonym of brindled. Brine, a surname. Brine flies, plural of brine fly. Brine fly, an insect of some species in the family Ephidridae. Brine lake. Synonym of brine pool. Brine pool, a highly salty body of water on the seafloor that is separate from the surrounding ocean due to its higher density. Brine pools, plural of brine pool. Brine shrimp, an aquatic crustacean of the taxonomic genus Artenia, one species of which is often marketed under the name sea monkeys as a novelty gift. Brine shrimps, plural of brine shrimp. Rind, stored in brine. Rind cheese, cheese that is matured in brine in an airtight or semi-permeable container. Bringer, a surname. Bringers, plural of bringer. Brineless, not having any brine. Brinal, damaged by brineling. Brineling, a material surface failure caused by contact stress that exceeds the material limit. Brineman, a person who works in brine manufacture. Brineman, plural of brineman. Briner, a surname. Briners, plural of briner. Brines, plural of brine. Brine shrimp, alternative form of brine shrimp. Brine shrimps, plural of brine shrimp. Brineworks, a facility that produces brine and salts by evaporating saline water. Briny, a surname. Brinies, plural of briny. Bread, to transport towards somebody/somewhere. Bring a knife to a gunfight, to enter into a confrontation or other challenging situation without being adequately equipped or prepared. Bring a lump to someone's throat, to engender a strong emotional reaction. Bring about, to cause to take place. Bring along, to escort or carry an item or person to a destination. Bring an end to, pause to stop. Bring around, alternative form of bring round. Bring away, to cause or perform an abortion. Bring back, to fetch something. Bring back to life, to return someone to a state of consciousness or living after a state of unconsciousness, death, or near death. Bring center, a place, especially one provided by a local authority, to which members of the public may bring waste for recycling elsewhere. Bring centers, plural of bring center. Bring coals to Newcastle, alternative form of carry coals to Newcastle. Bring down, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see bring down. Bring down a notch, synonym of take down a notch. Bring down a peg, synonym of take down a notch. Bring down on. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see bring down on. Bring down the curtain. To bring something to an end. Bring down the hammer. To treat very harshly. Bring down the house. To garner enthusiastic or wild applause or laughter. Bring down to size. Synonym of cut down to size. Bring forth. To produce, bear as fruit. Bring forward. To call up for consideration. Bring home. To earn money. Bring home the bacon. To win or succeed. Bring in. To move something indoors or into an area. Bring into be. To create, to bring to life, to give birth to. Bring into lie. To bring into a state of conformity, to make consistent with others. Bring into play. To bring into exercise or use. Bring is used to respond affirmatively and aggressively to a challenge by issuing one in return. Bring it weak. To fail to accomplish an accomplishable task or to make an attempt at less than maximum effort. To half-ass or fake the funk. Bring low. To embarrass or humiliate. Bring off. To succeed in doing something considered to be very difficult. Bring on. To cause. Bring one's arse to an anchor. To sit down. Bring one's arse to anchor. Synonym of bring one's arse to an anchor. Bring one's ass to an anchor. Synonym of bring one's arse to an anchor. Bring one's ass to anchor. Synonym of bring one's arse to an anchor. Bring one's own hide to market. To create one's own fate as a result of one's chosen character and actions. To experience the appropriate consequences of one's behavior. Bring oneself away. To extract oneself from a dangerous or unfortunate situation. Bring oneself to. To force oneself to do something usually unpleasant. To gather the courage to do something. Bring out. To elicit, evoke, or emphasize a particular quality. Bring out in a rash. To rile someone up. Bring out of oneself. To ensure someone feels confident and outgoing. Bring over. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see bring over. Bring owls to Athens. To undertake a pointless venture, one that is redundant, unnecessary, superfluous, or highly uneconomical. Bring radical. Synonym of ultra-radical root of the polynomial x5 plus x plus a, where a is a complex number. Bring radicals. Plural of bring radical. Bring round. To bring something when coming. Bring sand to the beach. To take something to a place where it is already plentiful. Bring someone to their knees. To defeat and make submit to orders. Bring a suit. To initiate a legal proceeding, to sue. Bring the curtain down. Alternative form of bring down the curtain. Bring the house down. Alternative form of bring down the house. Bring the lumber. To hit extra base hits. Bring the wood. To play, especially to tackle, with great force. Bring through. To assist someone in succeeding or surviving a period of difficulty, especially illness. To nurse or aid someone through an illness. Bring to. To restore consciousness. Bring to a boil. To heat something until it reaches its boiling point. Bring to a close. Synonym of bring to an end. Bring to a head. Causative form of come to a head. Cause a situation to reach a turning point or climax. Bring to an end. to cause to stop or complete. Bring to bear, to aim a weapon at a target. Bring to bed, to deliver of a child. Bring to book, to penalize someone for a punishable offense. Bring to ground, to cast down, overthrow, overcome, subdue. Bring to heel, to compel someone to obey, to force someone into a submissive condition. Bring to justice, to cause a person alleged to have committed criminal acts to be brought to trial on the offenses. Bring to life, to cause to regain consciousness or return as if from death. Bring to light, to expose, disclose or reveal something that was hidden or unknown. Bring to mind, to cause to recall, to evoke a memory or thought. Bring to naught, alternative form of bring to naught. Bring to naught. To mar, to thwart. Bring to order, to formally begin or restore the orderly functioning of a meeting or assembly or legislature or similar body. Bring to pass, to cause to happen. Bring to terms, to compel to accept certain conditions. Bring to the hammer, to put up for sale by auction. Bring to the table, to contribute something to a joint effort or discussion. Bring together, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see bring together. Bring under, to subdue something or someone. Bring up, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see bring up, to bring from a lower to a higher position. Bring up against, to cause someone to have to solve a problem or deal with an issue. Bring up short, to arrest someone or something's forward motion, to halt before a goal is reached. Bring up the rear, to be last in a moving line of people, to walk or go behind others in a line. Bring up to raise something so that it reaches a particular standard or minimum requirement. Bring upon, to either knowingly or unwittingly cause to befall. Bring with, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see bring with. Britist, obsolete form of bringest. Bring and braai, a braai barbecue event to which guests bring their own food and drink. Bring and braais, plural of bring and braai. Bring and buy, a small-scale sale where people bring items to sell and buy others' items. The money raised usually goes towards charity. Bring and buy sale, bring and buy. Bring and buy sales, plural of bring and buy sale. Bring and buys, plural of bring and buy. Bring in, an initial bet normally assigned on the first round of a stud poker game to the player whose up cards indicate the poorest hand. Bring-ins, plural of bring-in. Brinjal, archaic form of brinjal, aubergine, eggplant. Brinjal, archaic form of brinjal, aubergine, eggplant. Bringbals, plural of bringbal. Bringals, plural of bringle. Bringal, archaic form of brinjal, aubergine, eggplant. Bringbals, plural of bringball. Brinbach, pertaining to return payload weight for aircraft from aircraft carriers. Bring down, a disappointment, a letdown. Bring downs, plural of bring down. Bridge, obsolete spelling of bring. Bruges, simple past and past participle of bring. Brenner, a person or a thing which brings something. Brenner out, agent noun of bring out. Britters, plural of bringer. Bringers out, plural of bringer out. Bringness, second person singular simple present indicative of bring. Brinna, third person singular simple present indicative of bring. Bring house, take home. Leftover food, such as from a party. Bringhursts, a surname. Bringhursts, plural of Bringhursts. Bring, present participle and gerund of bring. Bringing a knife to a gunfight, present participle and gerund of bring a knife to a gunfight. Bringing a lump to someone's throat, present participle and gerund of bring a lump to someone's throat. Bringing about, present participle and gerund of bring about. Bringing along, present participle and gerund of bring along. Bringing around, present participle and gerund of bring around. Bringing away, present participle and gerund of bring away. Bringing back, present participle and gerund of bring back. Bringing coals to Newcastle, present participle and gerund of bring coals to Newcastle. Bringing down, present participle and gerund of bring down. Bringing down a notch, present participle and gerund of bring down a notch. Bringing down a peg, present participle and gerund of bring down a peg. Bringing down on, present participle and gerund of bring down on. Bringing down the curtain, present participle and gerund of bring down the curtain. Bringing down the hammer, present participle and gerund of bring down the hammer. Bringing down the house, present participle and gerund of bring down the house. Bringing down to size, present participle and gerund of bring down to size. Bringing forth, present participle and gerund of bring forth. Bringing forward, present participle and gerund of bring forward. Bringing home, present participle and gerund of bring home. Bringing home the bacon, present participle and gerund of bring home the bacon. Bringing in, present participle and gerund of bring in. Bringing into play, present participle and gerund of bring into play. Bringing it, present participle and gerund of bring it. Bringing it weak, present participle and gerund of bring it weak. Bringing low, present participle and gerund of bring low. Bringing off, present participle and gerund of bring off. Bringing on, present participle and gerund of bring on. Bringing one's arse to an anchor, present participle and gerund of bring one's arse to an anchor. Bringing one's own hide to market, present participle and gerund of bring one's own hide to market. Bringing oneself away, present participle and gerund of bring oneself away. Bringing oneself to, present participle and gerund of bring oneself to. Bringing out, present participle and gerund of bring out. Bringing out in a rash, present participle and gerund of bring out in a rash. Bringing out of oneself, present participle and gerund of bring out of oneself. Bringing over, present participle and gerund of bring over. Bringing owls to Athens, present participle and gerund of bring owls to Athens. Bringing round, present participle and gerund of bring round. Bringing sand to the beach, present participle and gerund of bring sand to the beach. Bringing a suit, present participle of bring suit. Bringing the house down, present participle and gerund of bring the house down. Bringing the wood, present participle and gerund of bring the wood. Bringing through, present participle and gerund of bring through. Bringing to, present participle and gerund of bring to. Bringing to a close, present participle and gerund of bring to a close. Bringing to a head, present participle and gerund of bring to a head. Bringing to bear, present participle and gerund of bring to bear. Bringing to ground, present participle and gerund of bring to ground. Bringing to heel, present participle and gerund of bring to heel. Bringing to justice, present participle and gerund of bring to justice. Bringing to light, present participle and gerund of bring to light. Bringing to naught, present participle and gerund of bring to naught. Bringing to one's knees, present participle and gerund of bring to one's knees. Bringing to the hammer, present participle and gerund of bring to the hammer. Bringing to the table, present participle of bring to the table. Bringing together, present participle and gerund of bring together. Bringing under, present participle and gerund of bring under. Bringing up, present participle and gerund of bring up. Bringing up against, present participle and gerund of bring up against. Bringing up short, present participle and gerund of bring up short. Bringing up the rear, present participle and gerund of bring up the rear. Bringing up to, present participle and gerund of bring up to. Bringing upon, present participle and gerund of bring upon. Bringing with, present participle and gerund of bring with. Bringings, plural of bringing. Phrase, third person singular simple present indicative of bring. Brings a knife to a gunfight. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring a knife to a gunfight. Brings a lump to someone's throat. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring a lump to someone's throat. Brings about. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring about. Brings along. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring along. Brings around. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring around. Brings away. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring away. Brings back. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring back. Brings coals to Newcastle. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring coals to Newcastle. Brings down. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring down. Brings down a notch. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring down a notch. Brings down a peg. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring down a peg. Brings down on. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring down on. Brings down the curtain. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring down the curtain. Brings down the hammer. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring down the hammer. Brings down the house. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring down the house. Brings down to size. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring down to size. Brings forth. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring forth. Brings forward. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring forward. Brings home. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring home. Brings home the bacon. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring home the bacon. Brings it in. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring in. Brings into play. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring into play. Brings it. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring it. Brings it weak. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring it weak. Brings low. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring low. Brings off. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring off. Brings on. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring on. Brings one's arse to an anchor. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring one's arse to an anchor. Brings one's own hide to market. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring one's own hide to market. Brings oneself away. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring oneself away. Brings oneself to. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring oneself to. Brings out. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring out. Brings out in a rash. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring out in a rash. Brings out of oneself. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring out of oneself. Brings over. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring over. Brings owls to Athens. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring owls to Athens. Brings round. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring round. Brings sand to the beach. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring sand to the beach. Bring a suit. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring suit. Brings the house down. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring the house down. Brings the wood. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring the wood. Brings through. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring through. Brings to. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring to. Brings to a close. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring to a close. Brings to a head. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring to a head. Brings to bear. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring to bear. Brings to ground. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring to ground. Brings to heel. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring to heel. Brings to justice. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring to justice. Brings to light. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring to light. Brings to naught. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring to naught. Brings to one's knees. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring to one's knees. Brings to the hammer. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring to the hammer. Brings to the table. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring to the table. Brings together. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring together. Brings under. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring under. Brings up. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring up. Brings up against. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring up against. Brings up short. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring up short. Brings up the rear. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring up the rear. Brings up to. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring up to. Brings upon. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring upon. Brings with. Third person singular simple present indicative of bring with. Bredisol. A stick attached to the collar of a dog sent out to search for a missing person. On returning, the dog holds the stick in its mouth to indicate that it has found the person. Bringsols. Plural of bringsol. Bring up. The process of checking newly assembled printed circuit boards for defects and ensuring they run as expected. Brinacle. A formation of frozen brine occurring beneath sea ice and analogous to a stalactite. Brinicles. Plural of brinacle. Brinny. A coat of mail. Idea. Comparative form of briny, more briny. Brinies. Plural of briny. Brinies. Superlative form of briny, most briny. Brinily. In a briny or salty way. Brininess. The characteristic of being briny. Brining. Present participle and gerund of brine. British. Briny, somewhat salty. Britishness. The state of being British. Brinjal. An aubergine or eggplant. Brinjal. Archaic form of brinjal aubergine. Eggplant. Brinjals. Plural of brinjal. Brinjals. Plural of brinjal. Brinjari. A member of a group of Indian dacoits. Brinjari dog. A rough-haired East Indian greyhound. Brinjari dogs. Plural of Brinjari dog. Brinjaris. Plural of Brinjari. Brinjari. Alternative form of Banjara. Brinjaris. Plural of Brinjari. Brinjaris. Plural of Brinjari. Brinjari. Alternative form of Banjara. Brinjal. Archaic form of brinjal aubergine eggplant. Brinjals. Plural of Brinjal. Brij. A town in Croatia. Brick. A surname. Brink pink. A vivid red shade of pink. Brinks truck. A secure truck of the Brinks company that carries bullion and cash. Brinkburn. A civil parish northwest of Morpeth, Northumberland, England, served by a joint parish council with Heslehurst Civil Parish. Brinkham. A non-Pominunian Australian Aboriginal prefixing language spoken at Dolly River in the north of the Northern Territory. Brinker. A surname. Brinkerhoff. A surname. Brinkerhoffs. Plural of Brinkerhoff. Brinkers. Plural of Brinker. Brinkler. A surname. Brinklers. Plural of Brinkler. Brinkless. Without a brink. Brinkley. A surname. Brinklow. A village and civil parish in Rugby District, Warwickshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 4000. 379. Brinklows. Plural of Brinklow. Brinkman. A surname. Brinkman. A surname from German. Brinkmann coordinates. A particular coordinate system for a spacetime belonging to the family of pp-wave metrics. Brinkmans. Plural of Brinkman. Brinkmans. Plural of Brinkman. Brinkmanship. The pursuit of an advantage by appearing to be willing to take a matter to the brink, for example, by risking a dangerous policy rather than to concede a point. Brinkmanships. Plural of brinkmanship. Brinkbait. A situation in which an indefensible checkmate sequence will be created by the player's next move. Brinkmates. Plural of brinkmate. Brinkman. Plural of brinkman. Brinkmeyer. A surname. Brinkmeyers. Plural of Brinkmeyer. Brinks. Plural of Brink. Brinksman. One who engages in brinksmanship. Brinksmanship. Alternative form of brinkmanship. Brinksmanships. Plural of brinksmanship. Brinksman. Plural of brinksman. Brinkwer. A village and civil parish in northern Wiltshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 0184. Brinley. A surname. Brinleys. Plural of Brinley. Brinley. A surname. Brin. A surname. Brinner. An evening meal consisting of breakfast food, breakfast for dinner. Britters, plural of brinner. Brinnes, plural of Brinny. Brinnington, a suburb in the metropolitan borough of Stockport, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 9192. Brennes, a locality near Shap, Cumbria. Rennie, a stone thrown as a missile. Brinelles, Brinnes. Brynrobertsite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing aluminum, calcium, hydrogen, iron, magnesium, oxygen, potassium, silicon, and sodium. Brens, plural of Bryn. Brenser, a surname. Brinsfield, a surname from Dutch. Brinsfields, plural of Brinsfield. Brensford, a locality and parish ward in Featherstone Parish, South Staffordshire District, Staffordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 9205. Brinsingid, any benthic starfish of the family Brisingidae. Brinsingids, plural of Brinsingid. Brinsley, a village and civil parish in Broxtowe District, Nottinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 4649. Brinson, a surname. Brinsons, plural of Brinson. Brinson, a surname. Brinsons, plural of Brinton. Briny, of pertaining to, resembling or containing brine, salty. Brinzolamide, a sulfonamide drug that is a carbonic anhydrase inhibitor used to lower intraocular pressure in patients with open-angle glaucoma or ocular hypertension. Vigor or vivacity. A type of light sweet pastry or bun of French origin. Brioches, plural of brioche. Eddie, a surname from Irish. Edis, plural of Briati. Iolet, alternative form of Briolet. Iolets, plural of Violet. Violet, an oval or pear-shaped diamond having its entire surface cut in triangular facets. Violet, plural of violet. A surname. As, a surname from Spanish. Ioneses, plural of Vians. Iones, plural of Viani. Ions, plural of Vian. Brini, alternative spelling of Bryony. Briquet, alternative form of briquette in all its senses. Briquettage, burnt clay remains associated with historical salt production. Briquets, plural of briquet. Briquette, a small brick typically made of charcoal and used for fuel. Briquetted, simple past and past participle of briquet. Briquettes, plural of briquette. Briquetting, present participle and gerund of briquet. Briquetter, a machine that makes fuel briquets. Briquetters, plural of briquetter. West Brisbane, Australia. Brismilla, alternative spelling of Britmilla. Brismillas, plural of Brismilla. Uispiria, synonym of Piria. Ritac, a surname from French. Ritache, a surname. Ritac, a surname. Brissence, the shattering effect of the energy released in an explosion. Brissences, plural of brisson. Risa, having a shattering effect. Resume, a large city, the capital city of Queensland, Australia. Brisbane lily, synonym of Moreton Bay lily. Brisbanian, a native or inhabitant of Brisbane, Australia. Brisbanians, plural of Brisbanian. Brisbaneite, a native or inhabitant of Brisbane, Australia. Brisbaneites, plural of Brisbaneite. Brisbane, a surname. Brisbanes, plural of Brisbane. Brisbane, a surname. Brisbane, a surname. Brisbanes, plural of Brisbane. Briscoe, a surname. Briscoe, a hamlet in Cumbria, England. OS grid ref NY 022114. Briscoe County, one of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, Silverton. Briscoes, plural of Briscoe. Briscoes, plural of Briscoe. Rise, a tract of land that has been left untilled for a long time. Rise, a jump consisting of an assemblée with an extra beat that breaks the jump in its travel. Rise solil, a type of structural sunshade with slats, holes, etc. to keep sunlight from striking fully on a building. Rise solils, plural of brise solil. Brise, a net curtain or lace curtain for the lower half of a window. Rise eyes, a legendary figure who features in the Iliad, a princess granted as concubine to Achilles after the sacking of her city, Lionessus, before the beginning of the story. Risement, the breaking up of anything, such as an ankylosis. Brycendine, a surname. Brycendines, plural of Brycendine. Bryceno, a surname. Brycenos, plural of Bryceno. Bryas, plural of Bryze. Brizes, plural of Brise. Brizes bises, plural of Brise buys. Bridgings, hedge trimmings. Brisingid, any member of the Brisingidae family of starfish. Bris, full of liveliness and activity, characterized by quickness of motion or action. Brisk up, to enliven or invigorate. Breath, simple past and past participle of brisk. Brisk up, simple past and past participle of brisk up. Brisken, to become or make brisk, to hasten. Briskend, simple past and past participle of brisk. Briskin. Briskining, present participle and gerund of briskin. Briskens, third person singular simple present indicative of briskin. Brisker, comparative form of brisk, more brisk. Briskess, superlative form of brisk, most brisk. Brisket, the chest of an animal. Brisket disease, a form of hypoxic pulmonary hypertension in cattle. Briskets, plural of brisket. Brisky, a surname. Brisbies, plural of brisky. Brisky, a surname from German. Briske, present participle and gerund of bris. Brisking up, present participle and gerund of brisk up. Briskes, plural of brisky. Briskish, somewhat brisk. Briskly, fast, quickly, swiftly. Briskness, the capacity of being brisk. Brisknesses, plural of briskness. Brisks. Third person singular simple present indicative of brisk. Brisks up. Third person singular simple present indicative of brisk up. Brisky. Somewhat brisk, lively, energetic. Bristling. A sprat small herring, especially Spratus spratus. Bristlings. Plural of bristling. Brislington. A suburb on the southeast edge of Bristol, England. OS Grid Ref SD 6270. Brismac. A torsk, a tusk fish. Brismax. Plural of Brismac. Brisnoland. Brisbane, the capital city of Queensland, Australia. Brisson. A surname. Brissons. Plural of Brisson. Bris. In the card game Bezique, an ace or 10-1 in a trick. Brisk. Plural of brisk. With. Alternative form of bris ritual circumcision. Brissenden. A surname. Britus. Plural of bris. Brissa. A surname from French. Risette. A surname from French. Brissettes. Plural of brissettes. Brissettes. Plural of brisset. Brissy. Brisbane, a large city, the capital city of Queensland, Australia. Brithis. Plural of Brissy. Brissin. A surname from French. Brissons. Plural of Brisson. Brissy. Alternative form of Brissy. Brith. University of Bristol, used especially following postnominal letters indicating status as a graduate. Brist. A surname. Brister. A surname. Bristol. Bristol, England, in imitation of the local dialect. Bristle moss. Moss of genus Orthotrichum. Bristle snail. An Australian land snail of the genus Austrochloritis. Bristle worm. Synonym of polychaete. Bristle worms. Plural of bristle worm. Bristletail. Alternative form of bristletail. Bristletails. Plural of bristletail. Bristlebill. Any of various African bulbuls of the genus Bletta, family Pycninotidae. Bristlebills. Plural of bristlebill. Bristlebird. Any of 3 species of passerine birds in the genus Dasyornis endemic to Australia. Bristlebirds. Plural of bristlebird. Bristlecone. A bristlecone pine of subsection Pinus subsect Balfouriani. Bristlecone fir. A rare North American fir tree, Abies bractata. Bristlecone firs. Plural of bristlecone fir. Bristlecone pine. Any of certain small, slow-growing pine trees found in the western United States, of 3 species in Pinus subsect Balfouriani, some of which are over 4,000 years old. Bristlecone pines. Plural of bristlecone pine. Bristlecones. Plural of bristlecone. Bristled. Simple past and past participle of bristle. Bristlefront. Any of the birds in the genus Merulaxus found in Brazil. Bristlefronts. Plural of bristlefront. Bristlegrass. Any of various grasses of the genus Cetaria. Bristlegrasses. Plural of bristlegrass. Bristlehead. Pityriasis genosphala, a passerine bird endemic to Borneo having short barbless feathers on the crown. Bristleheads. Plural of bristlehead. Brissolus. Without bristles. Bristle-like. Resembling or characteristic of a bristle. Brisometh. A member of Gonostomatidae, a family of deep-water marine fish. Bristlemouths, plural of bristlemouth. Brittler, someone or something that bristles. Brittlers, a group of German refugees with Marxist leanings in 1849 who scattered to Switzerland, France, and England. Bristles, plural of bristle. Bristlet, a diminutive bristle. Bristletail, any of various small, active six-legged arthropods that have 2 or 3 bristles at the ends of their abdomens and that do not have wings. These were formerly classified together in the insect subclass Apterygota, or the order Thysanura, but are no longer considered closely related. Bristletails, plural of bristletail. Bristlets, plural of bristlet. Bristleweed, any of the flowering plants of the genus Hesodea. Bristleworm, alternative form of bristleworm. Bristleworms, plural of bristleworm. Bristly, comparative form of bristly, more bristly. Arswis, superlative form of bristly, most bristly. Bristliness, the quality of being bristly. Bristling, having bristles. Bristlingly, in a bristling manner. Bristlings, plural of bristling. Bristly, covered with bristles. Bristly hawkspear, the plant Crepes setosa. Bristly Madeligepoppes, plural of bristly Madeligepoppy. Bristly Madeligepoppy, Rhamnia triticalix, a species of flowering plant in the poppy family. Bristly mice, plural of bristly mouse. Bristly mouse, a small, spiny-furred rodent of South America, genus Necomes. Bristol, a city, ceremonial county, and unitary authority in southwest England bordering Gloucestershire, Somerset, and the River Severn. Bristol Bay, the easternmost arm of the Bering Sea at 57 degrees to 59 degrees north, 157 degrees to 162 degrees west in southwest Alaska. Bristol Bay Borough, a borough of Alaska, United States, the equivalent of a county in other U.S. states. The borough seat is Naknek. Bristol Blue Glass, a form of decorative glass made in Bristol, England, since the 18th century and colored deep blue with cobalt oxide. Bristol Board, a heavyweight paper used for technical drawing, illustration, and other two-dimensional art forms. Bristol Boards, plural of Bristol Board. Bristol Brick, a form of rouge once manufactured in Bristol that was used to polish silver cutlery. Bristol Channel, an inlet of the Atlantic Ocean between South Wales and England, an extension of the estuary of the River Severn. Bristol County, one of 14 counties in Massachusetts, United States. County seat, Taunton. Bristol Diamond, a form of coarse crystal found within geodes of the Avon Gorge. Bristol Diamonds, plural of Bristol Diamond. Bristol Glaze, an off-white glaze for ceramics containing zinc, calcium, etc. Bristol Glazes, plural of Bristol Glaze. Bristol Onion, a species of onion Allium sphaerocephalum found only on the slopes of the Avon Gorge. Bristol Onions, plural of Bristol Onion. Bristol Paper, synonym of Bristol Board. Bristol Papers, plural of Bristol Paper. Bristol Pound, a local currency not legal tender in Bristol, England, tied to the pound sterling, introduced in 2012 to promote local business and retired in 2021. Symbol pound B. Bristol Pounds, plural of Bristol Pound. Bristol Rockgrass, a species of rockgrass found originally only in the Avon Gorge. Bristol Sound, A sound influenced by dub and reggae produced in Bristol in the late 1980s and early 1990s, a precursor and sometimes synonym of trip-hop. Bristol Stool Chart, a chart and associated scale that classifies human feces with limited use as a diagnostic aid. Bristol Stool Charts, plural of Bristol Stool Chart. Bristol Stool Scale, Bristol Stool Chart. Bristol Stool Scales, plural of Bristol Stool Scale. Bristol Township, a township in Fillmore County, Minnesota, United States. Bristol Whitebeam, a species of whitebeam native to the Avon Gorge and surrounding area. Bristol Whitebeams, plural of Bristol Whitebeam. Bristol, Bristol, a city, county, and unitary authority in southwest England. Bristolian, of, from, or relating to Bristol. Bristolians, plural of Bristolian. Bristols, plural of Bristol. Breston, a village and civil parish in North Norfolk District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TG 0632. Brestow, Bristol. Bristow, a surname. Rear, any part of a rampart or parapet which deviates from the general direction. Briers, plural of Brier. Briswagen, an inhabitant of Brisbane, Brisbane, Queensland. Briswagens, plural of Briswagen. Brisbades, nickname for Brisbane, the capital and largest city of Queensland, Australia. A British person. Brit then, synonym of Brit Shalom. Brit chain, synonym of Brit Shalom. Brit wit, British literature, especially as a class taken in high school. Brit Milah, the Jewish ceremony of circumcision normally performed on the 8th day of life. Brit Milahs, plural of Brit Milah. Brit Shalom, alternative letter case form of Brit Shalom. Brit Shalom, a naming ceremony for a newborn boy designed for a family who choose not to circumcise their sons. Brit Tikkun, synonym of Brit Shalom. British. Britcom, alternative spelling of Britcom. Britcoms, plural of Britcom. Britpot, alternative form of Britpot. Brit, abbreviation of Britain. Britain, the United Kingdom, a kingdom and country in Northern Europe including the island of Great Britain as well as Northern Ireland on the northeastern portion of the island of Ireland. Britain and Ireland, synonym of Great Britain and Ireland. Britons, plural of Britain. Britannia, a group of 24 islands and islets in Lianga Bay in Surigao del Sur, in the Philippines. Britannia, a female personification of Britain or the United Kingdom. Britannia metal, an alloy of tin with copper and antimony, somewhat like pewter. Britannia silver, an alloy of more than 95.84% silver and up to 4.16% copper, in use for coin from 1697 to 1720. It was withdrawn because it was too soft. Britannian, of or relating to Britannia. Britannic, of or pertaining to Britain, Great Britain or the United Kingdom, British. Britannica, ellipsis of Encyclopedia Britannica, long the most prominent English language general encyclopedia. Britannically, in the British manner. Britannicise, to make Britannic. Britannicise, simple past and past participle of Britannicise. Britannicizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Britannicise. Britannicizing, present participle and gerund of Britannicise. Britanno, pertaining to Britannia. Brittany, alternative form of Brittany region. Rideau, the work of the Young British Artists, a group of conceptual artists, painters, sculptors, and installation artists who came to prominence in the United Kingdom in the 1990s. Brit-da, a British person. Brit-dongs, plural of Brit-bong. Brit, attributive form of breeches. Breechen, alternative form of breeching component of horse harness or tack to hold back a vehicle. Breechens, plural of breechen. Breeches, alternative form of breeches pants, trousers. Richka, a type of horse-drawn carriage with a foldable roof covering. Richkas, plural of britchka. Britblef, a surname. Britcom, a British sitcom. Britcoms, plural of Britcom. Britthag, a person from the United Kingdom. Brithags, plural of Britthag. Britlick, a film produced by the British film industry. Britflex, plural of Britflick. Britho, British contemporary folk music. Bretwish, British English. Rither, a village in New Tredegar Community, Caerphilly Borough County Borough, Wales Owesgrid Ref So 1502. Rither and Penfachrith, a community civil parish in Gwynedd, Wales, served by Brithier and Fatchrith and Rhydymain Community Council. Rivenay, an invented language created by Andrew Smith in 1996, based on the premise of Latin being influenced by Old Celtic. Rhyolite, a basic phosphate/silicate mineral of sodium, calcium, and cerium found in parts of Russia. Rhyolites, plural of brytholite. Brythopode, any of the extinct carnivorous therapses in the family Brythopodidae. Brythopodids, plural of Brythopod. Briticism, a word or figure of speech used in Britain exclusively or primarily. Briticisms, plural of Briticism. Briticize, to make someone or something British. Britification, the act of making something British. Britify, simple past and past participle of Britify. Britifies, third person singular simple present indicative of Britify. Britify, to make British. Britifying, present participle and gerund of Britify. British, the residents or inhabitants of Great Britain. British America, the colonial territories of the English Empire and the successor British Empire in the Americas from 1607 to 1783. British and Irish Isles, the British Isles. British Antarctic Territory, an overseas territory in the Antarctic administered by the United Kingdom and also including the South Orkney Islands and South Shetland Islands. British Asian, a British citizen descended from mostly South Asia. British Baseball, a game resembling baseball and rounders, played primarily in Wales and Merseyside. The bat has a flat striking surface and the ball is thrown underarm. British Blue, a British shorthair cat having solid blue-gray fur with copper eyes and medium tail. British Blues, plural of British Blue. British Bulldog, a children's game similar to tag in which players try to run from one zone to another without being caught by the catchers. British Bulldogs, plural of British Bulldog. British California, synonym of British Columbia. British Central Africa, a former British protectorate in the area of present-day Malawi, between 1891 and 1907. British Columbia, a province in Western Canada. Capital, Victoria. Largest city, Vancouver. British Columbia Coast. Synonym of coast, a region of British Columbia, Canada. British Columbia Interior. Synonym of interior, a region of British Columbia, Canada. British Columbian. Of, from, or relating to the province of British Columbia, Canada. British Columbians. Plural of British Columbian. British Commonwealth. The Commonwealth of Nations. British Commonwealth of Nations. The Commonwealth of Nations. British Crown Dependency. Possessions of the British Crown that are not overseas territories or colonies. British Double Summer Time. A variant of daylight saving time, 2 hours ahead of GMT, used by Britain in the summers of 1941 to 1945, during World War II. British East India Company. A 17th century joint stock company founded to trade with India to Britain's advantage. British Empire. The United Kingdom and its overseas dependencies and colonies. British English. Of or relating to, or spoken or written in British English. British Guiana. A former British colony in northern South America, existing from 1831 to 1966, modern Guyana. British gum. A brownish substance, very soluble in cold water, formed by heating dry starch. It corresponds in its properties to dextrin and is used in solution as a substitute for gum in stiffening goods. British Honduras. A former crown colony of the United Kingdom in Central America, existing from 1862 to 1981, now Belize. British India. Synonym of British Raj. British Indian Ocean Territory. An archipelago and overseas territory of the United Kingdom that is used as an American military base in the middle of the Indian Ocean between Africa and Indonesia. British Invasion. The rise in British music band's popularity in the United States in the 1960s. British Invasion. Alternative letter case form of British invasion. British Islands. The four polities of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Roman II the bailiwick of Guernsey including the jurisdictions of Alderney, Guernsey and Sark. Roman II the bailiwick of Jersey, and Roman IV the Isle of Man. British Isles. An archipelago of northern Europe consisting of the islands of Great Britain, Ireland, Anglesey, the Isle of Man, the Isle of Wight, the Hebrides, the Shetland Islands, the Orkney Islands, the Isles of Scilly, the Channel Islands, and many smaller islands. British Isles and Ireland. The archipelago in the North Atlantic comprising Great Britain, Ireland, and surrounding islands. British Israelism. A movement that holds the view that the people of England or, more broadly, Great Britain are genetically, racially, and linguistically the direct descendants of the 10 lost tribes of ancient Israel. British Jubaland. A former province of British East Africa, now the regional state of Jubaland. British Longhair. A medium-size, long-hair domestic cat breed originating in Great Britain. British Longhairs. Plural of British Longhair. British Mandate. Ellipsis of British Mandate for Palestine. British Museum Algorithm. A search procedure which involves generating and checking all possible scenarios. British North America. The collective colonies of the British Empire in North America. British Ogaden. A former British protectorate in present-day Ogadenia. British Open. An informal name for the Open Championship, the oldest golf tournament in the world. British Overseas Territories. Plural of British Overseas Territory. British Overseas Territory. Any of about 14 overseas territories which are not part of the United Kingdom but are subject to its sovereignty. British Racing Green. any of a range of dark green colors originally associated with British racing cars. British racing greens, plural of British racing green. British Raj, the period of colonial rule of the Indian subcontinent by the British Empire between 1858 and 1947. British Semi-Longhair, a semi-long-hair domestic cat breed with a copy conformation, originating in Great Britain. British Semi-Longhairs, plural of British Semi-Longhair. British Shorthair, a medium-sized short-hair domestic cat of a breed originating in Great Britain. British Shorteyes, plural of British Shorthair. British Sign Language, a language that uses hands, facial expressions, and other bodily behavior to communicate both concrete and abstract ideas. Some signs are based on English words, but BSL syntax and grammar are not based on English. British Somaliland, a former British protectorate in the area of present-day Somalia, which, along with Jubaland, constituted the British dominions of modern Somalia. British South Africa Company, a company founded by Cecil Rhodes that received a charter from the British government to administer a country in southern Africa that Rhodes named Rhodesia. British Summer Time, a form of daylight saving time, 1 hour ahead of UTC, used in the United Kingdom, abbreviation, BST. British Teeth, imperfect or unattractive teeth. British Thermal Unit, the quantity of heat required to raise the temperature of 1 pound of water 1 degree Fahrenheit at a particular temperature. There are several different precise definitions, and a pressure of 1 atmosphere. British Thermal Units, plural of British Thermal Unit. British Togoland, a West African territory owned by the United Kingdom from the early to mid-20th century. British Virgin Islander, a person from the British Virgin Islands or of descent of the British Virgin Islands. British Virgin Islanders, plural of British Virgin Islander. British Virgin Islands, an archipelago and overseas territory of the United Kingdom in the Caribbean. British West Indies, the British colonies in around the Caribbean. British wine, a drink made in Britain by the fermentation of grape or other fruit juice or concentrate originating anywhere in the world. It is not legally wine, which must be produced from freshly pressed grapes. British wines, plural of British wine. Britisher. And Britain. Britishers, plural of Britisher. Britishes, superlative form of British, most British. Britishification, the act of making something more British. Britishifies, third person singular simple present indicative of Britishify. Britishify, to make British. Britishifying, present participle and gerund of Britishify. Britishize, rare spelling of Britishize. British, vaguely characteristic of British people or their culture. Britishism, a word, phrase, idiom, or expression peculiar to the English language as spoken in Britain. Britishisms, plural of Britishism. Britishize, to make or become British. Britishize, simple past and past participle of Britishize. Britishizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Britishize. Britishizing, present participle and gerund of Britishize. Britishly, in a British manner, in a way characteristic of the British. Britishman, a man from Britain. A British man, a male Briton. Britishmen, plural of Britishmen. Britishness, the state or quality of being British. Britishnesses, plural of Britishness. Britishry, British attitudes and behaviors. British, British English. Britlet, alternative form of Britlet. Britlet, a female given name. Britnell, a surname. Britney, a female given name transferred from from the place name, variant of Brittany. Britney Spears. A person who resembles the image projected by Britney Spears, typified by a superficial, faux innocent sexuality. Britney's. Reminiscent of Britney Spears, a famous American singer. Britney's. Plural of Brittany. Britty. A female given name. Brito. A combining form relating to Great Britain or, by extension, the United Kingdom. Britocentric. Having a focus on British norms or values. Britocentrism. A focus on British norms or values. Britomartis. A Greek goddess of mountains and hunting, primarily worshipped on the island of Crete. Britha. An inhabitant of Great Britain, particularly historical, a Celt from the area of Roman Britain, or obsolete, a Welshman, a British person. Britton Ferry. A town and community with a town council in Neath Port Talbot Borough, County Borough, Wales. OS Grid Ref SS 7394. Britannis. A British woman. Britannises. Plural of Britannis. Britons. Plural of Britain. Britophile. A person who loves or admires the country, culture, or people of the United Kingdom. Britophiles. Plural of Britophile. Brit. Plural of Bris. British. To review a work of fiction intended to depict Britain or Britons to ensure conformity to British English and accurate portrayal of British characters, settings, and culture. British. Simple past and past participle of Britbic. Britbicking. Present participle and gerund of Britbic. Britbics. Third person singular simple present indicative of Britbic. Britha. A British alternative rock movement from the mid-1990s, characterized by influences from the 1960s and 1970s, catchy hooks, the glamour of earlier pop stardom, and the sense of creating a soundtrack to the lives of a new generation of British youth. Britpopper. A Britpop musician. Britpoppers. Plural of Britpopper. Brithoppy. Resembling or characteristic of Britpop. Britrock. British rock music. Brit. Plural of Brit. Britskeptic. A person who is critical of Brexit. Britskeptics. Plural of Britskeptic. Brita. Alternative form of Britchka. Britzes. Plural of Britcha. Britchka. Alternative form of Britchka. Britchkas. Plural of Britchka. Britchka. Alternative form of Britchka. Britchkas. Plural of Britchka. Britspa. Alternative form of Britchka. Britstes. Plural of Britska. Britspeak. The English language is spoken by British people. Britsploitation. A genre of low-budget films produced and or set in the United Kingdom. Brit. A surname. Bride. A surname from Anglo-Norman. Britons. Plural of Britain. Brita. A surname. Britannia. The ship of characters Brittany Pierce and Santana Lopez from the television series Glee. Brittanies. Plural of Brittany. Britons. Plural of Britain. Brittany. A cultural region, historical province, and peninsula in northwest France. Brittanies. Plural of Brittany. Brita. Simple past and past participle of Brit. Brita. A surname. Britanest. Reminiscent of the style of Benjamin Britten 1913-1976, English composer, conductor, and pianist. Britchen. A surname. Brittians. Plural of Britchen. Brittility. Synonym of brittleness. Britte, a surname. Britte, present participle and gerund of Brit. Brittingham, a surname from Old English. Brittinghams, plural of Brittingham. British, obsolete spelling of British. Brittle, a surname. Brittle bone disease. Synonym of osteogenesis imperfecta. Brittle cinder, Kretschmeria dusta, a fungus and plant pathogen of temperate regions of the northern hemisphere. Brittle fracture, type of fracture without plastic deformation. Brittle fractures, plural of brittle fracture. Brittle hair syndrome, trichothiodystrophy. Brittle star, any of various echinoderms of the class Ophiuroidea that resemble starfish and have long, slender arms that regenerate when snapped off. Brittle stars, plural of brittle star. Brittle bush, a shrub native to deserts in the southwestern U.S. and northern Mexico, Encelia farinosa. Brittle bushes, plural of brittle bush. Brittle, simple past and past participle of brittle. Brittle-gill, a mushroom of the genus Russula. Brittle-gills, plural of brittle-gill. Brittly, in a brittle way. Brittleness, the state of being brittle in various senses. Brittlenesses, plural of brittleness. Briller, comparative form of brittle, more brittle. Brittles, plural of brittle. Brittlest, superlative form of brittle, most brittle. Brittle star, alternative spelling of brittle star. Brittle stars, plural of brittle star. Brittlestem, a plant of the genus Sathyrotes of annual and perennial forbs and low subshrubs native to dry areas of southwestern North America. Brittling, present participle and gerund of brittle. Brittly, alternative form of brittly. Brittany, a female given name transferred from the place name, variant of Brittany. Brittany, a female given name. Britta, a surname. Brittany, Brythonic, pertaining to the Celtic people inhabiting Britain before the Roman conquest, and to their language. Britannicism, a Britannic feature of a language. Britannicisms, plural of Britannicism. Wurz, a neighborhood and former village in Neukölln borough, Berlin, Germany. Britzes, plural of Brits. Britzta, alternative form of Britschka. Britzbes, plural of Britska. Britzta, alternative form of Britschka. Britzes, plural of Britska. Rivanev, an investigational antitumorigenic drug for oral administration. Rivaristam, the foreign propyl analog of levetiracetam, a racetam derivative with anticonvulsant properties, believed to act by binding to the ubiquitous synaptic vesicle protein SV2. Bri, short for Brive-la-Gaillarde. Brive-la-Gaillarde, a commune in Corrèze department, Nouvelle-Aquitaine, France. Rivet, to wander an area or look through items without specific purpose or to satisfy idle curiosity, especially in a furtive and illicit manner. Rivet, third person singular simple present indicative of privet. Rivete, simple past and past participle of privet. Riveting, present participle and gerund of privet. Rilla, a Lodgeman predicate word, specifically, a word which may be used to express a Selby relation, a statement of truth of one kind or another between a number of arguments. Gizmu, Ludgvo, and Fuvla are all Brivla. Brivudine, an antiviral drug used in the treatment of herpes zoster. Brix, a surname from German. Brixen, a city and commune in the province of South Tyrol, Trentino Alto Adige, Italy. Brixis, plural of bricks. Brixie, a surname from Old English. Brickes, plural of Brixie. Brixau, a town, fishing port, and civil parish with a town council in Torbay Borough, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 9256. Brexit, former name of Brexit. Brixton, a district of the Borough of Lambeth, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 3175. Brixton Shuffle, a shuffling style of walking associated with former prisoners. Rixworth, a large village and civil parish in West Northamptonshire District, Northamptonshire, England, formerly in Daventry District. OS Grid Ref SB 7470. Worth, a male given name from the Celtic languages, variant of Bryce. Bryce, no breezefly. Bryzendine, a surname. Bryzendines, plural of Bryzendine. Bryas, plural of Bryze. Brizomancy, a form of ancient Greek divination by the interpretation of dreams with the aid of the goddess Brizo, hence divination by dreams. Brizuela, a surname from Spanish. Brizuelas, plural of Brizuela. Brier, alternative form of Bridger. Briers, plural of Bridger. Oral stimulation of the male member, a blow job. Bri, alternative spelling of brissy. A mineral containing sodium, antimony, and oxygen that is found in Europe. Brittle, Bristol. AIK, abbreviation of books. AIKA, abbreviation of Berkshire Hathaway. AIKB, abbreviation of Berkshire Hathaway. Biagovish, a surname. AIKS, abbreviation of Berkshire. Initialism of business reply mail. RNC, initialism of Black Rebel Motorcycle Club. RNM, alternative form of BRRM. RMMM, alternative form of BRRM. RNS, initialism of Business Rule Management System. Initialism of Business Registration Number. Abbreviation of Brown. Baranau, the capital of the South Moravian region, Czech Republic, and the second largest city in the Czech Republic. Plural of VRN. Well, a surname. Bro code, a supposed code or law stating that men bros should always support each other, especially in situations involving women. Bro codes, plural of bro code. Bro country. Alternative form of bro country. Bro culture, a subculture associated with young middle to upper class young men who typically address each other by bro, who enjoy partying and stereotypically masculine activities such as sports and fitness, sometimes characterized as obnoxious and exemplifying systemic misogyny. Bro down, to fraternize, to have a casual male social gathering. Bro globes, the testicles. Bro hug, alternative form of bro hug. Bro hugs, plural of bro hug. Bro Machno, a community civil parish in Conwy Borough, County Borough, Wales. Bro out, to hang out with male friends. Bro speak. Alternative form of bro speak. Bro code. Alternative form of bro code. Bro codes. Plural of bro code. Bro country. A subgenre of mainstream country music originating in the 2010s, influenced by hip-hop, hard rock, and electronica. Bro-li. Alternative form of broy. Bro-ho. A hug shared between male colleagues or friends, especially a quick, physically reserved one. Bro-hugs. Plural of bro-hug. Bro-speak. Alternative form of bro-speak. Bro-eye. Alternative form of broy. Bro-zone. To treat as a brother as opposed to as a romantic interest. Bro. Abbreviation of brother. Bra. A type of cornbread made in Portugal, Galicia, and Brazil with wheat, rye, and yeast. Brunch. A surname. Broach to. To incline suddenly to windward so as to lay the sails aback and expose the vessel to the danger of oversetting. Broached. Simple past and past participle of broach. Broachable. That can be broached open for discussion. Broached. Having a brooch. Broached spire. An octagonal spire rising from a square tower without a parapet with pyramidal forms at the angles. Broached spires. Plural of broached spire. Broached to. Simple past and past participle of broach to. Broacher. A brooch is spit. Broachers. Plural of broacher. Broaches. Plural of brooch. Broaches to. Third person singular simple present indicative of broach to. Broaches. Second person singular simple present indicative of brooch. Brocha. Third person singular simple present indicative of brooch. Broaching. Present participle and gerund of brooch. Broaching to. Present participle and gerund of broach to. Rose. Simple past and past participle of broach. Broad. A surname. Broad across the beam. Alternative form of broad in the beam. Broad and shallow. Associated with the broad church, latitudinarian. Broad antigen. In the testing of cell surface antigens, a serological specificity that is poor or broad relative to other specificities and can be defined as two or more split antigens. Example, HLA-B51 and HLA-B52 are split antigens of the HLA-B5 broad antigen. Broad antigens. Plural of broad antigen. Broad arrow. A metal arrowhead comprising a tang and two barbs meeting at a point, used traditionally in heraldry and later by the British government to mark government property in convict uniforms. Broad arrowhead. Synonym of broad arrow type of arrowhead. Broad arrowheads. Plural of broad arrowhead. Broad arrows. Plural of broad arrow. Broad awake. Wide awake. Broad bean. An edible bean that has broad seeds. Vicia faba. Broad beans. Plural of broad bean. Broad chalk. A village and civil parish southwest of Salisbury, Wiltshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 0325. Broad church. The movement to latitudinarian churchmanship in the Church of England, collectively. Those people engaged in the movement. Broad church. A wide scope of political or religious philosophies and ideas. Broad churches. Plural of broad church. Broad cooper. A person employed by brewers to negotiate with publicans. Broad coopers. Plural of broad cooper. Broad daylight. Abundant natural illumination in daytime, producing clear visibility, hence daytime. Broad gauge. A track gauge that is greater than standard gauge. Broad gauges. Plural of broad gauge. Broad Green. A number of places in England. Broad Haven. A coastal village and bay in the Havens community, Western Pembrokeshire, Wales. OS Grid Ref SM 8613. Broad Hints. Plural of broad hint. Broad in the beam. Wide across the hull. Broad Jump. Long jump. Broad Ligament. The wide fold of peritoneum that connects the sides of the uterus to the walls and floor of the pelvis. Broad ligaments. Plural of broad ligament. Broad mite. The mite Polyphagotarsomus latus. Broad mites. Plural of broad mite. Broad money. That part of the money supply comprising both highly liquid narrow money and less liquid forms. Broad reach. The point of sail where the wind is blowing from sternwards of the side of the vessel. Broad reached. Simple past and past participle of broad reach. Broad reaches. Plural of broad reach. Broad reaching. Present participle and gerund of broad reach. Broad seal. The public seal of a nation, especially the British Great Seal of the realm. Supreme authority. Broad seals. Plural of broad seal. Broad shoulders. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see broad shoulders. Broad street. A number of settlements in England. Broad Street Bullies. Nickname of the Philadelphia Flyers of the 1970s era. Broad strokes. Major features or key points, outline. Broadsword. Alternative form of broadsword. Broadswords. Plural of broadsword. Broad tape. A Dow Jones transmission of financial figures and business news. Broad Town. A village and civil parish southwest of Swindon, Wiltshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 0977. Broad-based. Of a tax applying to most or all taxpayers or transactions rather than a targeted subset. Broad-beamed. Wide across body parts such as the hips. Broad-billed flycatcher. A species of monarch flycatcher, Myiagra ruficalis, of northern Australia, southern New Guinea, and the Lesser Sundas, having a bill that is much broader than other species of the same genus. Broad-billed flycatchers. Plural of broad-billed flycatcher. Broad-billed sandpiper. A type of sandpiper, Calodrus falcinalis. Broad brush. General and sweeping in scope, but lacking detail. Broad brush. Simple past and past participle of broad brush. Broad brusher. One who makes sweeping generalizations. Broad brushers. Plural of broad brusher. Broad brushes. Third person singular simple present indicative of broad brush. Broad brushing. Present participle and gerund of broad brush. Broad gauge. Relating to broad gauge or having a broad gauge. Broad-headed bug. Any insect in the family Allidae. Broad-headed bugs. Plural of broad-headed bug. Broadleaf. Alternative spelling of broadleaf. Broadleafs. Plural of broadleaf. Broad-leaved. Having relatively broad leaves. Broad-leaved epiphyllum. A cactus of species Epiphyllum oxypetalum, whose flowers usually bloom only one night a year. Broad-leaved epiphyllums. Plural of broad-leaved epiphyllum. Broad-leaved garlic. Rancens allium ursinum. Broad-leaved ragwort. A flowering plant of species Senecio cerasnicus. Broad-leaved ragworts. plural of broad-leaved ragwort. Broad-leaves, plural of broad-leaf. Broad-minded, having an open mind, tolerant of diversity. Broad-mindedly, in a broad-minded manner. Broad-mindedness, the characteristic of being broad-minded. Broad-mindedness is, plural of broad-mindedness. Broad-mouthed, having a broad mouth. Broad-nosed weevil, any in the subfamilia Intiminia weevils tertularidae. Broad-nosed weevils, plural of broad-nosed weevil. Broad-ranging, synonym of wide-ranging. Broad-reaching, synonym of far-reaching. Broad-shouldered, having broad shoulders. Broad spectrum, having a wide scope or range of activity as against pathogens, pests, parasites, or other problems. Broad spectrum antibiotic, any antibiotic that is active against a wide range of bacteria, especially against both gram-positive and gram-negative bacteria. Broad spectrum antibiotics, plural of broad spectrum antibiotic. Broad-winged hawk, Buteoplatyrus, a small hawk of the Buteo genus. Broad-winged hawks, plural of broad-winged hawk. Broad, abbreviation of broadcast. Broadacker, of or pertaining to or suitable for large-scale farming. Broadaxe, alternative spelling of broadaxe. Broadaxe, a large axe with a broad blade, once used as a weapon and also used for hewing timber. Broad axes, plural of broadaxe. Broadband, an internet connection provisioned over an existing service using alternate signal frequencies such as ADSL or a cable modem. Broadbands, plural of broadband. Broadbean, alternative form of broadbean. Broadbeans, plural of broadbean. Broadbent, a place name. Broadbents, plural of broadbent. Broadu, any of several ducks having a broad bill, including the shoveler. Broadbills, plural of Broadville. Broadbottom, a village in the metropolitan borough of Tameside, Greater Manchester, England, on the border with Derbyshire. West Grid Ref SJ 9993. Rudbridge, a settlement in Bosham Parish, Chichester District, West Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref SU 8105. Rudbrim, a hat with a very broad brim. Rudbrim, having a broad brim. Broadbrims, plural of broadbrim. Broadcasts, cast or scattered widely in all directions, cast abroad. Broadcast delay, a very brief postponement, achieved by technical means, often used in the public broadcasting of live radio or television programs in order to provide sufficient time to edit out undesired content, such as profanity or coughing. Broadcast delays, plural of broadcast delay. Broadcast jockey, a streamer person who streams activities on their computer to a live online audience. Broadcast jockeys, plural of broadcast jockey. Broadcast radiation, the accumulation of broadcast and multicast traffic on a computer network. Broadcast station, a station from which a signal is emitted, most commonly a radio station or a television station. Broadcast stations, plural of broadcast station. Broadcast storm, extreme amounts of broadcast traffic over a computer network, typically caused by a loop in the network topology. Broadcast storms, plural of broadcast storm. Broadcastability, the quality of being broadcastable. Broadcastable, capable of or suitable for being broadcast. Broadcasted, simple past and past participle of broadcast. Broadcaster, a machine used to broadcast or spread seeds, fertilizer, etc. Broadcasters, plural of broadcaster. Broadcasting, sending in all directions. Broadcastings, plural of broadcasting. Broadcastress, a female broadcaster. Broadcastresses, plural of broadcastress. Broadcasts, plural of broadcasts. Broadcloth, a dense, plain woven cloth, usually made of cotton or a cotton blend. Broadclothed, wearing broadcloth. Broadcloths, plural of broadcloth. Broadcloths, a village and civil parish in East Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 9897. Broadus, a surname. Broadjoses, plural of broadus. Broaden, a surname from Old English. Broaden someone's horizons, to increase someone's interests, skills, or experiences beyond their current range. Broadenable, that may be broadened. Broadened, simple past and past participle of broaden. Broaden someone's horizons, simple past and past participle of broaden someone's horizons. Broadener, that which broadens. Broadeners, plural of broadener. Broadiness, second person singular simple present indicative of broaden. Broadina, third person singular simple present indicative of broaden. Broadening, present participle and gerund of broaden. Broadening someone's horizons, present participle and gerund of broaden someone's horizons. Broadeningly, so as to grow broader. Broadenings, plural of broadening. Broadens, plural of broaden. Broaden someone's horizons, third person singular simple present indicative of broaden someone's horizons. Broader, comparative form of broad, more broad. Broadest, superlative form of broad, most broad. Broadfield, a suburban area in Heywood, Metropolitan Borough of Rochdale, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SD 8410. Broadfin shark, a tropical requiem shark of species Lemiopsis teminkiae with broad pectoral fins. Broad, a surname. Broadfoot, plural of Broadfoot. Broadford, a village on the Isle of Skye, Highland Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NG 6423. Broadhead, a surname. Broadheads, plural of broadhead. Broadheath, a suburb of Altrincham, Metropolitan Borough of Trafford, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 7689. Broadtonbury, a village and civil parish in East Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SD 1004. Broadholme, a small village in Belper Parish, Amber Valley District, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 3549. Broadhorn, synonym of flatboat. Broadhorns, plural of broadhorn. Broadhurst, a surname. Broadhursts, plural of Broadhurst. Ruddy, a surname. Ruddies, plural of Broady. Broadish, somewhat broad. Broadland, a local government district of Norfolk, England, named after the Norfolk Broads. Broadleaf, pertaining to trees with relatively broad, flat leaves as opposed to needles or woodlands made up of such trees. Broadleaf bamboo. Synonym of bamboo grass running bamboo in the genus Sasa, especially when referring to Sasa palmata. Broadleaf carpet grass. Grass of species Axanopus compressus, native to the tropics and subtropics of North America, but now widespread throughout the tropics worldwide. Broadleaf carpet grass. Alternative spelling of broadleaf carpet grass. Broadleaf weed. A dicotyledonous weed that may grow in lawns, gardens, or yards. Broadleafs. Plural of broadleaf. Broadleaved. Alternative spelling of broadleaved. Broadleaves. Plural of broadleaf. Broadleaf. A surname. Broadleaf's flat lizard. Platysaurus broadleaf, a lizard endemic to South Africa. Broadleaves. Plural of broadleaf. Broadline. Selling a wide range of groceries. Broadleaf. A newspaper of a style between broadsheet and tabloid. Broadleads. Plural of broadleaf. Broadloom. A wide loom. Broadloomed. Synonym of broadloom. Broadlooms. Plural of broadloom. Broadly. Widely and openly. Broadly speaking. Speaking in broad terms. Broadmead. A neighborhood of Saanich, Vancouver Island, British Columbia, Canada. Broadmeadow. The geographic centre of Newcastle, New South Wales, Australia. Broad-minded. Alternative spelling of broad-minded. Broad-mindedly. Alternative form of broad-mindedly. Broad-mindedness. State or quality of being broad-minded, openness to new things and new ideas. Broadmoor. A census-designated place in San Mateo County, California, United States. Broadmouth. Broadbill, one of the Urolamidae family of Asian passerine birds. Broadmouths. Plural of broadmouth. Broadnacks. A surname. Broadnaxes. Plural of broadnacks. Broadness. The state, characteristic, or condition of being broad, bred. Broadnesses. Plural of broadness. Broad nose. Having a broad nose. Broadpiece. An Old English gold or silver coin, broader than a guinea, such as a Carolus or Jacobus. Broad pieces. Plural of broadpiece. Roderick. A surname from Welsh. Brodericks. Plural of Broderick. Broads. A network of mostly navigable rivers and lakes in the English counties of Norfolk and Suffolk. Broads End. A suburb and beach in Torbay Borough. Devon, England OS Grid Ref SX 8957. Broad scale. On a broad scale, which is spread over a broad area. Broad sail. To stamp with a broad seal. Broad sailed. Simple past and past participle of broad seal. Broad sailing. Present participle and gerund of broad seal. Broad sails. Third person singular simple present indicative of broad seal. Broad seam. A seam in a sail in which the edges of neighboring panels are cut in a curve, such that the resulting sail is concave instead of flat. Broad seams. Plural of broad seam. Roadshare. A heavy cultivator with wide V-shaped shares, used to loosen and dig up stubble and weeds after a harvest. Broadshare. Simple past and past participle of broadshare. Broadshares. Plural of broadshare. Broadsharing. Present participle and gerund of broadshare. Broadsheet. A newspaper having pages of standard dimensions as opposed to a tabloid, especially one that carries serious treatment of news. Broadsheets. plural of broadsheet. Rawshoulder Physa. Phycella parkeri or Physa parkeri, a freshwater snail endemic to North America. Broadshoulder Physae, plural of broadshoulder Physa. Broadshoulder Physas, plural of broadshoulder Physa. Broadside, one side of a ship above the waterline, all the guns on one side of a warship, their simultaneous firing. Broadside on, sideways on. Broadsided, simple past and past participle of broadside. Broadsider, a gun on the broadside of a vessel. Broadsiders, plural of broadsider. Broadsides, plural of broadside. Broadsiding, present participle and gerund of broadside. Broadsman, a card sharp. Broadsman, plural of broadsmen. Broad spectrum, alternative spelling of broad spectrum. Broadspread, widespread. Broadspreading, spreading widely. Broadstairs, a coastal town on the Isle of Thanet of broad spectrum. Broadspread, widespread. Broadspreading, spreading widely. Broadstairs, a coastal town on the Isle of Thanet in Broadstairs in St. Peter's Parish, Thanet District, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TR 3967. Broadstairs and St. Peter's, a civil parish with a town council in Thanet District, Kent, England. Broadstone, a suburb of Poole in Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole District, Dorset, England. OS Grid Ref SC 0095. Broadsword, a type of early modern sword that has a broad double-edged blade for cutting as opposed to the more slender thrust-oriented rapier and typically a basket hilt. Broadsword, weighing or carrying a broadsword. Broadswords, plural of broadsword. Broadswordsman, a person who is skillful in wielding a broadsword. Broadswordsmanship, the mastery in using broadswords. Broadswordsmen, plural of broadswordsmen. Broadtail, the hide or fur of a Persian lamb, formerly used in clothing, etc. Broadtails, plural of broadtail. Broadus, a surname. Broadjuses, plural of broadus. Broadwas, a village and civil parish served by Broadwas and Cutheridge Parish Council in Malvern Hills District, Worcestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SO 7655. Broadwater, a surname. Broadwater County, one of 56 counties in Montana, United States. County seat, Townsend. Broadwaters, plural of Broadwater. Broadway, the wide road which runs diagonally through Manhattan, New York City. Broadway Flat, a light flat covered with muslin. Broadway Flats, plural of Broadway Flat. Broadways, the style of language associated with Broadway theater, either in industry jargon or the slang spoken by characters in the plays. Broadwayish, resembling or characteristic of Broadway theater. Broadways, plural of Broadway. Broadwell, a place name. Broadwells, plural of Broadwell. Broadway, a suburban village in Weymouth Parish, Dorset, England, previously in Weymouth and Portland District. OS Grid Ref SY 6683. Broadwindsor, a village and civil parish served by Broadwindsor Group Parish Council in West Dorset, England. OS Grid Ref SD 4302. Broadwing, in falconry, a bird of prey of the eagle or buzzard type, having long wings and long flight feathers. Broadwings, plural of broadwing. Broadwise, breadthwise. Brody, a surname. Brodies, plural of brody. Roas, plural of roa. Was, to fry chicken or other food in oil under pressure. Broste, simple past and past participle of brost. Broaster, a deep frying pressure cooker used for broasting food. Broastery, a shop that serves meat that is broasted fried in oil under pressure. Broasteries, plural of broastery. Broasters, plural of broaster. Broasting, present participle and gerundive bros. Broasts, third person singular simple present indicative of broast. Ra, a wedge-shaped spike used to secure the end of a timber where it abuts another, much used in earlier times in the construction of tunneled box timber headings. Robectam, a beta-lactam antibiotic. Rob, simple past and past participle of bra. Robbing, present participle and gerundive bra. Brobdingnag, a fictional country inhabited by giants, which appears in Jonathan Swift's Gulliver's Travels. Brobdingnagian, of or pertaining to Brobdingnag. Brobdingnagian vision, a hallucination or visual disorder in which objects appear larger or nearer than they are. Macropsia. Brobdingnagians, plural of Brobdingnagian. Brober, a surname. Brobergs, plural of Brober. Robot, a name given to a robot that emulates a brother. Rods, plural of bra. Rops, a surname. Robsts, plural of brobst. Brotha, a surname. Broca's aphasia, a disorder where a sufferer is unable to use fluent grammar when speaking or writing, and utterances are almost always ungrammatical. Broca's area, an area of the frontal lobe of the brain associated with the control of speech. Broca's areas, plural of Broca's area. Briquet, a thick heavy fabric into which raised patterns have been woven, originally in gold and silver, more recently any cloth incorporating raised, woven patterns. Brocaded, embellished with brocade. Brocade-like, resembling or characteristic of brocade. Brocades, plural of brocade. Brocading, the pattern or decoration made by brocading. Brocadings, plural of brocading. Brockage, obsolete form of brokerage. Brockages, plural of brockage. Rockhard, a surname. Rockhard circle, a circle that passes through the circumcenter and semedian of a given triangle. And is centered at the midpoint of the line segment joining them. Brocard circles, plural of Brocard circle. Brocard point, the point inside a triangle at the intersection of the lines through each vertex such that the angle between the line and the side of the triangle when moving clockwise is the same for each vertex. Brocard points, plural of Brocard point. Brocard triangle, the triangle formed by joining the points of intersection of the lines from each vertex of a triangle to its Brocard points. Brocard triangles, plural of Brocard triangle. Brocard's conjecture, the conjecture that there are at least 4 prime numbers between Pn2 and Pn2, where Pn is the each prime number for every n greater or equal to 2. Brocard's problem, the problem of finding integer values of n and m for which n exclamation plus 1 equals m2, where n is the factorial. Brocardian, of or relating to Henry Brocard 1845–1922, French meteorologist and mathematician. Brocards, plural of Brocard. Broches, plural of Broca. Rockettle, a kind of coarse brocade or figured fabric used chiefly for tapestry, linings for carriages, etc. Brocatelle, a heavy brocade fabric with raised designs. Brocatelles, plural of brocatelle. Brocatello, alternative form of brocatelle. Brocatellos, plural of brocatello. Brocatoles, plural of brocatelle. Brocado, a surname. Brocados, plural of brocado. Clipping of broccoli. Rotay, synonym of chondrodite. Asu, a Corsican cheese produced from ewe's milk, containing no lactose. Brassica flower, either of two edible plants of the species Brassica oleracea with light green heads. Brassica flowers, plural of brassica flower. Broccoli, a plant, Brassica oleracea var italica, of the cabbage family Brassicaceae, especially the tree-shaped flower and stalk that are eaten as a vegetable. Broccoli cut, alternative form of broccoli haircut. Broccoli cuts, plural of broccoli cuts. Broccoli haircut, a type of perm haircut popular among teens and young adults that resembles broccoli, consisting of shaded or faded sides and much volume and length on the top. Broccoli haircuts, plural of broccoli haircut. Broccoli rabe, alternative form of broccoli rabe. Broccoli rabe, rapini, a leafy green vegetable. Broccoli rape, alternative form of broccoli rabe. Broccoli rapes, plural of broccoli rape. Broccoli-like, resembling or characteristic of broccoli. Broccolini, a green vegetable similar to broccoli but with smaller florets and long thin stalks, a cross between broccoli and Kailan Chinese broccoli. Broccolinas, plural of broccolini. Broccolis, plural of broccoli. Broccolo, rare form of broccoli. Broccoloi, brocco-like. Bus, a surname from French. Broigny, a town in Latvia. Roses, plural of bros. Roch, a type of Iron Age stone tower with hollow double-layered walls found on Orkney, Shetland, in the Hebrides and parts of the Scottish mainland. Rata, alternative form of baraka. Brachacho, a term of endearment for a friend or brother. Brachachos, plural of brachacho. Rachentai, a basic copper sulfate mineral. Brachentites, plural of brachentite. Brate, relating to brachai. Brush, obsolete form of brooch. Worship, woven with a figure. Rucht, simple past and past participle of brach. Rocher, a person from Fraserburg. Brochers, plural of brocher. Broches, plural of broch. Brochet, a small skewer or spit on which small pieces of meat, fish, or vegetables are roasted or broiled. Brochets, plural of brochet. Brochai, plural of brochus. Brochididermis, having veins that form a series of arches or loops. Brocking, present participle and gerund of broch. Brochos, plural of broch. Brox, plural of broch. Watu, a surname from French. Brochure, a booklet of printed informational matter, like a pamphlet, often for promotional purposes. Brochures, plural of brochure. Brochureware, promotional material converted directly from existing printed brochures into a website and thus lacking interactive features. Broches, plural of brochu. Brocialism, socialism or progressivism which downplays women's issues or reinforces masculinist attitudes or ideas. Brocialists, a male socialist, especially one with masculinist views. Brocialists, plural of brocialists. Brocius, a surname from German. Brociuses, plural of brocius. Bruck, an English and Scottish surname from Middle English, a variant of Brooke, or originally a nickname for someone thought to resemble a Badger Middle English Brock K. Rocket, a type of error coin in which one side of the coin has the normal design and the other side has a mirror image of the same design impressed upon it due to being struck by a die cap. Brockages, plural of brockage. Brockbank, a surname from Middle English. Brockbanks, plural of Brockbank. Brocked, simple past and past participle of brock. Broccoli, obsolete form of broccoli vegetable. Brocken, a surname. Brockenbow, synonym of mountain spectre. Brockenbows, plural of Brockenbow. Brockenspector, U.S. standard spelling of Brockenspector. Brockenspectors, plural of Brockenspector. Brockenspector, synonym of mountain spectre. Brockenspectors, plural of Brockenspector. Brockenhurst, a village and civil parish in New Forest District, Hampshire, England. OS Grid Ref S. 3002. Brocker, a surname. Brockers, plural of Brocker. Brocka, a city and village in North Dakota. Brockets, plural of Brocket. Brocketsbury, a hamlet near Lesmahagow, South Lanarkshire Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NS 8239. Rocka, a surname. Rockets, plural of Brocket. Brockford Green, a hamlet in Wethering Sidcombe, Brockford Parish, Mid Suffolk District, Suffolk, England. OS Grid Ref TM 1265. Rockhampton, a number of places in England. Rockhouse, a surname from German. Rockhouses, plural of Brockhouse. Rockhill, a surname. Rockhills, plural of Brockhill. Rockholes, a village in Home Valley Parish, Metropolitan Borough of Kirklees, West Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 1511. Rockhurst, a hamlet in Ashover Parish, North East Derbyshire District, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 3364. Brocky, a surname. Brocking, present participle and gerund of Brock. Brockington, a surname. Brockingtons, plural of Brockington. Rockish, beastly, brutal. Rockeye, a hexagonal trapezohedral mineral containing calcium, cerium, hydrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, and thorium. Rockall, broken pieces of a structure, rubble, ruins. Rocklehurst, a surname. Rockhuswy, a village and civil parish in West Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TA 1411. Rockley, a place name. Rockley Hill, a locality, a hill and named road in the borough of Harrow and borough of Barnet, on the northern edge of Greater London, England OS Grid Ref TQ 1793. Brockley wins. A suburban area in the metropolitan borough of South Tyneside, Tyne and Wear, England OS Grid Ref NZ 3463. Brockleys, plural of broccoli. Brockmen, a surname. Brockmen, a surname. Brockmens, plural of Brockmen. Brockmire. A surname. Brockmeyers, plural of Brockmeyer. Brockmeyer, a surname from German. Brockmeyers, plural of Brockmeyer. Rogran, a basal breccia of cemented limestone and sandstone fragments dating from the Permian period, found in northern England. Rograns, plural of Brockram. Rocks, a surname. Rocktown, a city in Massachusetts, United States, and one of the two county seats of Plymouth County. Rockville, a city in eastern Ontario, Canada. Rockway, a surname. Rockways, plural of Brockway. Brockware, a village in Hewellsfield and Brockware Parish, Forest of Dean District, Gloucestershire, England, across the River Wye from Wales OS Grid Ref SO 5301. Brockwell, a surname. Brockwells, plural of Brockwell. Brockware, a suburban village and civil parish in Tewkesbury Borough, Gloucestershire, England, just outside Gloucester OS Grid Ref SO 8916. Broccoli, archaic form of broccoli vegetable. Broccolis, plural of broccoli. Brocken, strong attachment or attraction to one's own brother. Brockens, plural of Brocken. Brocrocine, an enzyme inhibitor. Brocrina, a diuretic drug. Broxen, a hamlet in Bodmin, Cornwall, England OS Grid Ref SX 0168. Rod Posavina, a county of Croatia, county seat, Slavonski Brod. Rhoda, a surname. Brodalumab, a human monoclonal antibody designed to treat inflammatory diseases such as psoriasis. Rhodas, plural of Rhoda. Rodback, a surname. Broadbacks, plural of Broadback. Rottle, to poke, to pierce. Rottled, simple past and past participle of brodle. Broddles, third person singular simple present indicative of brodle. Broadley, present participle and gerund of brodle. Road, a surname. Rodkin, alternative form of Brodgwen. Rodkins, plural of Brodgin. Roden, a surname from Swedish. Rodens, plural of Broden. Oh yeah, a gathering featuring or primarily appealing to men. Odeos, plural of rodeo. Roadquin, a buskin or half-boot. Roadquins, plural of Broadquin. Roderick, a surname from Welsh. Roderick Crawford, 2 pair 10s and 4s. Roderick Crawfords, plural of Broderick Crawford. Roderick, simple past and past participle of Broderick. Brodericking, present participle and gerund of Broderick. Brodericks, plural of Broderick. Broderie, an embroidery pattern. Broderie anglaise, a whitework technique incorporating features of embroidery, cutwork, and needle lace, popular in England in the 19th century. Rotaries. Plural of rotary. Rodrup, a surname. Roderson, a surname. Rodersons, plural of Roderson. Roads, plural of road. Roder, a surname from French. Roders, plural of broder. Brody, a surname. Brodies, plural of Brody. Rodhead, a surname. Rodheads, plural of broadhead. Brody, plural of Rodo. Rodic, the largest town and a port on the Isle of Arran, North Ayrshire Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NS 0136. Rody, a surname from Scottish Gaelic. Rody knob, a knob attached to the steering wheel of a motor vehicle, especially before the widespread availability of power steering, helping the driver steer with one arm. Rody knobs, plural of Brody knob. Brody's abscess, an abscess located near the joint end of a bone. Brody's abscesses, plural of Brody's abscess. Brody's, plural of Brody. Brodifacoum, a highly lethal anticoagulant poison used as a rodenticide. Brodimoprin, a structural derivative of trinethoprim, having the 4-methoxy group replaced with a bromine atom. Rodina, a commune of Suceava County, Romania. Brodiosapenin, a particular steroid glycoside. Bodiaceae, a particular steroid glycoside. Rodkin, alternative form of Brodquin. Brodkins, plural of Brodkin. Brodmann area, one of the various numbered regions of the human cerebral cortex based on its cytoarchitectonics, or structure and organization of cells. Brodmann areas, plural of Brodmann area. Rodnica, a town in Kievan-Pomeranian Voivodeship, Poland. Rodo, a broth or stock in Italian cookery. Vodos, plural of Rodo. Rodom, a gathering featuring an ash or appealing primarily to men. Rodoms, plural of Bratown. Rodowski, a surname from Polish. Rotowskis, plural of Brodowski. Roderick, a surname. Rodericks, plural of Broderick. Brodsky Stupnik, a municipality of Croatia. Brodskian, of war relating to Joseph Brodsky, Russian, Ui o acute s Ui fbr o acute desk Ui igatqui, 1940-1996, Russian and American poet and essayist. Rodsko Pasovska, a county of Croatia. Rodsky, a surname from Czech. Edzdian, alternative form of Brodskian. Brodskis, plural of Brodsky. Brodsworth, a village and civil parish in the metropolitan borough of Doncaster, South Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SE 5007. A surname. Rotcorbid, a monoclinic prismatic dark gray mineral containing copper, mercury, and selenium. Broths, plural of broth. Brody, a surname from Scottish Gaelic, a variant of Brody. Brody knob, alternative form of Brody knob. Brody knobs, plural of Brody knob. Ro, a surname, variant of Brault. Rode down, simple past and past participle of bro down. Rode out, simple past and past participle of bro out. Brodrite, alternative form of Burgerite. Broker, a surname. Rotors, plural of broker. Brochy lace, ornate ironwork found on Victorian buildings. Brochies, women's underwear, panties, knickers. Bronner's acid, alternative form of Bronner's acid. What? A female comrade or friend. What's? Plural of brot. Broe, of, pertaining to. Or characteristic of bros. Grafuramine, a reversible inhibitor of monoamine oxidase A, used in the treatment of depression and anxiety. Professor, a male role model or mentor. Professors, plural of professor. Brovzel, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Rofus, a fist bump between men. Rofists, plural of brofist. Roflake, an overly sensitive man or boy who is easily upset or offended, especially one upset about loss of male privilege. Roflakes, plural of broflake. Roflenili, the insecticide 3-benzoyl methylamino-N2-bromo 411123333 heptafluoropropan 2-il-6-trifluorom ilphene il-2-fluorobenzamide. Rot, a pointed instrument, such as a joiner's awl. Brogan, a surname from Irish. Brovimir, a person with a strong Irish accent. Brogoniers, plural of Brogonier. Brogans, plural of Brogan. Brogdorow, a village and civil parish in central Bedfordshire district, Bedfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SP 9638. Brogden, a surname. Brogdens, plural of Brogden. Brogden. A surname. Brogdens, plural of Brogden. Rod, simple past and past participle of brar. Broderite, a form of uraninite that contains significant amounts of thorium. Burgerites, plural of burgerite. Routing, present participle and gerund of brar. Rotto, to sniggle or fish with a brog. Roggeld, simple past and past participle of broggle. Rawdolls, third person singular simple present indicative of broggle. Brobling, present participle and gerund of broggle. Robley, a commune and village in Eure department, Normandy, France. Brogna, a surname from Italian. Brognas, plural of Brogna. Programmer, a male programmer who acts like and has the interests of a frat boy, defying stereotypical conceptions of programmers as shy and nerdy. Programmers, plural of programmer. Progressive, a male progressive, socialist, or leftist who downplays women's issues or displays a macho or patriarchal attitude. Progressives, plural of progressive. Rods, third person singular simple present indicative of brar. Bro, a strong Oxford shoe with ornamental perforations and wing tips. Road, having a brogue accent. Robe, a pattern of punch holes along the seams of a shoe found in various styles of shoe, notably the brogue. Rogesh, alternative spelling of broguish. Rotary, the presence of a brogue in speech. Rodes, plural of brogue. Broby, having or resembling a brogue type of accent. Robing, alternative spelling of broguing. Roadish, pertaining to or marked by a brogue, a thick accent. Well, alternative spelling of bro, brother, friend. Rella, dude, bro, used to address another male, stereotypically used by surfers. Roha, bro, brother, and male comrade or friend. Rohams, plural of broham. Rohawk, a mohawk hairstyle worn by a bro. Rohawks, plural of brohawk. Rohim, term of address for a man. Rohemian, a bro who has adopted or affects a bohemian lifestyle. Bohemians, plural of Bohemian. Rohi, alternative form of Brahui. Brohomer, a Danish mollusser dog. Rohomers, plural of Brohomer. Rohoof, a fist bump shared between fellow bronies to represent pony hooves. Rohoos, plural of brohoof. Thus, plural of ro. Ro'o, a friendly hug between two men, especially one that involves only one arm each with bodies kept relatively distant. Rohugs, plural of broho. Roy, a surname. Roy, obsolete form of braid. Broid, simple past and past participle of broid. Broider, to embroider. Broider, simple past and past participle of broider. Broiderer, one who embroiders. Broiderers, plural of broiderer. Broideries, plural of broidery. Broidering, present participle and gerund of broider. Broiderings, plural of broidering. Broiders, third person singular simple present indicative of broider. Broidery, embroidery. Broiding, present participle and gerund of broid. Broids, third person singular simple present indicative of broid. Broius, superlative form of broy. Most broy. Broification, the process of someone or something becoming aligned with bro culture. Broiges, alternative spelling of broiges. Broiges, alternative spelling of broiges. Broiguses, plural of broiges. Broia, to cook by direct, radiant heat. Broil at, to cook something by broiling. Broilable, suitable for cooking by broiling. Broil, simple past and past participle of broil. Broiled at, simple past and past participle of broil up. Broiler, a person who broils, someone who cooks by broiling. Broiler chicken, a chicken bred in a broiler house specifically for meat production. Broiler chickens, plural of broiler chicken. Broiler house, alternative form of broiler house. Broiler houses, plural of broiler house. Broiler house, a building or similar structure where chickens are raised to be slaughtered and sold as meat. Broiler houses, plural of broiler house. Broilerman, a man whose line of work is raising broiler chickens. Broilerman, plural of broilerman. Broilers, plural of broiler. Broila, third person singular simple present indicative of broil. Broiling, very hot. Broiling up, present participle and gerund of broil up. Broilingly, so as to broil. Broilings, plural of broiling. Broils, plural of broil. Broil up. Third person singular simple present indicative of broil up. Broilsome. Marked by broiling or brawling, contentious, rowdy. Rowing down. Present participle and gerund of bro down. Rowing out. Present participle and gerund of bro out. Bronowski, a surname from Polish. Bronowskis, plural of Bronowski. Ruish, resembling or characteristic of bros, broy. Raja, oral sex performed by a straight or bisexual man on another straight or bisexual man, usually a friend. Rajads, plural of braja. Rockage, the act of a broker, brokerage. Rockages, plural of brockage. Raka, a surname. Brakas, plural of braka. Ruh, simple past of break. Broke a butterfly on a wheel. Simple past of break a butterfly on a wheel. Broke a butterfly on the wheel. Simple past of break a butterfly on the wheel. Broke a butterfly upon a wheel. Simple past of break a butterfly upon a wheel. Broke a butterfly upon the wheel. Simple past of break a butterfly upon the wheel. Broke a sweat. Simple past of break a sweat. Broke and entered. Simple past of break and enter. Broke apart. Simple past of break apart. Broke away. Simple past of break away. Broke back. Simple past of break back. Broke bad. Simple past of break bad. Broke bread. Simple past of break bread. Broke bulb. Simple past of break bulb. Broke character. Simple past of break character. Broke cover. Simple past of break cover. Broke down. Simple past and past participle of break down. Broke edge. Simple past of break edge. Broke even. Simple past and past participle of break even. Broke from. Simple past of break from. Broke gates. Simple past of break gates. Broke ground. Simple past of break ground. Broke in. Simple past of break in. Broke into. Simple past of break into. Broke into a run. Simple past of break into a run. Broke it. Simple past of break it. Broke it down. Simple past of break it down. Broke it to. Simple past of break it to. Broke loose. Simple past of break loose. Broke new ground. Simple past of break new ground. Broke off. Simple past of break off. Broke on. Simple past of break on. Broke on the wheel. Simple past of break on the wheel. Broke one off. Simple past of break one off. Broke one's ass. Simple past of break one's ass. Broke one's back. Simple past of break one's back. Broke one's duck. Simple past of break one's duck. Broke one's fall. Simple past of break one's fall. Broke one's lance. Simple past of break one's lance. Broke one's neck. Simple past of break one's neck. Broke one's promise. Simple past of break one's promise. Broke open. Simple past of break open. Broke out. Simple past of break out. Broke ranks. Simple past of break ranks. Broke rigor. Simple past of break rigor. Broke someone's back. Simple past of break someone's back. Broke someone's balls. Simple past of break someone's balls. Broke someone's face. Simple past of break someone's face. Broke someone's heart. Simple past of break someone's heart. Broke squelch. Simple past of break squelch. Broke the back of. Simple past of break the back of. Broke the bank. Simple past of break the bank. Broke the cycle. Simple past of break the cycle. Broke the deadlock. Simple past of break the deadlock. Broke the fourth wall. Simple past of break the fourth wall. Broke the ice. Simple past of break the ice. Broke the internet. Simple past of break the internet. Broke the internet. Simple past of break the internet. Broke the internets. Simple past of break the internets. Broke the interwebs. Simple past of break the interwebs. Broke the news. Simple past of break the news. Broke the Sabbath. Simple past of break the Sabbath. Broke the seal. Simple past of break the seal. Broke the silence. Simple past of break the silence. Broke the story. Simple past of break the story. Broke the web. Simple past of break the web. Broke the wheel. Simple past of break the wheel. Broke through. Simple past of break through. Broke up. Simple past of break up. Broke upon the wheel. Simple past of break upon the wheel. Broke water. Simple past of break water. Broke wind. Simple past of break wind. Broke with. Simple past of break with. Brocass. A poor person. Brocasses. Plural of brocass. Broke down. Alternative form of broke down. Brocass. Alternative spelling of brocass. Brocasses. Plural of brocass. Brokeback. Alternative spelling of brokeback in the homosexual sense. Brokeback marriage. An opposite-sex marriage in which one partner, typically the man, is secretly homosexual. Brokeback marriages. Plural of brokeback marriage. Broke. Simple past and past participle of broke. Broke down. Broken, not working properly. Brokefish. To subject to brokefishing. Brokefish. Simple past and past participle of brokefish. Brokeis. Third person. Singular simple present indicative of brokefish. Brokefishing. The practice of playing financially disadvantaged with the goal of having another party in an interpersonal relationship spend more money or provide a financial safety net or in order to attract immaterial benefits such as sympathy. Brokelona. Barcelona FC. Broken. Torres. Straight Kyo. Broken at butterfly on a wheel. Past participle of break at butterfly on a wheel. Broken a butterfly on the wheel. Past participle of break a butterfly on the wheel. Broken a butterfly upon a wheel. Past participle of break a butterfly upon a wheel. Broken a butterfly upon the wheel. Past participle of break a butterfly upon the wheel. Broken a sweat. Past participle of break a sweat. Broken and entered. Past participle of break and enter. Broken apart. Past participle of break apart. Broken arrow, an accidental event that involves nuclear weapons or nuclear components but does not create the risk of nuclear war. Broken arrow, a call-out marker that consists of a dashed line with an arrowhead. Broken arrows, plural of broken arrow. Broken arrows, plural of broken arrow. Broken away, past participle of breakaway. Broken back, past participle of break back. Broken bad, past participle of break bad. Broken bar, this symbol. Broken bars, plural of broken bar. Broken bird, a bird that is unable to fly due to one or both of its wings being broken. Broken birds, plural of broken bird. Broken Bow, a city, the county seat of Custer County, Nebraska, United States. Broken bread, past participle of break bread. Broken breast, abscess of the mammary gland. Broken breasts, plural of broken breast. Broken Britain, Britain viewed as a crime-ridden state where society and common sense have failed. Broken bulb, past participle of break bulb. Broken character, past participle of break character. Broken chord, a chord whose notes are played in sequential descending or ascending order. Broken chords, plural of broken chord. Broken clouds, a weather condition when clouds cover most, but not all of the sky. Broken consort, an instrumental ensemble that developed in Europe during the Renaissance. Broken consorts, plural of broken consort. Broken cover, past participle of break cover. Broken diagonal, in the theory of magic squares, a set of end cells forming two parallel diagonal lines in the square. Broken diagonals, plural of broken diagonal. Broken down, past participle of break down. Broken edge, past participle of break edge. Broken even, past participle of break even. Broken field, a field in which there are defensive players from the other team between the player who has the ball and the goal. Broken fields, plural of broken field. Broken from, past participle of break from. Broken gates, past participle of break gates. Broken glass Republican, a Republican who invariably votes for Republican candidates. Broken glass Republicans, plural of broken glass Republican. Broken ground, past participle of break ground. Broken heart, a feeling of grief or loss, especially after a failed romantic relationship. Broken heart syndrome, Takotsubo cardiomyopathy triggered by emotional stress such as the death of a loved one. Broken hearted, that has a broken heart. Broken hearts, plural of broken heart. Broken Hill, a mining city in far western New South Wales, Australia. Broken home, a home in which the parents have separated or divorced. Broken homes, plural of broken home. Broken in, sometimes comparative having been broken into seat the parts. Broken into, past participle of break into. Broken into a run, past participle of break into a run. Broken it, past participle of break it. Broken it down, past participle of break it down. Broken it to, past participle of break it to. Broken loose, past participle of break loose. Broken man, a man who has suffered significant and enduring emotional pain as a result of a highly unpleasant or traumatic event. Broken men, Plural of broken man. Broken number. A fraction. Broken numbers. Plural of broken number. Broken off. Past participle of break off. Broken on. Past participle of break on. Broken on the wheel. Past participle of break on the wheel. Broken one off. Past participle of break one off. Broken one's ass. Past participle of break one's ass. Broken one's back. Past participle of break one's back. Broken one's duck. Past participle of break one's duck. Broken one's fall. Past participle of break one's fall. Broken one's lance. Past participle of break one's lance. Broken one's neck. Past participle of break one's neck. Broken one's promise. Past participle of break one's promise. Broken open. Past participle of break open. Broken out. Past participle of break out. Broken pipe. Synonym of broken bar. Broken pipes. Plural of broken pipe. Broken plural. An irregular plural formed by changing the pattern of consonants and vowels inside the singular form, found in the Semitic languages and other Afro-Asiatic languages such as Berber. An example Arabic is Arabic Beam, Arabica, Arabic Kaf, Arabica, Arabic Alif, Arabic Ta, Arabic Arabic Babakatib, Dests, the plural for of Arabic Beam, Arabica, Arabic Ka, Arabic Skun, Arabic Ta, Arabica, Arabic Babaktab, Dest. Broken plurals. Plural of broken plural. Broken power law. A piecewise function consisting of two or more power laws combined with a threshold. Broken ranks. Past participle of break ranks. Broken record. Someone or something that constantly repeats itself, causing annoyance. Broken records. Plural of broken record. Broken reed. Something or someone very fragile or unreliable. Broken reeds. Plural of broken reed. Broken rhyme. The splitting of the final word in a line of poetry onto the next line such that a rhyme is formed from a syllable other than the last. Broken rhymes. Plural of broken rhyme. Broken rigor. Past participle of break rigor. Broken sleep. Sleep punctuated by disturbances so as to be discontinuous and insufficient. Broken someone's back. Past participle of break someone's back. Broken someone's balls. Past participle of break someone's balls. Broken someone's face. Past participle of break someone's face. Broken someone's heart. Past participle of break someone's heart. Broken source. Open source computer software that is buggy, unstable, or lacking features. Broken squelch. Past participle of break squelch. Broken tail. Synonym of limber tail. Broken telephone. Alternative form of broken telephone. Broken telephone. Synonym of Chinese whispers in either sense. Broken the back of. Past participle of break the back of. Broken the bank. Past participle of break the bank. Broken the cycle. Past participle of break the cycle. Broken the deadlock. Past participle of break the deadlock. Broken the fourth wall. Past participle of break the fourth wall. Broken the ice. Past participle of break the ice. Broken the internet. Past participle of break the internet. Broken the internet. Past participle of break the internet. Broken the internets. Past participle of break the internets. Broken the interwebs. Past participle of break the interwebs. Broken the news. Past participle of break the news. Broken the Sabbath. Past participle of break the Sabbath. Broken the seal. Past participle of break the seal. Broken the silence. Past participle of break the silence. Broken the story. Past participle of break the story. Broken the web. Past participle of break the web. Broken the wheel. Past participle of break the wheel. Broken through. Past participle of break through. Broken time. A sudden change in the tempo of one fencer's actions used to fool the opponent into responding at the wrong time. Broken up. Past participle of break up. Broken upon the wheel. Past participle of break upon the wheel. Broken vertical bar. Synonym of broken bar. Broken vertical bars. Plural of broken vertical bar. Broken vessel. A person who is destroyed or forgotten or who feels flawed or broken. Broken vessels. Plural of broken vessel. Broken water. Past participle of break water. Broken wind. A respiratory disease or chronic condition of horses involving an allergic bronchitis characterized by wheezing, coughing, and labored breathing. Broken window. Under broken windows theory, anything that signals an area is unmonitored or unworthy of proper behavior, leading to crime. Broken window theory. Alternative form of broken windows theory. Broken windows. Ellipsis of broken windows theory. Broken windows policing. The practice of assigning police resources to deal with otherwise unattended urban decay, suggested by broken windows theory. Broken windows theory. A criminological theory stating that signs of urban decay, for example broken windows, graffiti, loitering, signal that an area is not monitored, encouraging more destructive criminal behavior. Broken with. Past participle of break with. Broken back. Having a broken back. Broken down, which has broken down and, as a result, is no longer in working order. Broken down valise. A damaged piece of luggage. Broken down valises. Plural of broken down valise. Broken-handed. Having a hand that is broken. Broken heart syndrome. Alternative form of broken heart syndrome. Broken-hearted. Alternative spelling of broken-hearted, feeling depressed, despondent, or hopeless, especially over losing a love. Broken-heartedly. Alternative form of broken-heartedly. Broken-heartedness. Alternative form of broken-heartedness. Broken mouth. Of a cow, sheep, etc. missing one of the incisor teeth. Broken-winded. Suffering from a shortness of breath or similar respiratory problem. Broken Borough. A village and civil parish in Wiltshire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 918892. Broken Boroughs. Plural of broken borough. Broken Borough. A surname. Broken Brows. Plural of broken brow. Brokenness. The characteristic of being broke, having no money. Broken-handed. Alternative form of broken-handed. Broken Head. A community and rural municipality of Manitoba, Canada. Broken-hearted. Grieved and disappointed, especially with the loss of a beloved person or thing, such as the repudiation of a romantic relationship. Broken-heartedly. In a broken-hearted manner. Broken-heartedness. The quality of being broken-hearted describes a patient. Broken hillite. A disputed earth mineral, a manganese silicate of the pyrosmalite group. Brokenly. In a broken manner. Brokenness. The characteristic of being broken. Brokennesses. Plural of brokenness. Broken Shell. The rural municipality of Broken Shell, 68, a rural municipality in southeast Saskatchewan, Canada. Brokenshire. A surname. Broker. A surname. Broker than the 10 Commandments. Extremely impoverished. Broker-dealer. A person, company, or other organization that engages in the business of trading securities for its own account or on behalf of its customers. Broker-dealers. Plural of broker-dealer. Brokerage. A business, firm, or company whose business is to act as a broker, for example, stockbroker. Brokerages. Plural of brokerage. Broker. Simple past and past participle of broker. Brokered convention. A political convention held during a presidential election when a political party fails to choose a nominee on the first round of delegate voting at the party's nominating convention. Brokered conventions. Plural of brokered convention. Brokeress. A female broker mediator. Brokeresses. Plural of brokeress. Brokeries. Plural of brokery. Brokering. Present participle and gerund of broker. Brokerings. Plural of brokering. Brokerly. Mean money pinching or servile. Brokers. Plural of broker. Brokership. The role or position of a broker. Brokerships. Plural of brokership. Brokery. Brokerage. Books. Third person singular simple present indicative of broke. Brocus. Superlative form of broke, most broke. Rockta. An angle bracket, either of the symbols and when used as an enclosing pair. Rockets. Plural of brocket. Brokey. A person with very little money, a broke person. Broker. The craft or profession of a broker, mediation in a sale or transaction. Raha. An endangered southern Tibetic language spoken by about 300 people in the village of Dihur in Bumthang Valley of Bumthang District in central Bhutan. Rakat is spoken by descendants of pastoral yak herding communities. Ratba. A Dardic ethnic group in Pakistan who speak Broxcat. Broxcat. A Dardic language spoken in Ladakh and also parts of Jammu and Kashmir as well as Gilgit-Baltistan. Bralamphedamine. Dimethylcybramomphedamine. Relationship. The camaraderie or bond between male friends. Relationships. Plural of relationship. Ralya. A large gray crane Antigone rubicunda, sin. Grus rubicunda of northern and eastern Australia. Ralgas. Plural of bralga. Ralik. Having large, well-developed muscles. Raladark. An extremely wealthy man who holds inordinate power or influence within a political structure, especially while espousing a range of views regarded as anti-democratic, techno-fascist, and masculinist. Raligarchies. Plural of braligarchy. Raligarchs. Plural of braligarch. Raligarchy. A small group of ultra-wealthy men who exert inordinate control or influence within a political structure, particularly while espousing views regarded as anti-democratic, techno-fascist, and masculinist. Rallies. Plural of brali. Raleigh. Alternative form of brele. Raleigh dollies. Plural of brali dolly. Raleigh dolly. Synonym of grid girl. Brolucizumab. A particular monoclonal antibody. Bra. A surname from German. Bra. Alternative form of bromo before a vowel. Broma. a light form of prepared cocoa or the drink made from it. Brodacil, a particular herbicide. Bramacrylide, an antineoplastic drug. Bromadiolone, a potent rodenticide, a second-generation Calmarin derivative. Bromodaline, an opioid analgesic. Bromide, a surname. Bromol, the compound tubermazetialdehyde had CBR3ZHO. Robalin, bromoformin. Bromelite, a trace fossil of material from the digestive system of an animal. Bromelites, plural of bromelite. Bromols, plural of bromol. Bromamide, the brominated derivative of an amide RCO and HBr. Bromamides, plural of bromamide. Brotomine, the bromo derivative of ammonia H2 and Br. Bromin, a surname. Bromance, a close but non-sexual relationship between two men. Bromances, plural of bromance. Bromancy, characteristic of a bromance, bromantic. Bromine, the compound bromine hydride or hydrogen bromide, HBr. Bromonil, a substance analogous to chloranil but containing bromine in place of chlorine. Bromins, plural of bromin. Bromantane, a stimulant drug developed in Russia during the late 1980s, acting mainly by inhibiting the reuptake of both dopamine and serotonin in the brain. Formerly used as a doping agent to enhance athletic performance. Romantic, of or relating to bromance. Romantical, of or pertaining to a bromantic tendency or character. Romantically, in a bromantic manner. Bromargyrise, a natural mineral form of silver bromide. Brodate, the ion BRO derived from bromic acid, any salt containing this ion. Bromated, brominated. Bromates, plural of bromate. Bromation, containing bromate anions. Bromating, present participle and gerund of bromate. Bromatological, of or pertaining to bromatology. Bromatologist, an expert in bromatology, food scientist. Bromatologists, plural of bromatologists. Bromatology, the study of food. Bromatotoxism, food poisoning. Bromazepam, a benzodiazepine drug with anxiolytic, sedative, hypnotic, and skeletal muscle relaxant properties. Bronazine, a particular antihistamine drug, a brominated derivative of diphenhydramine. Brommer, a surname. Bromers, plural of Brommer. Broborough, a town in the metropolitan borough of Wirral, Merseyside, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 3482. Bromborough Pool, a suburban village in the metropolitan borough of Wirral, Merseyside, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 3484. Bromquaranon, an antifungal drug. Bromcresol, alternative form of bromocresol. Bromcresol purple, alternative form of bromocresol purple. Bromcresols, plural of bromcresol. Ro, a surname. Brum and Opley, a civil parish in Mid-Suffolk District, Suffolk, England, which includes the named places. Brome Lake, a town and lake therein, in Brome-Missisquoi Regional County Municipality, Estuary Region, Quebec, Canada. Brome-Missisquoi, a regional county municipality of Estuary, Quebec, Canada. Romegrass, Any of various North American grasses of the genus Bromus that are used for forage. Brome grasses, plural of brome grass. Bromelain, either of two proteolytic enzymes found in pineapples that are used as meat tenderizers. Bromelains, plural of bromelain. Bromelain, a proteolytic enzyme found in pineapples. Bromelia, synonym of Bromelia. Bromeliaceous, or relating to the family Bromeliaceae of flowering plants. Bromelia, any of various tropical or subtropical New World herbaceous plants in the family Bromeliaceae. Bromeliads, plural of bromeliad. Bromelias, plural of bromelia. Bromeliculus, that feeds on bromeliads. Bromeliad, alternative form of bromeliad. Bromeliads, plural of bromeliad. Bromeligen, alternative form of bromeligenous. Bromeligenous, that breeds in bromeliads. Bromelain, alternative form of bromelain. Bromelains, plural of bromelain. Bromol, a surname. Bromelite, a white oxide mineral containing beryllium. Bromols, plural of bromol. Bromopathy, the scientifically dubious practice of attempting to increase testosterone levels by shining red light on one's testicles. Bromocin, a fluorescent dye produced by the reaction of bromine with fluorescein. Bromocins, plural of bromocin. Bromoguri, a dopamine antagonist. Bromos, plural of brome. Brovelin, a particular rodenticide. Bromlanak, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug indicated for the treatment of ocular inflammation and pain after cataract surgery. Bromfield, a surname. Bromford, a residential and industrial area in Birmingham, West Midlands, England, divided by the M6 motorway OS grid ref SB 1289. Brahma, a place name. Bromams, plural of bromam. Bromyxine, a mucolytic agent used in the treatment of respiratory disorders associated with viscid or excessive mucus. Bromidrosis, alternative form of bromidrosis. Bromhydrate, hydrobromate. Bromhydrates, plural of bromhydrate. Bromian, containing bromine. Bromic, of or relating to bromine or its compounds, especially those in which it has a valency of 5. Bromic acid, a corrosive colorless liquid, HBrO3. It is a powerful oxidizing agent and is used in the manufacture of pharmaceuticals and some dyes. It reacts with bases to form bromates. Bromide, archaic form of bromide. Bromide, a binary compound of bromine and some other element or radical. Bromide of potassium, potassium bromide. Bromide paper, a sensitized paper coated with gelatin impregnated with silver bromide, used in contact printing and in enlarging. Bromide papers, plural of bromide paper. Bromides, plural of bromide. Bromidic, stale, bale, cliched. Bromidically, in a bromidic manner. Bromidia, a conventional comment or saying. A bromide. Bromedians, plural of bromedium. Bromidism, bromism. Bromido, bromide as a ligand. Bromidrossophobia, a fear that one has an offensive body odor. Bromidrosis, fetid or foul-smelling perspiration. Bromids, plural of bromid. Bromelo, a surname. Bromelos, plural of bromelo. Brome, archaic form of bromine. Brominase, any enzyme that catalyzes bromination reaction. Brominases, plural of brominase. Brominate, to treat or react with bromine or hydrobromic acid to introduce bromine into a compound. Brominated, simple past and past participle of brominate. Brominates, third person singular simple present indicative of brominate. Brominating, present participle and gerund of brominate. Bromination, any reaction which introduces a bromine atom into a compound. Brominations, plural of bromination. Bromine, a nonmetallic chemical element symbol Br with an atomic number of 35. One of the halogens, it is a fuming red-brown liquid at room temperature. Bromine chloride, the interhalogen compound BrCl bromine and chlorine. Bromine hydride, alternative form of hydrogen bromide. Bromine monoxide, a binary inorganic compound of bromine and oxygen with a chemical formula BrO. Bromine trifluoride, a particular kind of toxic, corrosive liquid that is soluble in sulfuric acid and is used to make uranium hexafluoride. Bromine water, a solution of bromine in water. Bromines, plural of bromine. Brominism, bromism. Bromism, poisoning by bromine or bromides. Bromisms, plural of bromism. Bromisuval, a hypnotic and sedative drug with EPAC name 2-bromolang carbamoyl 3-methylbutanamide. Bromides, the univalent anion BrO. Bromides, plural of bromides. Bromization, the process of bromizing. Bromize, to prepare or treat with bromine, especially in photography. Bromized, simple past and past participle of bromize. Bromizer, a bromide added to a collodion or gelatin emulsion. Bromizers, plural of bromizer. Bromizes, third person singular simple present indicative of bromize. Bromizing, present participle and gerund of bromize. Bromley, a number of places in England. Bromley Cross, a suburb in the metropolitan borough of Bolton, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SD 7213. Bromley Heath, a suburban area in Downend and Bromley Heath Parish, South Gloucestershire District, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 6578. Bromley by Bow, a suburb of London in Borough of Tower Hamlets, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 3782. Bromlays, plural of Bromley. Bromlite, the mineral alstonite. Bromo, a surname from Old English. Bromos, plural of Bromlo. Brada, a borough in Stockholm, Sweden. Brommer, a surname. Brommers, plural of Brommer. Bromo, a dose of a proprietary sedative containing bromide, a bromo-seltzer. Bromo, containing bromine. Bromodragon FLY, a drug related to the phenethylamine family, acting a potent full agonist for the 5-HT2A receptor. Bromo-seltzer, a type of proprietary effervescent sedative containing a mixture of bromides. Bromo-seltzers, plural of bromoseltzer. Bromocetal, any bromo derivative of an acetal. Bromocetals, plural of bromocetal. Bromocetamide, any bromo derivative of acetamide. Bromocetamides, plural of bromocetamide. Bromocetamido, a univalent radical derived from bromocetamide. Bromocidate, any salt or ester of bromocetic acid. Bromocidates, plural of bromocidate. Bromocetic, of or pertaining to bromocetic acid and its derivatives. Bromocetic acid, the brominated derivative of acetic acid CH2Br that is used in the synthesis of pharmaceuticals, etc. Bromocetone, the brominated derivative of acid and CH3COCH2Br used as a lacrimatory agent. Bromocetones, plural of bromocetone. Bromocetophenon, any bromo derivative of acetophenon. Bromocetophenons, plural of bromocetophenon. Bromocetyl, any bromo derivative of an acetyl group. Bromocetylpropanolmetane, a particular beta-adrenergic agonist. Bromocetylated, that has been reacted with bromocetic acid or one of its derivatives. Bromocetylation, reaction with bromocetic acid or one of its derivatives. Bromocetylations, plural of bromocetylation. Bromocell, any bromo derivative of an alkyl radical. Bromodiamantane, any halodiamantane in which the halogen is bromine. Bromodiamantanes, plural of bromodiamantane. Bromodanosine, a bromo derivative of adenosine, especially 8-bromodanosine. Bromodanosines, plural of bromodanosine. Bromogeliferin, the pyrrole N4R5R6's 2-amino, 4,2-amino, 1-H-imidazole, 5-Il-6,4-bromo, 1-H-pyrrole, 2-carbonyl amino methyl 4,5,6,7-tetrahydro, 1-H-benzimidazole, 5-Il-methyl 4,5-bromo, 1-H-pyrrole, 2-carboxamide. That is a secondary metabolite of the marine sponge ageless conifera. Bromalkane, any bromo derivative of an alkane. Bromalkanes, plural of bromalkane. Bromalkene, any bromo derivative of an alkene. Bromalkenes, plural of bromalkene. Bromalkyne, any bromo derivative of an alkyne. Bromalkynes, plural of bromalkyne. Bromoline, any bromo derivative of an alene. Bromolines, plural of bromoline. Bromolil, a bromo derivative of the allyl radical. Bromolils, plural of bromolil. Bromonyline, any of 3 brominated derivatives of aniline. They are used in organic synthesis. Bromonylines, plural of bromonyline. Bromonisol, any bromo derivative of anisole. Bromonisols, plural of bromonisol. Bromoren, any brominated aron. Bromorens, plural of bromoren. Bromoril, any bromo derivative of an aryl group. Bromorils, plural of bromoril. Bromobenzaldehyde, any bromo derivative of benzaldehyde. Bromobenzaldehydes, plural of bromobenzaldehyde. Bromobenzene, the brominated derivative of benzene C6H5Br that is used as a solvent and, via Grignard reagents, to manufacture pharmaceuticals, etc. Bromobenzenes, plural of bromobenzene. Bromobenzonesulfonic acid, a particular aromatic sulfonic acid. Bromobenzenesulfonic acid, alternative form of bromobenzenesulfonic acid. Bromobenzoate, any bromoderivative of a benzoate. Bromobenzoates, plural of bromobenzoate. Bromobenzoic, any bromoderivative of a benzoic group. Bromobenzoics, plural of bromobenzoic. Bromobenzol, synonym of bromobenzene. Bromobenzenitrile, any of three brominated derivatives of benzonitrile. They are used in organic synthesis. Bromobenzenitriles, plural of bromobenzenitrile. Bromobenzotriazole, any bromoderivative of a benzotriazole. Bromobenzotriazoles, plural of bromobenzotriazole. Bromobenzyl, any bromoderivative of a benzyl radical. Bromobenzyl cyanide, a lacrimatory agent aka tear gas introduced in World War I. Bromobenzyl CI, alternative spelling of bromobenzyl cyanide. Bromobutane, any of several brominated derivatives of butane that are used via Grignard reagents in organic synthesis. Bromobutanes, plural of bromobutane. Bromobutyl, a bromoderivative of a butyl group. Bromobutyronitrile, any bromine derivative of butyronitrile. Bromobutyronitriles, plural of bromobutyronitrile. Bromocarboxylate, any bromoderivative of a carboxylate group or ion. Bromocarboxylates, plural of bromocarboxylate. Bromochlorodifluoromethane, a halocane with the chemical formula CF2ClBr used in fire extinguishers. Bromochlorofluoroiodymethane, a hypothetical halocane with a chemical formula CaDOClF. Bromochlorofluoromethane, a halogenated hydrocarbon CHBrClF that is used in some fire extinguishers. Its chirality is the basis of the Cunningham-Goldberg rules. Bromochlorofluoromethanes, plural of bromochlorofluoromethane. Bromochloromethane, the halogenated hydrocarbon CH2BOCl once used in fire extinguishers. Bromochloromethanes, plural of bromochloromethane. Bromochloropropane, a chemical used in RNA and DNA isolation. Bromochlorosalicylonilide, an antifungal drug, 5-bromo-N4-chlorophenyl-2-hydroxybenzamide. Bromocolstain, any bromoderivative of a colstain. Bromocolstains, plural of bromocolstain. Bromocholesterol, a derivative of cholesterol with a bromine atom. Bromocolesterols, plural of bromocholesterol. Bromocycline, an antiparasitic drug. Bromocinoline, any bromoderivative of cinoline. Bromocinolines, plural of bromocinoline. Bromocresol, any bromoderivative of cresol, some of which are constituent of dyes or indicators. Bromocresol green, a green triphenylmethane dye used as a pH indicator. Bromocresol purple, a sulfamphthalein derived from a brominated derivative of cresol, is used as an acid-base indicator. Bromocresols, plural of bromocresol. Bromocrypton, alternative form of bromocryptine. Bromocryptine, a drug used in the treatment of Parkinsonism, galactorrhea, and other conditions. It is a synthetic analog of the ergot alkaloids and stimulates the dopaminergic receptors of the brain, inhibiting the release of prolactin. Bromocryptines, plural of bromocryptine. Bromocryptine, alternative spelling of bromocryptine. Bromocyan, cyanogen bromide. Bromocyanate, cyanogen bromide. Bromocyaninogen, cyanogen bromide. Bromocyclization, Any reaction in which bromination is accompanied by cyclization. Bromocyclizations, plural of bromocyclization. Bromobornation, a combination of bromination and a debornation reaction. Bromodoxyuridine, misspelling of bromodoxyuridine. Bromodoxyuridine, a synthetic nucleoside which is an analog of thymidine. It is commonly used in the detection of proliferating cells in living tissues where it competes with uridine. Bromoderivative, any compound that is derived from bromine. Bromoderma, a dermatological condition caused by hypersensitivity to bromides and characterized by an eruption of papules and pustules on the skin. Bromidichloroethane, any halogenated derivative of ethane that contains one bromine atom and two chlorine atoms, but especially two bromo-1,1-dichloroethane. Bromidichloroethanes, plural of bromidichloroethane. Bromidichloromethane, the halogenated heterogens HBOCl2. Bromidichloromethanes, plural of bromidichloromethane. Bromidifluoromethane, a halomethane with the chemical formula CHBrF2. Bromidiphenhydramine, bromazine. Bromodomain, a protein domain that recognizes acetylated lysine residues such as those on the N-terminal tails of histones, often a prerequisite for protein-histone association and chromatin remodeling. Bromodomains, plural of bromodomain. Bromodosis, body odor affecting the feet. Bromonol, the bromoderivative of an enol. Bromonylactone, the lactone of a bromonol, but especially E6-bromethylene tetrahydro-3,1-naphthyl-2-H-burin, 2,1 that is a selective inhibitor of phospholipase activity in macrophages. Bromonolactones, plural of bromonolactone. Bromonols, plural of bromonol. Bromothane, the brominated derivative of ethane CH3CH2 used via gradient of agents in organic synthesis. Bromothanol, any bromoderivative of ethanol. Bromothanols, plural of bromothanol. Bromothermification, any reaction in which bromination is accompanied by etherification. Bromothermifications, plural of bromothermification. Bromoeugenol, any bromine derivative of eugenol. Bromophnofos, an anthelminthic drug. Bromofluoromethane, a halomethane containing both bromine and fluorine, which has the chemical formula CH2BrF. Bromoform, the haloform CHBr3, a very heavy liquid that is the bromide analog of chloroform. Bromoformin, a bromophthalate of hexamethylene diamine, once used as a sedative. Bromoforms, plural of bromoform. Bromophos, a pesticide. Bromogelatin, a process for preparing dry plates with an emulsion of bromides and silver nitrate in gelatin. Bromogelatine, alternative form of bromogelatin. Bromodramine, the medical detergent benzoyl ammonium bromide. Bromohydrin, any halohydrin in which the halogen is bromine. Bromohydrins, plural of bromohydrin. Bromoil, an early photographic process that starts with a normally developed print exposed onto a silver bromide paper that is then chemically bleached, hardened, and fixed. Bromoils, plural of bromoil. Bromamide, any bromoderivative of an amide. Bromoamides, plural of bromamide. Bromindole, any brominated derivative of an indole. Bromindoles, plural of bromoindole. Bromoiodism, poisoning induced by large doses of bromine and iodine or other compounds. Bromoiodized, treated with bromides and iodides. Bromoiodamethane, a halomethane with the chemical formula CH2Bri. Bromisatin. Any bromoderivative of isatin. Bromisatins. Plural of bromisatin. Bromoctone. Any brominated derivative of a ketone. Bromoctones. Plural of bromoctone. Bromol. Tribromophenols, used as an antiseptic and disinfectant. Bromolactone. Any brominated derivative of a lactone. Bromolactones. Plural of bromolactone. Bromolipid. Any lipid, typically a lecithin made from a brominated derivative of an unsaturated fatty acid. They have a tendency to form liquid crystals. Bromolipids. Plural of bromolipid. Bromolysis. The ring-opening reaction of a bromide with an epoxy. Bromometallate. Any metallate containing bromine as a ligand. Bromomethane. The brominated hydrocarbon CH3Br used as a soil sterilant and pesticide, formed in a substitution reaction between methane and bromine, often in the form of bromine water. Bromomethanes. Plural of bromomethane. Bromomethyl. Any bromo derivative of a methyl radical. Bromonaphthalene. Either of two isomeric brominated derivatives of naphthalene. Bromonaphthalenes. Plural of bromonaphthalene. Bromonium. The univalent H2Br plus cation derived from bromine. Bromonium ion. Any halonium ion in which the halogen is bromine. Bromonium ions. Plural of bromonium ion. Bromoniums. Plural of bromonium. Bromopomatate. The 2-bromo derivative of pomatate. It inhibits fatty acid oxidation. Bromopomatates. Plural of bromopomatate. Bromoperoxidase. Any enzyme that, in the presence of hydrogen peroxide, catalyzes the bromination of a hydrocarbon. Bromoperoxidases. Plural of bromoperoxidase. Bromophenol. Any phenol in which one or more hydrogen atoms of the benzene ring has been replaced by bromine. Bromophenol blue. An acid-base indicator 2,6-bromo-4,3,5-bromo-4-hydroxyphenyl 1,1-dioxo-3-benzo-C-oxyethyalophenol. Bromophenols. Plural of bromophenol. Bromophenyl. The univalent radical derived from bromobenzene by a loss of a hydrogen atom. Bromophenyls. Plural of bromophenyl. Bromoninia. The condition of having bad breath. Bromoporphyrin. A bromine derivative of porphyrin. Bromoperide. A dopamine antagonist with prokinetic properties, widely used as an antiemetic, closely related to metoclopramide. Bromopropane. Either of two isomeric bromo derivatives of propane. Bromopropanes. Plural of bromopropane. Bromopropanol. Any bromo derivative of propanol. Bromopropanols. Plural of bromopropanol. Bromopropylate. The acaroside propan 2-il-bis-4-bromophenyl hydroxyacetate. Bromopyridine. Any of three isomeric bromo derivatives of pyridine that are used in organic synthesis. Bromopyridines. Plural of bromopyridine. Bromopyrrole. Any bromo derivative of a pyrrole, some of which marine alkaloids. Bromopyroles. Plural of bromopyrrole. Bromopyruvate. Any salt or ester of bromopyruvic acid. Bromopyruvates. Plural of bromopyruvate. Bromopyruvic acid. A synthetic brominated derivative of pyruvic acid with potential applications in cancer treatment. Bromose. Plural of bromo. Bromose. A dry non-dairy product made from nuts, invented in 1896 by John Harvey Kellogg as a vegetarian substitute for milk. It took the form of powder or tablets to be dissolved in water. Bromosuccinimide, a chemical reagent used in radical substitution and electrophilic addition reactions in organic chemistry. Bromosuccinimides, plural of bromosuccinimide. Broma sugar, any compound in which one or more hydroxyl groups of a sugar have been replaced by atoms of bromine. Broma sugars, plural of broma sugar. Bromosulfoline, synonym of bromsulfaline. Bromosulfite, the ion SO2 beer dash or any salt containing this ion. Bromosulfophthalein, a dye used in various medical tests of liver function. Bromosulfoline, alternative spelling of bromsulfaline. Bromotrahydrofuran, any bromoderivative of tetrahydrofuran. Bromotrahydrofurans, plural of bromotrahydrofuran. Bromothymol, a brominated derivative of thiamol that is formally part of the structure of the dye bromothymol blue. Bromothymol blue, a dye 4,4,3H21-benzoxethyl-3-iodine bis-2 bromo-3-methyl-6,1-methylthiophenols S dioxide, which is used as an acid-base indicator. Bromothymols, plural of bromothymol. Bromotrichoromethane, the helicarine CVOCl3. Bromotrifluoroethylene, the halogenated hydrocarbon BRFC equals CF2 once used as a refrigerant. Bromotrifluoromethane, the halogenated hydrocarbon CBRF3 once used in fire extinguishers. Bromotrifluoromethylate, to undergo a bromotrifluoromethylation reaction. Bromotrifluoromethalated, simple past and past participle of bromotrifluoromethylate. Bromotrifluoromethylation, any reaction that adds a bromine atom and a trifluoromethyl group across a double bond. Bromotrifluoromethylations, plural of bromotrifluoromethylation. Bromouracil, the brominated amino acid 2-amino-3,3-bromo-4-hydroxyphene propanoic acid formed by degradation of brominated protein, any similar isomer. Bromouracines, plural of bromouracil. Bromuracil, a brominated derivative of uracil. Bromuracils, plural of bromuracil. Bromuridine, any bromoderivative of uridine, but especially 5-bromuridine, whose triphosphate is used to aminoacidically label newly synthesized RNA in living cells. Bromuridians, plural of bromuridine. Bromus, of or pertaining to bromous acid or its derivatives. Bromous acid, the unstable oxyacid of HBrO2. Bromuvarilia, bromosuval. Bromoviral, of or relating to bromoviruses. Bromovirus, any member of the virus genus Bromovirus. Bromoviruses, plural of bromovirus. Bromoxynol, a herbicide, 3,5-dibromo-4-hydroxybenzonitrile, used with cereals. Bromperidol, a neuroleptic drug derived from butyrophenine, used as an antipsychotic in the treatment of schizophrenia. Brompheniramine, an antihistamine drug of the propylamine class. Brompichrin, a pungent colorless explosive liquid, CnO2-Br3. Brompton, a number of places in England. Brompton Boiler, any of the buildings comprising the Kensington Museum and School of Art. Brompton Boilers, plural of Brompton Boiler. Brompton Cocktail, an elixir made from morphine or other substances used as a pain suppressant in terminally ill patients. Brompton Mixture, synonym of Brompton Cocktail. Brompton Regis, a village and civil parish in Somerset, England, previously in Somerset West and Taunton District OS Grid Ref SS 9531. Brompton by Sawden, a village in Brompton Parish, served by Brompton Bysodden Parish Council in Scarborough District, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 9482. Brompton-on-Swale, a village and civil parish in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Richmondshire District. OS Grid Ref SC 2199. Bromptons, plural of Brompton. Broms, plural of Brom. Romsgrove, a town in Worcestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SO 9670. Bromsulfothaling, alternative form of Bromsulfaling. Bromsulfaling, alternative form of Bromsulfaling. Bromsulfaling, alternative form of Bromsulfaling. Bromsulfaling, a dye used in liver function tests. Bromethimol, alternative form of bromethimol. Bromuconazole, a particular fungicide. Bromurate, a bromide. Bromurates, plural of bromurate. Bromvaleriurea, Bromisuval. Bromodial, the southern ground hornbill Bucorvus leadbeaterii. Brombodules, plural of brombodule. Bromwell, a surname from Old English. Bromwells, plural of Bromwell. Bromwich, a surname from Old English. Bromwiches, plural of Bromwich. Dunnet, a small market town in Bromyard and Winslow Parish, Herefordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SO 6554. Bromyard and Winslow, a civil parish with a town council in Herefordshire, England. Brodel, the Univalent Catai and BRO. Bromels, plural of Bromel. Bromirise, Bromardirise. Bronar, a female given name from Irish. Brona, a hamlet in Ledrod Community, Ceredigion, Wales. OS Grid Ref SN 6467. Bronase, the herbicide 2,4-chloro-2-methylphenoxyacetic acid 3,5-bromo-4-hydroxybenzonitrile. Brona, a surname. Bronaz, plural of Brona. Brike, a broncho. Brike, bronchoscopy. Brike, bronchus relating to the trachea or airways to the lungs. Brocht, simple past and past participle of bronch. Bronchoalveolar, alternative form of bronchoalveolar. Bri-hi, plural of bronchus. Bron-hi, combining form relating to bronchi. Bronvia, plural of bronchium. Brondi, misconstruction of bronchia. Ideal, of relating to the bronchia, bronchia bronchioles. Ideal too, a bronchus. Bronchial twos, plural of bronchial two. Bronchial way, in a bronchial way. Broadkick, ideal. Bronchiectasis, plural of bronchiectases. Bronchiectasic, of or relating to bronchiectases. Bronchiectases, abnormal permanent dilation of the bronchial tubes. Bronchiectatic, of, relating to, or affected by bronchiectases. Bridking, present participle and gerund of bronch. Bindel, combining form relating to bronchi. Bronchoalveolar, bronchoalveolar. Bronchiocentric, alternative form of bronchocentric. Bronchodilator, alternative form of bronchodilator. Bronchodilators, plural of bronchodilatator. Bronchodilatory, alternative form of bronchodilatory. Bronchoepithelial. Alternative form of bronchoepithelial. Bronchiogenic. Alternative form of bronchogenic. Bronchial. Of or pertaining to the bronchioles of the lung. Bronchiolarization. Alternative form of bronchialization. Bronchial. Any of the small cartilage-less branches of a bronchus. Bronchioptasis. Dilatation of the bronchioles. Bronchioles. Plural of bronchial. Bronchioli. Plural of bronchioles. Bronchiolitis. Inflammation of the bronchioles, especially common in young. Bronchiolitis. Inflammation of the bronchioles, especially common in young children. Bronchiolitis obliterans. A rare and irreversible form of obstructive lung disease in which the bronchioles are compressed and narrowed by fibrosis and slant or inflammation. Bronchialization. The formation of bronchioles. Bronchoalveolar. Synonym of bronchoalveolar. Bronchiolar. Misspelling of bronchiolar. Bronchialocentric. Centered on the bronchioles. Bronchiologram. A radiographic image of the bronchioles. Bronchialograms. Plural of bronchiologram. Bronchialis. A bronchial. Bronchorespiratory. Relating to the bronchi and the respiratory tract. Bronchitic. Of or pertaining to bronchitis. Bronchitically. With coughing and wheezing caused by bronchitis. Figuratively, with noises reminiscent of such coughing and wheezing. Bronchitics. Plural of bronchitic. Bronchitides. Plural of bronchitis. Bronchitis. An inflammation of the bronchi of the lungs that causes the cilia of the bronchial epithelial cells to stop functioning. Bronchitises. Plural of bronchitis. Bronchium. A bronchial tube, a subdivision of the bronchus. Broncho. Alternative spelling of broncho. Broncho. Relating to bronchi and the airways. Bronchoesophagologic. Alternative form of bronchoesophagologic. Bronchoesophagology. Alternative form of bronchoesophagology. Bronchoesophagoscopic. Alternative form of bronchoesophagoscopic. Bronchoesophagoscopies. Plural of bronchoesophagoscopy. Bronchoesophagoscopy. Alternative form of bronchoesophagoscopy. Bronchoesophagoscopic. Alternative form of bronchoesophagoscopic. Bronchoesophagoscopies. Plural of bronchoesophagoscopy. Bronchoesophagoscopy. Alternative form of bronchoesophagoscopy. Bronchoplurocutaneous. Alternative form of bronchoplurocutaneous. Bronchoctor. Active in the bronchi. Bronchoalveolar. Related to both the alveoli of the lungs. Bronchoalveolitis. Inflammation of the bronchioles of the lungs leads to bronchopneumonia. Bronchoepithelial. Relating to a bronchus and an associated artery. Bronchospirate. To aspirate gastric matter into the bronchi. Bronchospirated. Simple past and past participle of bronchospirate. Bronchospirates. Third person singular simple present indicative of bronchospirate. Bronchospiration. The aspiration of oropharyngeal or gastric contents into the bronchi. Bronchobiliary. Relating to the bronchus and the biliary system. Bronchocavernous. Bronchial and cavitary. Bronchocavitary. Bronchial and cavitary. Bronchosal. Udder. Bronchosals. Plural of bronchosal. Bronchocentric. centered in a bronchus. Bronchocentricity, the condition of being bronchocentric. Bronchoconstricted, affected by bronchoconstriction. Bronchoconstricting, synonym of bronchoconstrictive. Bronchoconstriction, a narrowing of the air passages through the bronchi of the lungs. Bronchoconstrictions, plural of bronchoconstriction. Bronchoconstrictive, that produces bronchoconstriction. Bronchoconstrictor, something that causes bronchoconstriction. Bronchoconstrictors, plural of bronchoconstrictor. Bronchoconstrictory, alternative form of bronchoconstrictive. Bronchodilation, bronchodilation. Bronchodilatations, plural of bronchodilation. Bronchodilatory, misspelling of bronchodilatory. Bronchodilate, to induce bronchodilation. Bronchodilated. Simple past and past participle of bronchodilate. Bronchodilates, third person singular simple present indicative of bronchodilate. Bronchodilating, present participle and gerund of bronchodilate. Bronchodilation, expansion of the air passages through the bronchi of the lungs. Bronchodilations, plural of bronchodilation. Bronchodilative, relating to bronchodilation. Bronchodilator, any drug used to dilate and relax the bronchial passages and ease the flow of air to the lungs. Bronchodilators, plural of bronchodilator. Bronchodilatory, that acts as a bronchodilator. Bronchodysplasia, bronchopulmonary dysplasia. Bronchodysplasias, plural of bronchodysplasia. Bronchopithelio, relating to the epithelium of the bronchi. Bronchosophageal, of or relating to the bronchus and esophagus. Bronchosophagologic, related to bronchosophagology. Bronchosophagology, the study of the diseases of the vagina and the esophagus. Bronchosophagoscopic, related to bronchosophagoscopy. Bronchosophagoscopies, plural of bronchosophagoscopy. Bronchosophagoscopy, visual exam of bronchi and esophagus with scope. Bronchofibroscope, alternative form of bronchofibroscope. Bronchofibroscopic, alternative form of bronchofibroscopic. Bronchofibroscopy, alternative form of bronchofibroscopy. Bronchofibroscope, alternative form of bronchofibroscope. Bronchofibroscopes, plural of bronchofibroscope. Bronchofibroscopic, alternative form of bronchofibroscopic. Bronchofibroscopy, alternative form of bronchofibroscopy. Bronchofibroscope, a flexible device used for bronchofibroscopy. Bronchofibroscopes, plural of bronchofibroscope. Bronchofibroscopic, relating to bronchofibroscopy. Bronchofibroscopy, fibroscopy of the bronchi. Bronchogenic, originating in the bronchus. Bronchogram, a diagnostic image produced by bronchography. Bronchograms, plural of bronchogram. Bronchographic, relating to bronchography. Bronchography, radiography of the bronchus involving the use of contrast. Bronchoid, associated with the bronchi. Bronchointerstitial, relating to or affecting the bronchioles. Broncholavage, bronchoalveolar lavage. Broncolavages, plural of broncholavage. Broncholyth, calcified or ossified material within the lumen of the bronchus. Broncholithiasis. Lithiasis of the bronchi. Broncholis, plural of broncolith. Bronchology, the study of the airways and other diseases that affect them. Bronchomalacia, a degeneration of the cartilaginous wall of the bronchus or trachea. Bronchomediastinal, relating to the bronchi and the mediastinum. Bronchomodulatory, that modulates the bronchi typically by dilating them. Bronchomotor, relating to change in the form or action of a bronchus. Bronchometricity, the metricity motor function of a bronchus. Bronchomycosis, any fungal infection or disease of the bronchi. Bronchobstruction, the obstruction of the airways in the lungs. Bronchoobstructive, relating to bronchoobstruction. Bronchoesophagology, alternative form of bronchoesophagology. Bronchopathies, plural of bronchopathy. Bronchopathy, any disease of the bronchi. Bronchophony, a modification of the voice sounds observed in auscultation of the chest, used as a diagnostic test. Bronchoplastic, relating to bronchoplasty. Bronchoplasties, plural of bronchoplasty. Bronchoplasty, repair of a bronchus. Bronchopleural, relating to or connecting the bronchus and the pleura. Bronchopluricutaneous, relating to the bronchus, pleura, and the skin. Bronchopneumology, an extension of pneumology to include the bronchi. Bronchopneumonia, a bacterial infection of the lungs characteristically showing numerous small foci of infection. Bronchopneumonial, of or pertaining to bronchopneumonia. Bronchopneumonias, plural of bronchopneumonia. Bronchopneumonic, relating to or caused by bronchopneumonia. Bronchopneumonitis, inflammation of the bronchi and lungs. Bronchopneumopathies, plural of bronchopneumopathy. Bronchopneumopathy, any disease of the bronchi and the lungs. Bronchoprotection, protection against bronchoconstriction. Bronchoprotective, conferring or pertaining to bronchoprotection. Bronchoprovocation, deliberate provocation of the airways with a chemical agent used in medical tests. Bronchoprovocational, relating to bronchoprovocation. Bronchoprovocative, relating to bronchoprovocation. Bronchopulmonal, alternative form of bronchopulmonary. Bronchopulmonary, of or pertaining to both the bronchi and the lungs. Bronchoreactivity, the responsiveness of the bronchi to allergens, chemicals, or inflammation. Bronchorelaxant, that brings about bronchorelaxation. Bronchorelaxation, relaxation, dilation of the airways. Bronchuria, the production of unusually large amounts of watery sputum by the body. It may result from bronchitis, asthma, poisoning, or various other disorders. Bronchuria, alternative form of bronchuria. Bronchuria, obsolete typography of bronchuria. Bronchos, plural of broncho. Bronchoscope, a form of endoscope for inspecting the bronchial tubes. Bronchoscopes, plural of bronchoscope. Bronchoscopic, of or pertaining to bronchoscopy. Bronchoscopical, of or relating to bronchoscopy. Bronchoscopically, in a bronchoscopic way. Bronchoscopies, plural of bronchoscopy, plural count noun sense denoting instances of the mass noun sense, i.e. countable procedure episodes. Bronchoscopist, one who carries out bronchoscopy. Bronchoscopists, plural of bronchoscopists. Bronchoscopy, a technique for viewing the bronchi using a flexible instrument called a bronchoscope. Bronchoscretion, bronchial secretion. Bronchospasm, difficulty in breathing due to a contraction of smooth muscle in the walls of the bronchi and bronchioles. Bronchospasmogenic, that induces bronchospasm. Bronchospasmolytic, countering bronchospasm. Bronchospasmolytics, plural of bronchospasmolytic. Bronchospasms, plural of bronchospasm. Bronchospastic, relating to or causing bronchospasm. Bronchosphere, a spherical organoid derived from basal cells of the respiratory tract. Bronchospheres, plural of bronchosphere. Bronchospirometer, a device that measures airflow into each lung separately. Bronchospirometers, plural of bronchospirometer. Bronchospirometry, the diagnostic use of a bronchospirometer. Bronchostenosis, the abnormal contraction of a bronchus. Bronchostenotic, relating to bronchostenosis. Bronchostimulation, stimulation of the bronchi. Bronchostimulations, plural of bronchostimulation. Bronchothermoplasty, bronchial thermoplasty. Bronchitome, an instrument for cutting into the bronchi. Bronchitomes, plural of bronchitome. Bronchotomies, plural of bronchotomy. Bronchotomy, an incision into the windpipe or larynx. Bronchotracheal, relating to the bronchi and the trachea. Bronchovascular, relating to the blood vessels that supply the bronchi. Bronchovasculature, bronchial vasculature. Bronchosicular, relating to the bronchus and vesicles. Bronchovideoscope, a videoscope used at bronchovideoscopy. Bronchovideoscopes, plural of bronchovideoscope. Bronchovideoscopy, videoscopy of the bronchi. Bronchs, third person singular simple present indicative of bronch. Bronchus, either of two airways which are primary branches of the trachea leading directly into the lungs. Bronkhorst, a municipality of Gelderland, Netherlands. Bronco, a member of the Denver Broncos. Bronchobuster, alternative spelling of bronchobuster. Bronchobusters, plural of bronchobuster. Bronchobuster, alternative spelling of bronchobuster. Bronchobusters, plural of bronchobuster. Bronchobuster, a person who breaks horses so that they can be ridden with a saddle. Bronchobusters, plural of bronchobuster. Broncos, plural of broncho. Bronx, plural of bronch. Rond, a sword. Rond, a hair color intermediate between brown and blonde. Bronze, plural of bronze. Brondesbury, a suburban area in the borough of Brent, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 2484. Bronze, plural of brond. Broner, a surname. Broders, plural of broner. Bronus, the fact or quality of being a bro. Brodman, asserting. Broniodide, a lead silver sulfantimonide with 26.2% silver, some of which is apparently diaphorite and some Canfieldite. Bronhyrdite, alternative spelling of bronhyrdite. Brony-wow, second-hand clothing. Bronies, plural of Brony. Bronington, a village and community in Wrexham Borough, County Borough, Wales. OS Grid Ref SJ 4839. Bronch, initialism of bisphosphonates-related osteonecrosis of the jaw. Bruck, a surname. Bruckowa, a surname from West Frisian. Broncamas, plural of Broncama. Wux, plural of Bronc. Brahman, a female given name originating as a coinage of rare modern usage. Bronner, a surname. Bronner's acid, 2-amine and naphthalene 6-sulfonic acid. Bronner's acid, alternative form of Bronner's acid. Bronners, plural of Bronner. Rudi, a thick oatmeal scone or cake. Wordes, plural of Bernie. Bronopal, a dopamine antagonist with prokinetic properties widely used as an antiemetic. Bronstein, a surname. Bronski, a surname. Brunson, a surname transferred from the given name. Bronsted, alternative spelling of Bronsted. Bronsted acid, alternative spelling of Bronsted acid. Bronsted acids, plural of Bronsted acid. Bronsted base, alternative spelling of Bronsted base. Bronsted bases, plural of Bronsted base. Bronsteloic acid, alternative spelling of Bronsteloic acid. Bronsteloic acids, plural of Bronsteloic acid. Bronsteloic base, alternative spelling of Bronsteloic base. Bronsteloic bases, plural of Bronsteloic base. Bronstein, a surname. Bronsteins, plural of Bronstein. Bronstetter, a surname from German. Bronstetters, plural of Bronstetter. But one of the Cyclops who forged Zeus's thunderbolts. Rute, a surname from Irish. Runta, an extinct surname from Irish, born by a 19th century literary family. Rosian, of or pertaining to any or all of the Bronte sisters, English writers of the 1840s and 1850s, or to their works or style. Brontophobia, alternative form of brontophobia. Brontes, plural of bronte. Brontesis, damage to plants caused by lightning or electric shock. Bronti, a sound like that of distant thunder, some of which may have seismic origins. Brontides, plural of bronti. Bronto, thunder. Brontobi, 10 2 or 2 bites. Brontobites, plural of brontobite. Brontograph, a tracing or chart showing the phenomena accompanying a thunderstorm. Brontographs, plural of brontograph. Brontologies, plural of brontology. Brontology, the study of thunder. Brontomancy, divination by thunder. Brontometer, an instrument for noting or recording the phenomena that accompany a thunderstorm. Brontometers, plural of brontometer. Brontophobia, the fear of thunder and lightning. Brontornithid, any of the giant extinct carnivorous birds in the forest-rested subfamily Brontornithini, formerly the family Brontornithidae. Brontornithids, plural of Brontornithid. Brontosaur, any member of the genus Brontosaurus. Brontosauri, plural of Brontosaurus. Brontosaurs, plural of Brontosaur. Brontosaurus, one of the largest land animals to ever walk the earth, a Brontosaurus. Brontosauruses, plural of Brontosaurus. Brontoscopic, relating to brontoscopy. Brontoscopy, divination by thunder. Brontiology, synonym of brontology. Brontother, alternative form of brontotherapy. Brontothers, plural of brontother. Brontotherad, misspelling of brontotherad. Brontotherids, plural of brontotherad. Brontotheriid, any of the extinct dinosaurs-like mammals in the family Brontotheriidae. Brontotheriids, plural of Brontotheriidae. Brontoin, a female given name from Welsh. Bronwyd Arms, a small village in Carmarthenshire, Wales, OS Grid Ref SN 4123. Bronwyn, a female given name from Welsh. Bronx, a borough of New York City, New York, United States. Bronx Bombers, nickname of the New York Yankees. Bronx Cheer, synonym of raspberry, a sound intended to resemble flatulence made by blowing air out of the mouth while the tongue is protruding from and pressed against the lips, used humorously or to express disdain or scorn. Bronx Cheers, plural of Bronx Cheer. Bronx County, one of 62 counties in New York State, USA, which is coterminous with the borough of the Bronx in New York City. Brony, a usually major, often male fan of the animated television series My Little Pony. Friendship is magic, typically an adult male. Bronydom, the community or culture of bronies. Oh yes, the community, culture, or philosophy of bronies. Bronispeak, the fan dialect of the brony community. Bronze, a surname. Bronze Age, a period in a civilization's development when the most advanced metalworking has developed the techniques of smelting copper from natural outcroppings and alloys it to cast bronze. Bronze Age, alternative letter case form of Bronze Age. Bronze Age collapse, the transition from the Bronze Age to the Iron Age in the Eastern Mediterranean and Southwestern Asia, characterized by the collapse of the Hittite, Egyptian, Mycenaean, and Canaanite civilizations. Bronze Blue, synonym of Prussian blue. Bronze Diabetes, hemochromatosis. Bronze Disease, Addison's disease. Bronze Featherback, Notopterus notopterus, a fish in the family Notopteridae, found in South and Southeast Asia. Young specimens are of a dark bronze color. Bronze Featherbacks, plural of bronze featherback. Bronze Fennel, an ornamental variety of fennel having a dark, brownish-purple tint to the foliage and a stronger, less sweet flavor than the other cultivated varieties. Bronze Fennels, plural of bronze fennel. Bronze Green, a dull shade of green resembling the patina of bronze. Bronze Greens, plural of bronze green. Bronze John, yellow fever. Bronze Medal, a medal made of or having the color of bronze, given as a prize for finishing in third place. Bronze Medalists, someone who has received a bronze medal. Bronze Medalists, plural of bronze medalists. Bronze Medalists, alternative form of bronze medalist. Bronze Medalists, plural of bronze medalists. Bronze Medals, plural of bronze medal. Bronze Open Access, a term describing a type of access in which an article is free to read only on the publisher page, but lacks a clearly identifiable license. Bronze Parosha, a bird of paradise of species Parosha burlepski. Bronze Paroshas, plural of Bronze Parosha. Bronze Race, a mestizo race formed in America from indigenous people and Spanish colonizers. Bronze Star, a USAF individual military decoration, the fourth highest award for bravery, heroism, or meritorious service. Bronze Stars, plural of Bronze Star. Bronze Steel, a hard tough alloy of tin, copper, and iron, formerly used for guns. Bronze Up, to cover oneself in one's own excrement, chiefly to disrupt custodial processes or as an attention-seeking act in prison. Bronze Whaler, the copper shark. Bronze Whalers, plural of Bronze Whaler. Bronze Yellow, a yellowish-brown color like that of bronze. Bronze Yellows, plural of Bronze Yellow. Bronzewing, alternative spelling of bronzewing. Bronze-winged jacana, a waiter of species Metapodius indicus in the family Jacanidae. Bronze-winged jacanas, plural of bronze-winged jacana. Bronze wings, plural of bronze wing. Bronzed, simple past and past participle of bronze. Bronze skin disease, Addison's disease. Bronzed up, simple past and past participle of bronze up. Bronze founder, a metal worker who casts objects from bronze. Bronze founders, plural of bronze founder. Bronze founding, the work of a bronze founder casting objects from bronze. Bronzeless, without bronze. Bronze-like, resembling or characteristic of bronze. Bronze making, the process of making bronze. Bronzen, made of or relating to bronze. Bronzen, simple past and past participle of bronzen. Bronzeness, the quality or state of being bronze. Bronzer, a cosmetic product intended to give the skin a temporary bronzed color resembling a suntan. Bronzers, plural of bronzer. Bronzes, plural of bronze. Bronzes up, third person singular simple present indicative of bronze up. Bronzesmith, a maker of bronze articles. Bronzesmithing, the art or profession of creating items out of bronze. Bronzesmiths, plural of bronzesmith. Bronzeware, articles made from bronze, treated as a group. Bronzewares, plural of bronzeware. Bronzewing, any of several species of bird in the genera Henicophaps and Phaps in the pigeon family, found in Australasia. Bronzewing pigeon, the bronzewing any of several Australian pigeon species. Bronzewing pigeons, plural of bronzewing pigeon. Bronzewings, plural of bronzewing. Bronzework, bronze metalwork. Bronzeworker, a person involved in bronzeworking. Bronzeworkers, plural of bronzeworker. Bronzeworking, the making of useful or decorative items from bronze. Bronzeworks, plural of bronzework. Bronzy, with a bronze-like coloring. Bronze, comparative form of bronzy, more bronzy. Bronzeous, superlative form of bronzy, most bronzy. Bronzify, simple past and past participle of bronzify. Bronzifies, third person singular simple present indicative of bronzify. Bronzify, to turn into bronze. Bronzifying, present participle and gerund of bronzify. Bronzine, a metal made to look like bronze. Bronziness, the quality or state of being bronzy. Bronzing, present participle and gerund of bronze. Bronzing oil, a product that gives the skin a sunkissed glow without the risk of sun damage. Bronzing oils, plural of bronzing oil. Bronzing salt, antimony trichloride, used in bronzing gun barrels. Bronzing up, present participle and gerund of bronze up. Bronzings, plural of bronzing. Bronzini, European sea bass. Bronzish, somewhat bronze in color. Bronzes, someone who makes, collects, or deals in bronzes. Bronzes, plural of bronzes. Bronzite, a ferriferous variety of enstatite, often with bronze-like luster. Bronzites, plural of bronzite. Bronzitite, a form of orthopyroxenite composed mostly of the mineral hypersthene. Bronzitites, plural of bronzitite. Bronzy, approximately bronze-colored. Ruch, a piece of ornamental jewelry having a pin allowing it to be fixed to garments worn on the upper body. Broached, simple past and past participle of brooch. Brooches, plural of brooch. Broaching, present participle and gerund of brooch. Brooch, resembling or characteristic of a brooch. Brood, the young of certain animals, especially a group of young birds or fowl hatched at one time by the same mother. Brood above, to cover or seem to cover a scene, to loom over a scene as to cast a gloomy pall. Brood cell, a cell located in a bee comb and used for the raising of immature larvae. Brood cells, plural of brood cell. Brood chamber, a chamber typically underground in which young animals or insects are born and raised until old enough to venture outside. Brood chambers, plural of brood chamber. Brood cocoon, a cocoon-like structure made of web in which a female spider lays her eggs. Brood cocoons, plural of brood cocoon. Brood mare, a stud mare, a female horse used for breeding. Brood mares, plural of brood mare. Brood nests, the area of the beehive where the young are reared. Brood nests, plural of brood nests. Brood parasite, an animal, bird, fish, or insect that relies on other species to raise their young. Brood parasites, plural of brood parasites. Brood parasitism, the practice of some species of animal, the parasites, of relying on another species, the host species, to rear the parasite's young, as practiced by certain birds, for example, most species of cuckoo, insects, for example, cuckoo bumblebees, and some other animals. Brood patch, a patch of featherless skin that is visible on the underside of birds during the nesting season, helping them to transfer heat to their eggs when incubating. Brood patches, plural of brood patch. Brood pouch, a cavity in some animals in which eggs develop and hatch. Brood pouches, plural of brood pouch. Brood size, the number of young animals in a brood. Brood sizes, plural of brood size. Brood sow, a female pig kept for breeding. Brood sows, plural of brood sow. Broodax, one of 15 broods of periodical cicadas that appear regularly throughout the eastern United States. Brood parasitic, practicing brood parasitism. Brood chamber, alternative form of brood chamber. Brood chambers, plural of brood chamber. Brooded, having broods. Brooded above, simple past and past participle of brood above. Brooder, a person who broods. Brooders, plural of brooder. Broodest, second person singular simple present indicative of brood. Brooda, third person singular simple present indicative of brood. Broodfish, broodstock. Broodfishes, plural of broodfish. Broody, comparative form of broody, more broody. Broodies, plural of broody. Broodiest, superlative form of broody, most broody. Broodily, in a broody manner. Broodiness, the state of being broody. Broody, broody, incubating eggs by sitting on them. Brooding, above, present participle, and gerund of brood above. Broodingness, superlative form of brooding, most brooding. Broodingly, in a brooding manner. Broodingness, the state or quality of being brooding. Broodings, plural of brooding. Broodless, lacking a brood. Broodlessness, absence of a brood. Broodline, the bloodline set of ancestors of a brood. Broodlines, plural of broodline. Broodling, a member of a brood, as of animals. Broodlings, plural of broodling. Broodmare, alternative form of broodmare. Broodbears, plural of broodmare. Broodnests, alternative form of brood nest. Broodnests, plural of broodiness. Broods, plural of brood. Broods above, third person singular simple present indicative of brood above. Broodsome, characterized or marked by brooding. Broodstock, a group of sexually mature individuals of a cultured species that is kept separate for breeding purposes. Broodstocks, plural of broodstock. Brood strain, a strain of animals from the same brood. Brood strains, plural of brood strain. Broody, of birds sitting persistently and protectively on a nest in order to hatch eggs. Brood, a steep bank or grassy cliff. Broods, plural of brew. Brook, a habitational surname from Middle English for someone living by a brook. Brook alder, American winterberry, Ilex verticillata. Brook alders, plural of brook alder. Brook lamprey, a small European lamprey, Lampetra planary. Brook lampreys, plural of brook lamprey. Brook mint, the water mint. Brook mint. Plural of brook mint. Brook rearrangement, a rearrangement name reaction in which an organosylyl group switches position with a hydroxyl proton over a carbon-oxygen covalent bond under the influence of a base, yielding acylyl ether. Brook rearrangements, plural of brook rearrangement. Brook springflies, plural of brook springfly. Brook springfly, Malarichus hastatus, a species of stonefly. Rook Street, a place in England. Rook trout, a fish of the species Salvelinus fontinalis. Rook trouts, plural of brook trout. Brookable, that may be brooked bearable, endurable, tolerable. Brookbank, a surname. Brookbanks, plural of Brookbank. Brookdale, a census-designated place in Santa Cruz County, California, United States. Rook, a surname from Middle English. Rook County, one of 55 counties in West Virginia, United States. County seat, Wellsburg. Brooks Point, a municipality of Palawan, Philippines. Brooks Point Palawanno, an Austronesian language spoken in parts of Palawan Island in the Philippines. Brookiburo, a village in County Fermanagh, Northern Ireland. Brooked, simple past and past participle of brook. Brookins, a surname. Brookenses, plural of Brookins. Brooker, a surname. Brooks, a surname. Brookisia, of or relating to Joshua Brooks 1761–1833, British anatomist and naturalist, or the Museum of Anatomy that he founded. Brookest, second person singular simple present indicative of brook. Brooketh, third person singular simple present indicative of brook. Brookfield, a number of places in the United Kingdom. Brookfields, plural of Brookfield. Brookpark, a surname. Brookharts, plural of Brookhart. Brookhaven, a number of places in the United States. Brookie, Brookside, a British television soap opera. Brookies, plural of Brookie. Brookinaw, a hybrid fish derived from a male lake trout and a female brook trout. Brooking, a surname. Brookings, a surname. Brookings County, one of 66 counties in South Dakota, United States. County seat, Brookings. Brookins, a surname from Old English. Brookinses, plural of Brookins. Brookite, a dark brown mineral form of titanium dioxide with the chemical formula TiO2. Brookites, plural of Brookite. Brookland, a village and civil parish in Folkestone and Hythe District, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 990,259. Brooklands, plural of Brookland. Brookless, without a brook. Brooklet, a little brook. Brooklet, plural of brooklet. Brook-like, resembling or characteristic of a brook. Brookline, certain plants of genus Veronica with usually blue flowers in axillary racemes. Brooklines, plural of Brookline. Brookline, a town in Windham County, Vermont, United States. Brooklyn, a borough of New York City, New York, United States. It is located on the western end of Long Island. Brooklyn Blackout Cake, alternative form of Brooklyn Blackout Cake. Brooklyn Blackout Cake, synonym of blackout cake. Brooklyn Blackout Cakes, plural of Brooklyn Blackout Cake. Brooklyn Blackout Cakes, plural of Brooklyn Blackout Cake. Brooklyn Bridge, a suspension bridge in New York connecting boroughs of Manhattan and Brooklyn by spanning the East River. Brooklyn Center, a city in Hennepin, Minnesota, United States. Brooklyn Fade, synonym of taper fade. Brooklyn Fades, plural of Brooklyn Fade. Brooklyn Park, a census-designated place in Anne Arundel County, outside Baltimore, Maryland, United States. Brooklinese, the dialect of American English spoken in the borough of Brooklyn in New York. Brooklynite, a native or inhabitant of Brooklyn, New York. Brooklynites, plural of Brooklynite. Brooklyn, a female given name transferred from the place name, variant of Brooklyn. Brookmen, a surname. Brookmans, plural of Brookman. Brookmans Park, a village in North Mims Parish, Welland Hatfield Borough, Hertfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 2404. Brookmire, a surname. Brookmyres, plural of Brookmire. Bruckner, a surname from German. Brookers, plural of Bruckner. Brookover, a surname. Brookovers, plural of Brookover. Brooks, a topographic surname from Middle English, variant of Brook. Brooks County, a county of Georgia, United States. County seat, Quitman. Brooks Range, a mountain range in far northern North America stretching some 700 miles 1,100 km from west to east across northern Alaska into Canada's Yukon Territory. Brooks's Law, the claim that adding manpower to a late software development project makes it even later. Brooksbank, a surname. Brooksbanks, plural of Brooksbank. Brooksby, a hamlet in Hobie with Rotherby Parish, Melton Borough, Leicestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 6716. Brookshire, a surname. Brookshires, plural of Brookshire. Brookshire, a surname. Brookshires, plural of Brookshire. Brookshire, a surname. Brookshires, plural of Brookshire. Brooksian, of or relating to the American comedian Mel Brooks, known for his farcical cinematic parodies. Brooks High, places in the United States. Brooksize, plural of Brookside. Brookspint, a barangay of Baguio, Banked, Philippines. Brookston, a town in White County, Indiana, United States. Brookville, an unincorporated community in Blount County, Alabama. Brooksy, a nickname of the surname Brooks. Brookthorpe, a village in Brookthorpe with Wadden Parish, Stroud District, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SO 8312. Brookthorpe with Wadden, a civil parish in Stroud District, Gloucestershire, England. Brook Trails, a census-designated place in Mendocino County, California, United States. Brookville, a number of places in the United States. Ropewood, in the direction of a brook, toward a brook. Brookweed, a small white-flowered herb Samalis valorandi usually found in wet places, the water pimpernel. Brookweeds, plural of brookweed. Ropewood, a village in Woking Borough, Surrey, England. OS Grid Ref SU 9557. Brew, a deep murmur. Brews, plural of brew. Brew, a number of places in England. Broom, bush, various taxa of genesti traditionally used to make brooms. Broom bushes, plural of broom bush. Broom closet, the metaphorical place in which a Wiccan's religious identity is hidden. Broom closets, plural of broom closet. Broom pour, alternative spelling of broomcorn. Broom corns, plural of broom corn. Broom cupboard, a cupboard in which cleaning materials and associated equipment, such as brooms, are stored. Broom cupboards, plural of broom cupboard. Brewery, alternative form of broomrate. Brew rapes, plural of broom rape. Broom sedge, Andropodon virginicus, a tall grass native to the southeastern United States, considered invasive in some other environments. Broom sedges, plural of broom sedge. Broom spurge, a grass-like erect spurge native to Australia of species Amparia ziphyclata, formerly known as Amparia spartioides. Broom up, to sweep up a mess thoroughly with a broom. Broom wagon, a vehicle that follows a cycling race, picking up stragglers and carrying food and equipment. Broom wagons, plural of broom wagon. Broom bush, alternative form of broom bush. Broom bushes, plural of broom bush. Room clean, of a room empty of personal property and swept clean of debris, though not necessarily professionally clean, typically used in contracts to describe the expected vacated condition of a property upon moving out, despite having no unambiguous definition. Brewery, alternative form of broomrape. Brew rapes, plural of broom rape. Broomball, a Canadian team sport resembling ice hockey and played with sticks and a ball. Broombowler, a player of broomball. Broomballers, plural of broomballer. Broomballs, plural of broomball. Broombridge, a railway and tram interchange beside the Royal Canal in the suburb of Cabra, Dublin, Ireland. Irish grid ref 01337. Broombush, alternative form of broombush. Broombushes, plural of broombush. Broompoor, a variety of grass of the species Sorghum vulgare. Broomporn millet, Proso-millet Panicamiliaceum. Broomporn millets, plural of broomcorn millet. Broomcorns, plural of broomcorn. An unincorporated community in Sterling County, Texas, United States. Broome County, one of 62 counties in New York, United States. County seat, Binghamton. Broomed, simple past and past participle of broom. Broomed up, simple past and past participle of broom up. Broomed, a small village in Lymm Parish, Warrington District, Cheshire, England. OS grid ref SJ 7086. Brooms, plural of broom. Broomfield, a place name. Broomfields, plural of Broomfield. Broomfleet, a village and civil parish in the East Riding of Yorkshire, England. OS grid ref SC 8827. Broomhandle Mosser, the Mosser C96 pistol. Broomhandle Mossers, plural of Broomhandle Mosser. Broomhill, a number of places in England. Broome House, a western suburb of Edinburgh, City of Edinburgh Council Area, Scotland. OS grid ref NT 2071. Broomie, a person who wields a broom. Broomino, a suburb of Bonnyrigg, Midlothian Council Area, Scotland. OS grid ref NT 3065. Broomielaw, a hamlet in Streatham and Stainton Parish, northeast of Barnard Castle, County Durham, England. OS grid ref NZ 0818. Broomy, comparative form of broomy, more broomy. Broomies, plural of broomy. Broomius, superlative form of broomy, most broomy. Brooming, present participle and gerund of broom. Brooming up, present participle and gerund of broom up. Broomings, plural of brooming. Broomont, land on which broom grows. Broomus, without a broom sweeping tool. Broomike, resembling or characteristic of a broom. Broommaking, the manufacture of brooms. Brewery, Any of various plants of the genus Orobanche that are parasitic on the roots of other plants. Broomrapes, plural of broomrape. Brooms, plural of broom. Brooms up. Third person singular simple present indicative of broom up. Broom sedge. Any species of grass in the genus Andropogon, especially Andropogon virginicus, broom sedge bluestem. Broom squire. A person who makes or sells besom brooms. Broom staff. A broomstick. Broom staffs, plural of broom staff. Broom staves, plural of broom staff. Broomstick, the handle of a broom sweeping tool, sometimes the entire broom. Broomstick, simple past and past participle of broomstick. Broomsticking, present participle and gerund of broomstick. Broomstick-like, resembling or characteristic of a broomstick. Broomsticks, plural of broomstick. Broomstraw, a type of undesirable grass. Broomtail, a small, inferior horse of the American West, typically one that is untrained or wild. Broomtail grouper, a species of grouper, Mycteroperca xenarcha. Broomtails, plural of broomtail. Broomware, brooms collectively. Broomweed, any of various plants of the genus Gugeresia. Broomweeds, plural of broomweed. Broomy, covered in the shrub broom. Newcastle Brown Ale, a well-known brand of brown ale beer. Brunel, Newcastle Brown Ale, a well-known brand of brown ale beer. Brunei, alternative form of brownite. Brunites, plural of brunite. Bruns, plural of brune. Birth, a race from the church to the bridegroom's house, part of wedding festivities. Bruises, plural of bruise. Ropestrol, alpha-bromo alpha-beta-diphenyl beta-pethylphenylethylene, a synthetic, non-steroidal selective estrogen receptor modulator of the triphenylethylene group. Roprimil, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Rafi, a surname from Irish. Braffies, plural of braffi. Rapyramine, an experimental drug with anti-cancer and antiviral properties. Roquenaldol, an anti-infective drug. Brura, a coastal village in Sutherland Highland Council area, Scotland OS Gridref and C9004. Rose, plural of bro. Rose before hose. A man should prioritize his male friends over women. Bros before hose. Alternative spelling of bros before hose. Bros down. Third person singular simple present indicative of bro down. Bros at. Third person singular simple present indicative of bro out. Those. Alternative letter case form of bros. Rush, a surname from German. Vahes, plural of brosh. Raw science, any pseudoscientific claim on behalf of fitness goals derived from bodybuilding experience. Raw scientist, somebody who derives his training convictions from raw science. Raw scientists, plural of raw scientists. Bracine, any ground beetle of the subfamily Bracinae, known for digging through sand. Rose, a diminutive of the male given name Ambrose. Broseph, alternative spelling of Broseph. Brosefs, plural of Broseph. Broseley, a market town in Shropshire, England. Brosleys. plural of Brosli. Broslo tape, a color-coded tape measure used in pediatric emergencies, mapping a child's height and weight to the appropriate equipment sizes, medication dosages, and defibrillation voltages. Broslo tapes, plural of Broslo tape. Brosef, a comrade or friend. Brosveen, a female comrade or friend. Brosveens, plural of Brosveen. Brosefs, plural of Brosef. Broses, plural of Bros. What a female fan of Bros, a British boy band active in the late 1980s and early 1990s. Brosettes, plural of brosette. Brosy, alternative spelling of brosy. Rosheth, the male version of the Commander Shepard player character in the Mass Effect series. Froship, friendship between males. Worships, plural of broship. Brosier, alternative form of brosier. Brosier, simple past and past participle of brosier. Broyering, present participle and gerund of brosier. Broyers, third person singular simple present indicative of brosier. Rosef, alternative form of brosef. Rosefs, plural of brosef. Rosies, a surname from German. Rosieses, plural of Brosius. Ofes, a surname from German. Oseses, plural of Rosius. Roski, a trusted male friend. Broski, alternative form of Broski. Broskis, plural of Broski. Broskes, plural of Broski. Broski, a surname. Broskis, plural of Broski. Brosmaid, a male bridesmaid, a male attendant to a female bride at a wedding. Brosmaids, plural of Brosmaid. Brosnan, a surname from Irish. Brosnans, plural of Brosnan. Rosatamide, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Brospeak, speech characteristic of bros and bro culture. Russ, a surname. Brosser, a surname from French. Brossards, plural of Brossard. Rossart, a surname from French. Rossarts, plural of Brossart. Brosso, a surname from French. Brossos, plural of Brosso. Russman, a surname from German. Russmans, plural of Brossman. Russ, a surname. Brostany, the name of a number of locations in Romania. Rostep, a harsher sounding form of dubstep music, influenced by house music and heavy metal. Roster, a surname. Rostrom, a surname from Swedish. Rostroms, plural of Brostrom. Brosts, plural of Brost. Broxyxamide, an anticonvulsant drug. Brosy, in rural and farming circles, stout and strong, well-built, well-fed with bros. Rosy face, obese and flabby face. Brotastic, extremely characteristic of the culture of bros. Virgin. 1. Bread roll. Urchins, plural of Birchen. Rovdi, a surname from German. Rovdens, plural of Broten. Rotform, a type of basket used to provide structure for breads during proofing. Rot forms. Plural of brot form. Rot. Water in which food, meat, vegetable, etc. has been boiled. Broth cube. A bouillon cube. Broth cubes. Plural of broth cube. Broth the boy. A first-rate fellow. Brotter. Obsolete form of brother. Broth is plural of brother. Rata. Pronunciation spelling of brother. Rata. Pronunciation spelling of brother. Brothas. Plural of brotha. Brothas. Plural of brotha. Brothel. A house of prostitution. Brothel creeper. A type of soft shoe with a crepe sole. Brothel creepers. Plural of brothel creeper. Brothel house. A house of prostitution, whorehouse. Brothel houses. Plural of brothel house. Brothel house. Alternative form of brothel house. Brothel houses. Plural of brothel house. Brothel keeper. Alternative form of brothel keeper. Brothel keepers. Plural of brothel keeper. Brotheler. One who frequents brothels. Brothelers. Plural of brotheler. Brothelgate. The Willie O'D affidavit incident at 2010 political controversy in Ireland relating to remarks made by Minister for Defence Willie O'D about the alleged connection between a brothel and Sinn Féin politician Maurice Quinlivan. O'D falsely swore by affidavit that he had not made these remarks. Brothel goer. Someone who visits a brothel. Brothel goers. Plural of brothel goer. Brothel keeper. A person who runs a brothel, whether legally or illegally. Brothel keepers. Plural of brothel keeper. Brothelike. Resembling or characteristic of a brothel. Brothely. Resembling or characteristic of a brothel. Brothelry. Prostitution, especially in brothels. Brothels. Plural of brothel. Brother. Title of respect for an adult male member of a religious or fraternal order. Brothership. Term of address for a fellow tradesman, originally a carpenter. Brother from another mother. A very close male friend. Brother German. Alternative form of brother German. Brother in Christ. A male fellow Christian, a man who shares the speaker's belief in Christianity. Brother-in-law. Alternative form of brother-in-law. Brother Jonathan. The personification and emblem of New England. He is also an allegory of capitalism and transcendent aspirations, and in the past has occasionally been the national personification of the entire United States. Brother's wife. Synonym of sister-in-law. Brothers' wives. Plural of brother's wife. Brother German. A full brother. A brother born to the same mother and father, as distinguished from half-brothers, uterine brothers, step-brothers, or brothers established through relationships such as wardship. Brother husband. A man who is simultaneously brother and husband to his wife. Brother husbands. Plural of brother husband. Brother in arms. Comrade in arms, fellow combatant or soldier. Brother-in-law. A male relative of one's generation, separated by 1 degree of marriage. Brother-in-laws. Plural of brother-in-law. Brother officer. A fellow police officer. Brother officers. Plural of brother officer. Brother outlaw. The brother of one's boyfriend or girlfriend. Brother slayer. One who kills or murders one's brother, a fratricide. Brother slayers. Plural of brother slayer. Brother's own. To view or categorize someone as a brotherly figure rather than a potential romantic partner. Brother's own. Simple past and past participle of brother's own. Brother's owns. Third person singular simple present indicative of brother's own. Brother's owning. Present participle and gerund of brother's own. Brother boy. A member of a traditional gender role in Australian Aboriginal cultures resembling trans men. Brother boys. Plural of brother boy. Brotherdom. Brotherhood, the quality of being a brother. Brother, alternative form of brothered. Brotherfucker, motherfucker generic term of abuse. Brotherfuckers, plural of brotherfucker. Brotherfucking, having sex with one's brother. Brotherhood, the state of being brothers or a brother also figuratively. Brotherhood in arms, the quality of being brothers in arms. Brotherhoods, plural of brotherhood. Brothering, present participle and gerund of brother. Brothergy, brother as a respectful term of address. Brothergies, plural of brothergy. Brotherkin, diminutive of brother. Brotherkins, plural of brotherkin. Brotherless, without a brother. Brotherlessness, the state or condition of being brotherless. Brotherly, resembling or characteristic of a brother. Brotherliness, the characteristic of being brotherly. Brotherlinesses, plural of brotherliness. Brotherlocks, sisterlocks, a kind of dreadlocks when worn by a male. Brotherly, of or characteristic of brothers. Brotherly love, synonym of agape. Brotherman, wow. Brotherman, plural of brotherman. Brotherment. Adelphopoiesis, a ceremony where males are unionized with one another. Brother, plural of brother. Brotherness, brotherhood. Brother, brotherhood, fraternity. Brothers, plural of brother, but may include female individuals. Brothers from another mother, plural of brother from another mother. Brothers from other mothers, plural of brother from another mother. Brothers German, plural of brother German. Brothers in Christ, plural of brother in Christ. Brothers-in-law, plural of brother-in-law. Brothers German, plural of brother German. Brothers-in-arms, plural of brother-in-arms. Brothers-in-law, plural of brother-in-law. Brothers-outlaw, plural of brother-outlaw. Brothership, the state of being brothers, brotherhood. Rudderston. A surname. Rudderstons, plural of Brotherston. Rotherton, a village and civil parish in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Selby District OS Grid Ref SC 4825. Brothertons, plural of Brotherton. Brotherwort, pennyroyal meant the pillagum. Brother, comparative form of brothy, more brothy. Brothius, superlative form of brothy, most brothy. Brothiness, the quality of being vavy. Broth-like, resembling or characteristic of broth. Brothrin, plural of brother. Broths, plural of broth. Broths of boys, plural of broth of a boy. Brotha, pronunciation spelling of brother. Brothas, plural of brotha. Wrathy. Resembling or characteristic of broth. Brochinai, an anthelminthic drug. Brothy, a horizontal bar from which sheets of rubber are hung to dry. Brodies, plural of brody. Brodizalam, a phenodiazepine drug with anxiolytic, anticonvulsant, and sedative properties. Rhodocrystal, a phenocryst whose corroded or embayed outline proves that it was formed prior to the eruptive stage. Rhodocrystals, plural of brhodocrystal. Botox, the use of Botox treatments by men. Bro-TB, a platonic relationship between two characters that is a personal favorite of a fan. Bro-TP, plural of bro-TP. A surname. Broughton, a large village in Skelton and Broughton Parish, Redcar and Cleveland District, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 6819. Broths, plural of broth. Brachyla, a family of ophtheiform fishes of the taxonomic family Bythididae who bear live young. Brachylas, plural of brachyla. Brachylid, any member of the Brachylidae. Brachylids, plural of brachylid. Rhodus, something added at no extra charge, such as the 13th item in a baker's dozen. Rhoduses, plural of Brodus. Brotsman, a surname. Brotsmans, plural of Brotsmen. Rauchaean, a neighborhood of Alexandria. A place name. Bra and Chatton, a civil parish in High Peak District, Derbyshire, England. That includes the named places. Browith St Giles, a village and civil parish in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Richmond District. OS Grid Ref SC 2198. Bruffaw, a small village in Whitchurch Rural Parish, Shropshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 5641. Rutha, a four-wheeled horse-drawn carriage with an open seat for the driver in front of a closed cabin for 2 or 4 passengers, designed in 1839. Bruffas, plural of Bruffem. Rover, a surname from German. Brothers, plural of Bruffer. Ruffman, a surname. Ruffwens, plural of Bruffman. Ruths, plural of Ruh. Ruh, simple past and past participle of bring. Brought a knife to a gunfight. Simple past and past participle of bring a knife to a gunfight. Brought a lump to someone's throat. Simple past and past participle of bring a lump to someone's throat. Brought about. Simple past and past participle of bring about. Brought along. Simple past and past participle of bring along. Brought around. Simple past and past participle of bring around. Brought away. Simple past and past participle of bring away. Brought back. Simple past and past participle of bring back. Brought coals to Newcastle. Simple past and past participle of bring coals to Newcastle. Brought down. Simple past and past participle of bring down. Brought down a notch. Simple past and past participle of bring down a notch. Brought down a peg. Simple past and past participle of bring down a peg. Brought down on. Simple past and past participle of bring down on. Brought down the curtain. Simple past and past participle of bring down the curtain. Brought down the hammer. Simple past and past participle of bring down the hammer. Brought down the house. Simple past and past participle of bring down the house. Brought down to size. Simple past and past participle of bring down to size. Brought forth. Simple past and past participle of bring forth. Brought forward. Simple past and past participle of bring forward. Brought home. Simple past and past participle of bring home. Brought home the bacon. Simple past and past participle of bring home the bacon. Brought in. Simple past and past participle of bring in. Brought into play. Simple past and past participle of bring into play. Brought it. Simple past and past participle of bring it. Brought it weak. Simple past and past participle of bring it weak. Brought low. Simple past and past participle of bring low. Brought off. Simple past and past participle of bring off. Brought on. Simple past and past participle of bring on. Brought one's arse to an anchor. Simple past and past participle of bring one's arse to an anchor. Brought one's own hide to market. Simple past and past participle of bring one's own hide to market. Brought oneself away. Simple past and past participle of bring oneself away. Brought oneself to. Simple past and past participle of bring oneself to. Brought out. Simple past and past participle of bring out. Brought out in a rash. Simple past and past participle of bring out in a rash. Brought out of oneself. Simple past and past participle of bring out of oneself. Brought over. Simple past and past participle of bring over. Brought owls to Athens. Simple past and past participle of bring owls to Athens. Brought round. Simple past and past participle of bring round. Brought sand to the beach. Simple past and past participle of bring sand to the beach. Brought suit. Simple past and past participle of bring suit. Brought the house down. Simple past and past participle of bring the house down. Brought the wood. Simple past and past participle of bring the wood. Brought through. Simple past and past participle of bring through. Brought to. Simple past and past participle of bring to. Brought to a close. Simple past and past participle of bring to a close. Brought to a head. Simple past and past participle of bring to a head. Brought to bear. Simple past and past participle of bring to bear. Brought to bed. Simple past and past participle of bring to bed deliver of a child. Brought to ground. Simple past and past participle of bring to ground. Brought to heel. Simple past and past participle of bring to heel. Brought to justice. Simple past and past participle of bring to justice. Brought to life. Simple past and past participle of bring to life. Brought to light. Simple past and past participle of bring to light. Brought to naught. Simple past and past participle of bring to naught. Brought to one's knees. Simple past and past participle of bring to one's knees. Brought to the hammer. Simple past and past participle of bring to the hammer. Brought to the table. Simple past and past participle of bring to the table. Brought together. Simple past and past participle of bring together. Brought under. Simple past and past participle of bring under. Brought up. Simple past and past participle of bring up. Brought up against. Simple past and past participle of bring up against. Brought up short. Simple past and past participle of bring up short. Brought up the rear. Simple past and past participle of bring up the rear. Brought up to. Simple past and past participle of bring up to. Brought upon. Past participle of bring upon. Brought way. Simple past and past participle of bring with. Broughten. Having been brought. Broughtus. Second person singular simple past indicative of bring. Rotha. A number of places in the United Kingdom. Rawson and Breton. A community civil parish in Flintshire, Wales. Broughton and Old Dalby. A civil parish in Melton Borough, Leicestershire, England, which includes Nether Broughton and Old Dalby. Broughton Astley. A large village and civil parish in Harborough District, Leicestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 5392. Broughton Cross. A hamlet in Brigham Parish, Allerdale Borough, Cumbria, England. OS Grid Ref NY 0730. Broughton Gifford. A village and civil parish in Wiltshire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 8764. Broughton Hamlet. A civil parish without a council near Aylesbury, Buckinghamshire, England. Broughton in Furness. 4. Broughton Hamlet. A civil parish without a council near Aylesbury, Buckinghamshire, England. Broughton in Furness. A small market town in Broughton West Parish, Westmoreland and Furness, Cumbria, England, previously in South Lakeland District. OS Grid Ref SD 2187. Broughton West. A civil parish served by Dudden Parish Council in Westmoreland and Furness, Cumbria, England, previously in South Lakeland District. Broughtonnian. Of or relating to Jack Broughton c. 1703-1789, English bare-knuckle boxer. Broughtons. Plural of Broughton. Broughtupsy. Good manners. Broughty Ferry. A suburb in the city of Dundee Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref No 4631. Rowhaha. A stir, a fuss or uproar. Rowhatas. Plural of Brouhaha. Rowhard. A surname from French. Rowhards. Plural of Browhard. Uda. A surname from French. Udat. Plural of Wouya. Brulette. A surname from French. Brulettes. Plural of brulette. Bruler. A lid or bowl-like device used in preparing absinthe, allowing water to trickle gradually into the glass. Brewers. Plural of brûleur. Brulard. A surname from French. Rout. A surname. Brownie. Alternative spelling of brownie. Brownies. Plural of brownie. Browns. Plural of brown. Wes. A surname from French. Brouses. Plural of brows. Brousasian. Of or relating to Francois Joseph Victor Brouse, size 1772-1838, French physician. Browser. A surname from French. Rousseau. A surname from French. Roussin. A surname from French. Rousontine. Any of a group of tetrasubstituted pyridine alkaloids that are glycosidase inhibitors. Rousontines. Plural of Brausontine. Brautingler-Higgs mechanism. Synonym of Higgs mechanism. Router. A network device that acts as both a bridge and a router by routing packets for known protocols and forwarding all others as a bridge would. Routers. Plural of Brouwer. Brouwer. A surname from Dutch. Brouwer fixed-point theorem. A theorem which in one of its simplest forms states that a continuous function from an n-dimensional unit cube in letter 2, 1,1dn to itself has a fixed point. Brouwer's fixed-point theorem. Alternative form of Brouwer fixed-point theorem. Oh, yeah. of or relating to L. Brouwer 1881 1966, Dutch mathematician and philosopher. Bruis, obsolete form of browse. Bruise, simple past and past participle of bruise. Bruise, plural of bruise. Bruising, present participle and gerund of bruise. Braving sign, a bromohexane derivative used as a mucolytic. Robbery, a city and reign of Kievoblast in northern Ukraine. Ravdi, a transliteration of the Ukrainian surname Be'er or acute ved de Cyrillic letter 456 Bravdi. Bruvin Kamin, a vasodilator to which bromine is introduced at position 11 of Vinkamin. Ra, a surname. Brow level, alternative spelling of brow level. Brow levels, plural of brow level. Brow ridge, a bony projection in humans and other primates located above eye sockets delimiting the bottom of the forehead. Brow ridges, plural of brow ridge. Rud, archaic form of browed. Brow antlered deer, synonym of elds deer Rusivus eldii. Browbeat, alternative spelling of browbeat. Browbeaten, past participle of browbeat. Browbeating, present participle and gerund of browbeat. Browbeats. Third person singular simple present indicative of browbeat. Brow level, a perceived social affiliation by how highbrow a person's cultural expression is. Brow levels, plural of brow level. Brawallia, any of the flowering plants of the genus Brawallia. Brawallias, plural of Brawallia. Broward, a surname. Broward County, one of 67 counties in Florida, United States. County seat, Fort Lauderdale. Browbend, part of a horse's bridle that runs from just under one ear across the forehead to just under the other ear, preventing the bridle from sliding down. Browbends, plural of browbend. Browbeat, to bully in an intimidating, bossy, or supercilious way. Browbeat, past participle of browbeat. Browbeater, one who browbeats. Browbeaters, plural of browbeater. Browbeating, present participle and gerund of browbeat. Browbeatings, plural of browbeating. Browbeats, third person singular simple present indicative of browbeat. Browbone, the auditor of the eye. Browbones, plural of browbone. Browdown, crowned, wearing a diadem or something resembling one. Browder, a surname. Browders, plural of browder. Brow, having a brow of the specified kind. Brower, a surname. Browers, plural of brower. Browful, enough to cover or fill the brow. Browfuls, plural of browful. Browing, present participle and gerund of brow. Brow is, bruis. Browgens, bits. Fragments. Browless, without a brow or eyebrows. Browlift, a cosmetic surgery procedure used to elevate a drooping eyebrow that may obstruct vision and or to remove the worry lines from the forehead. Browlifts, plural of browlifts. Browline, the line of the brow. Browlines, plural of browline. Browman, the worker in charge of the cages at the pithead. Browman, plural of browman. Rao. A surname. Brown adipose tissue. One of the two types of adipose tissue present in many newborn or hibernating mammals, which primarily serves to generate body heat and which contains several small vacuoles and a relatively high number of mitochondria and capillaries. Brown adipose tissues. Plural of brown adipose tissue. Brown ale. A type of beer characterized by its brown color and rich malty, hoppy flavor with hints of caramel. Brown ales. Plural of brown ale. Brown alga. Any of many seaweeds of the class Phaeophyceae. Brown algae. Plural of brown alga. Brown ammonia. Ammonia produced through the Haber-Bosch process. Brown anole. Anole is sagre, a species of anole endemic to Cuba and invasive to the United States. Brown anoles. Plural of brown anole. Brown argus. A brown butterfly, Aricia aegistes of the family Lycaenidae. Brown arguses. Plural of brown argus. Brown as a berry. Very brown. Brown bag. A brown paper bag. Brown bag tests. The alleged practice of comparing an African American's skin color to that of a brown paper bag, allowing them certain privileges only if the skin was lighter. Brown bag tests. Plural of brown bag tests. Brown bagged. Simple past and past participle of brown bag. Brown bagging. Present participle and gerund of brown bag. Brown bags. Plural of brown bag. Brown bar. A second lieutenant. Brown bars. Plural of brown bar. Brown bastard. A type of sweet wine. Brown bastards. Plural of brown bastard. Brown beak sedge. A sedge of species Rhynchospora fusca. Brown bean. Synonym of pinto bean. Brown beans. Plural of brown bean. Brown bear. A species of bears native to Northern America, Europe, and Asia having brownish fur. Ursus arctos. Brown bears. Plural of brown bear. Brown bend. Similar grasses of two species. Brown bent grass. Grass of species Agrostes vineales, brown bent, of cool Eurasia. Brown bents. Plural of brown bent. Brown bess. The British Army's land pattern musket or any of its derivatives, standard issue weapons for British soldiers in the American Revolution. Brown besses. Plural of brown bess. Brown betties. Plural of brown betty. Brown Betty. A simple American baked pudding made with layers of sweetened and spiced fruit, usually apple and buttered breadcrumbs. Brown Betty teapot. A teapot made from red terracotta clay and covered in Rockingham brown glaze, originally made in Stoke-on-Trent by the Elder brothers circa 1695. Brown Betty teapots. Plural of brown Betty teapot. Brown bill. Alternative form of brown bill. Brown bills. Plural of brown bill. Brown bits. Caramelized remnants of meat left in a pan after the cooking of the meat, which are often recooked in wine or other liquids and then absorbed into cut vegetable pieces in order to make sauce or gravy. Brown bomber. A parking officer employed to issue parking tickets, i.e. fines, to vehicles parked illegally or for longer than the permitted time. Brown bombers. Plural of brown bomber. Brown bubuk. A bubuk owl of species Ninox scuculata, found in South Asia and Southeast Asia. Brown bubuks. Plural of brown bubuk. Brown book. An annual report to Parliament from the Secretary of State for Energy. Brown books. plural of brown book. Round bottle flu, the illness caused by drinking too much alcohol, a hangover. Brown box, a device used in phreaking that allows the creation of a party line from two telephone lines. Round box crab, Lophiolithodes foraminatus, a king crab that lives from Prince William Sound, Alaska to San Diego, California. Brown box crabs, plural of brown box crab. Round boxes, plural of brown box. Brown bread, bread with the brown color as distinct from white bread, wholemeal, granary or other specific types of bread. Round breads, plural of brown bread. Round bullhead, a catfish native to eastern North America, Ameiurus nebulosus. Round bullheads, plural of brown bullhead. Brown butter, a preparation of unsalted butter in which the butter fat and milk solids are allowed to separate and brown over a heat, used in French pastry or as a sauce. Round cheese, Norwegian whey cheese, characterized by its brown color. Round cheeses, plural of brown cheese. Round cloud, a form of atmospheric pollution, a mixture of aerosols that absorb and scatter light, resulting from the burning of biomass and fossil fuel. Round clouds, plural of brown cloud. Round clustering, an approach in natural language processing that involves grouping words into clusters based on distributional information and shared contexts within bigram language models. Round coal, Wagnite. Round coati, a white-nosed coati Nasua nerica. Round coaties, plural of brown coati. Round county, one of 102 counties in Illinois, United States. County seat, Mount Sterling. Round crab, synonym of edible crab Cancer pagurus. Round crabs, plural of brown crab. Brown creeper, a North American species of tree creeper, Certhia americana, known for walking up tree trunks looking for insects in the bark. Brown creepers, plural of brown creeper. Round dwarf, a star-like object that contracts to about the volume of Jupiter after its formation phase. Its mass may range from several times that of Jupiter, such that it fuses deuterium up to just below the threshold of sustained hydrogen fusion. Round dwarfs, plural of brown dwarf. Round dwarves, plural of brown dwarf. Brown envelope journalism, the practice of offering bribes to journalists in exchange for positive press coverage. Brown envelope syndrome, the prevalence of brown envelope journalism, i.e. bribing journalists for positive press coverage. Brown eye, an eye of which the iris is brown. Brown eyes, plural of brown eye. Round falcon, Falco berigora, a member of the falcon genus found in the drier regions of Australia. Round falcons, plural of brown falcon. Round fat, synonym of brown adipose tissue. Brown George, a kind of hard biscuit. Brown Georges, plural of brown George. Brown goods, consumer electronics equipment for entertainment, such as televisions and music centers. Brown goshawk, a bird of prey, Accipitor fasciatus of Australia, southern Indonesia, New Guinea, and the western Pacific, one of the many species of Accipitor present in the region. Brown goshawks, plural of brown goshawk. Brown hairstreak, a brown and orange butterfly of species Declopachili, family Lycaenidae. Brown hairstreaks, plural of brown hairstreak. Brown hare, European hair Lepus europaeus. Brown hares, plural of brown hare. Brown hawk, synonym of brown falcon Falco berigora. Brown hawks, plural of brown hawk. Brown hemp, synonym of Indian hemp Crotalaria juncea. Brown heroin, a type of heroin powdery and brown in color that is usually snorted or smoked. Brown Holland, unbleached Holland linen. Brown Hollands, plural of brown Holland. Brown honeyeater, a species of honeyeater, Lichura indistincta, of New Guinea and Australia. Brown honeyeaters, plural of brown honeyeater. Brown HT, a brown synthetic coal tar diazo dye. Brown hydrogen, hydrogen produced by burning coal. Brown hyena, a comparatively rare species of hyena, Parahyena brunnea, endemic to desert and semi-desert areas and open woodland savannas of southern Africa. Brown hyenas, plural of brown hyena. Brown Inca, Seligena wilsoni, a species of hummingbird found in South America. Brown Incas, plural of brown Inca. Brown jaw, a member of the army. Brown jobs, plural of brown job. Brown joke, toilet humor. Brown jolly, aubergine, eggplant. Brown king crab, synonym of golden king crab Lithodes equispinus. Brown king crabs, plural of brown king crab. Brown kingfisher, synonym of laughing kookaburra. Brown kingfishers, plural of brown kingfisher. Brown lacewing, any of the lacewings of family Hemorrhoidae. Brown lacewings, plural of brown lacewing. Brown leaf, a condition of timothy grass with a wide range of contributors that adversely affects the marketability of timothy hay. Brown leaf spot, any of various plant diseases that cause brown spots on leaves. Brown lung, bisonosis, an occupational lung disease caused by exposure to cotton dust. Brown marmorated stink bug, an insect native to East Asia Haliamorpha halis which was accidentally introduced to the eastern United States and has become an invasive and serious agricultural and nuisance pest there. Brown marmorated stink bugs, plural of brown marmorated stink bug. Brown mint, the witty and brown penny token which was minted in Sydney around 1800